If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, good morning, Claire. Good morning, gang, because this is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live from the good old Fastport Studios in NOLA. And lastly, good morning to you, Jimmy.
Good morning, by the way. Here's a short one from the Highlands.
Ooh.
A 3-foot-tall miniature Scottish Highland bull escaped from a Connecticut farm and has been repeatedly spotted several miles from home. Kit Sullivan, that's not the name of the Scottish Highland bull. Kit Sullivan is the owner of Sullivan Brothers Farm in Franklin, Connecticut, said the bull, Lefty, I guess we're waiting for Lefty, Hardy, had only just arrived at the farm when he was spooked by another bull and managed to squeeze underneath a barbed wire fence that had been designed for larger bovines. His whereabouts are still yet unknown. Okay, so, football's coming up this weekend. Our good friend Brad Bentley of Fastport, we'll get to that in a second. He's going to the football game. I know you've heard of Roll Tide, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
How about Comb Tide?
Ooh.
You like that better, huh? An Alabama resident took his facial hair to record-breaking lengths when his beard lock reached a staggering length of 3 feet and 6 inches.
Good God, man.
His name was Rudolph Martino, if in fact that was his real. But these names are just terrific. Rudolph Martino and a miniature bull from the Highlands named Lefty.
Oh, God, I would love if his beard was red.
It's not. It's black.
Okay.
He moved from Birmingham to California in 2015. He earned the Guinness World Records title for the longest natural beard locks on a living person after... Wait a minute. But is there a record for an unliving person? Like, well, we measured Uncle Tom's beard, and, it goes all the way down to his sack. But wait, what? I don't...
It was all that's left besides his bones.
Ooh, I got veins in my neck. After growing his facial hair to a length that is over a foot longer than the height of the world's shortest woman. Okay, here's another one for you. In, out, and ooh. A curious customer, slithered through the drive-thru of an In-N-Out burger in Southern California, prompting a surprise snake rescue by fast food staff. Pasadena Humane said in a social media post that the beautiful python was discovered Monday in the drive-thru area of the In-N-Out Burger in Monrovia. One of the restaurant's employees made the scaly discovery and transported the snake to the shelter. I got it. I'm just going to throw this python in the back of my truck and get it. What if the python rode shotgun?
I want to know how he got out of there. Did he use the bacon and grease from the In-N-Out?
That would be a really bad idea.
Yeah.
You don't want to give the animal a taste for anything other than it already enjoys eating.
Yeah.
Because he'll come back, man. Return customer. Finish him. And then get back to the game. All right, this is the freakiest Friday, flinty, kind of ferocious Friday story of all time.
We're on it.
You know this story. Finish him. And then get back in the game. A new mother is going viral after winning a video game tournament. Oh, that's kind of cool.
Go, Mom.
In Florida, while holding her newborn just 5 days after giving birth via cesarean section. Of course she was playing Mortal Kombat.
Woman.
Of course she was playing Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
The gamer, who goes by the handle of Legion, and the O is 0, entered a Mortal Kombat 15 tournament Saturday hosted by Juicy Game Night in Orlando, Florida. I mean, maybe Nick knows her personally. I got my baby. I'm ripping spine out. Yeah.
I can't wait for her to discipline her kid. Get over here.
Yeah, finish him. We do have some actual news coming up in just a little bit here, but bring your heart and your baby to iHeart. Have the audacity to listen to Johnny Cage on Odyssey, or listen to us yak it up with a yak or a Scottish Highland bull on YouTube. Make some beard time or FaceTime on Facebook. Live your best life on Live 365. Many of you are listening to this later on in the day. Shout out to you, Ice Princess. Be a free floating radical at RadioNemo.com or ponder the possibilities of it all. afterwards on your favorite podcast platforms, because this is Road Gang Radio.
Yeah.
October the 3rd, the sugar crash out continues. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviators, because this, my friends, is the Friday edition of the greatest live transpo show in this here known universe. And you can be a part of the action.
Yep.
As you always can be. You will be, because Breaker Back Talk is coming up today. Mix it up in the thick. Join the gang on this freaky, feisty, flinty Friday at 615-292-6366.
615-292. You know the last four. Nemo.
Hey ho, Nemo. All of it, by the way, broadcast and recorded at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House, only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio, WWL 870 AM, which you can just get on a hop, skip, and an Uber. Hop, skip, and a wow. By the way, we are at the Fastport Studios.
Yep.
They're out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, they do it through technology, and they do it, most importantly, through people, both working with and working together with people, especially Mr. Roll Tide himself, Brad Bentley. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. They are also the people who are responsible for bringing you all the kind of veteran content we get on Friday, and we're really excited about, Mr. Schick. We'll talk about him in just a short order here. And we want to give special congratulations to the finalists of Fastport's Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence. Charles Jones Jr., who, like Dave, served a bit in Korea. Macy Matisse, who actually hit the wrestling mats in high school. Or Mark Scriven, who seems to have every branch and every family member in the service covered. Great Americans all. Scriv, was good to have you on the show, as it was with Macy and Charles. Great Americans all. You can find out more about them at transitiontrucking.org. The public voting will begin in short order. And remember, all of that is wrapped in the nice bow of happening right in the middle of the week, where the Vet Ready Summit takes place over in Washington, D.C. And then, of course, we culminate that week by going to Arlington, where we lay the wreaths. Don't be surprised if we show up at Columbia Falls, like we always do, over in Maine, make our entrance. Try to see if I can work out something for Phone Master Dre to be there or to be square.
One day, baby.
One day. Well, we got, Madison with a T is out there making movies on location. So, maybe her time will come where we have to say to her, hey, we've let you go make some movies. You got to let Dre go make some magic.
I might be going to a certain event here in New Orleans, from what I had a conversation with Nicholas.
I cleared it. Yes. You're doing it. I mean, it's really funny, because when Tara called me to talk about this event we're going to live at the Ernest Morrell Convention Center on the 17th of November. Yeah. Tara said, she goes, there's one more thing I want to pass by you. And I said, if you're going to ask me if Drake can come on down to the convention center, I said, because you had, my rule of two, right?
Talk to me.
Well, I had the idea that the moment she brought it up, they brought it up when he sent me the text message. I was like, yeah, I think that Dre should come to that. So the moment that Tara began to suggest the idea via Nick, I went, it's done. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, it's the rule of two. She said, you thought of it too. And I went, yeah. So, the idea is to get a lot of you guys out there to get a chance to meet Dre finally, both the people who appear on this show and so many of the truckers out there. Chowder shouldn't be the only one who gets the joy of Dre. I mean, that's the truth of the matter. Let's bring Chowder in right now real quickly. Tell him good morning. We'll bring him in quickly. He doesn't have to leave quickly.
Yeah,
good morning and happy
nice
Friday.
Segue. Good morning.
Morning, my family. There is nothing quick about the Chowder, I'll tell you that. He doesn't shut up. He don't run. He don't do nothing.
That's
back.
not what your wife says.
And I was going to say he's still married. So I was going to have your back, dude, and then got Dre dropping.
That's a timing issue, Dre, not a speed time.
Touche, buddy. Quick on the draw.
Dre, what's the hardest part about comedy?
Oh, God.
Timing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's right. But hey, family, I'm just checking in because I'm over here in the shadows of East Rutherford Stadium, where Chowder does not feel comfortable or like to be. Roads are too narrow. The street signs are mostly missing. There's a lot of things like Lincoln tunnels that pop up if they don't let you over, but the people are friendly, so I'm a little out of my element.
That's okay.
Speaking of element,
really?
I'm not like, mercury or lead or hydrogen or oxygen elements, but that's elemental to this discussion.
Well, I will
So,
say this. I will say this really quickly. If you're over in East Rutherford, I always love that when we feel out of our element. And I mean, you really are out of your element because not only are you a Westerner, you're also a New Englander. And you know how New Englanders feel about New Yorkers. And let's be real, East Rutherford, even though it's in New Jersey, it's a bunch of New Yorkers. That being said, it's always nice when you find out that there are nice people everywhere, isn't it?
That's right. And we know this is actually really part of New York because they claim to have two teams called the Jets and Giants that say New York, but they're really New Jersey. The only real New York team is Buffalo.
Yeah.
Yes, Pack Rat, that's a shout out to you.
Yeah, but here's the punchline. They don't play in Buffalo. They play in Orchard Park. I love it.
That's
it's
right.
fantastic.
That's right.
Go on.
They're not in. Yeah, you're right. But I sent you some videos and photos of another adventurous time of the life of Chowda because the only thing he does with work is work on not working.
Yep.
So anybody out there listening, for drivers, I don't know why I've been on this kick lately, but if you're at exit 4 in Columbia, New Jersey, at that TA, on the wall there's a map. I suggest you take a picture so you aren't like Chowder just thinking, oh, it's 4 right-hand turns. How bad can this be? It's a 3-mile walk. Took me an hour and 33 minutes walking. A little bit of an incline here and there, but you go out, you make a right, go to stoplight at the next street, make a right. You'll go through a tunnel that was really cool, built in 1909. You know, some of that old masonry, rock work bridges, and that still amaze me how great they held up and how nostalgic and nice they are. Then I walk through, not through a ritzy housing area, because you have to walk. There's no walking actual trail or path. It's along the edge shoulder of the road. But I went up in there, and there's some really nice, higher dollar, but aesthetically pleasing housing in there, and some nice people. One lady had a nice full-size poodle that came and said hi. Kept walking down through there, and I found a couple other bridges in Watson County Bridge. It said built in 1950. It was really cool. Another one that didn't have a date, but I'm guessing based on the looks of it, it was the same era with a nice brook under it, and trail that I walked through a little bit, even though my wife tried to tell me I was not allowed to go off the woods and that, because my original reason I went walking is I saw about a 1.5, 2-year-old black bear I wanted to go take some pictures of and find him. My wife said that was not appropriate behavior, so I was to stick to the asphalt. So I couldn't go in the woods. And then at the end of that road, which was about 1.7 miles, there was a nice winery down there. And I didn't go in and drink wine because I don't drink stuff squished by feet. I'm more of a barley blend type guy.
I understand.
And but it was really nice to talk to those guys in there and gals, and took a little look-see of the winery and the vineyards, and that was a cool little experience I got. Then I walked the other 1 point, whatever it was, back to the TA, past I want to say it was like 1882-ish time frame cemetery. Had a vault and the big spiral thing that looks like the monolith. That's what it is. The thing that looks like the Lincoln Memorial. Had a small version of that in there with some names in it from the Civil War. Took a little video of that, posted it on my Facebook, and then back. And it was a nice little jaunt, 78 degrees with a slight breeze out of the northwest. It was just nice to get out and see some more scenery and area that generally we miss because we're too lazy. Well, I shouldn't say lazy. That's not fair to people, but we're too concerned with being inside with electrical devices and gaming systems.
Well said.
To get out and actually
move
the heart rate.
Distracted. We're too distracted.
That's probably a better version.
Because
how
many?
Been trying to work on this nicer and more caring of everybody's feelings than he used to be. It's kind of a different thing. I don't know.
Let me tell you something else too. What I think is so cool about it too, though, is the fact that it's like, because you can speak to this and you're speaking to it for the Project 61, because you're going to get your butt down in New Orleans, and you, Dre, and I are going to power walk this park in November, which I can promise you will be peak weather to do it. And let me tell you something. We're all distracted. How many times have you been like, I'm really not up to doing the walk today, and then 10 minutes into it, you're like, man, I am so glad I did this.
That's right. A lot of times. I was really glad I did it until I stopped and got the surf and turf special and sat there for about 45 minutes and tried to get up and remember I am really 53 years old.
I got to tell you, though, man, you are really, though, you are a member of the Bull Moose Party. There's a really cool piece of history when we get to the other side of the break that I can't wait for you to hear. It turns out that the term woke might not be where people think it's from, and it might be from a both places is righteous. What it's become is, but there's a really great piece of history about walking that's really, really cool, and I can't wait for you to hear. I do got to take a break here, brother, and do my pledge and national anthem. Can you do me a favor, though? Can you say, this is the Chowder, this is the Road Gang Radio, and now here's your break? Can you do it?
This is the Chowder, and this is Road Gang Radio. And now here's your break. Take it away, Dre and Jimmy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, I want to ask you something. Now, I told y'all I get into this from time to time, and I was looking on this calendar that I got, and it says today is National Boyfriend Day. Today is National Child Health Day. Now, y'all ready? Today is National Butterfly and Hummingbird Day. But it's also a day that the Lord has made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. So, my brothers and sisters, I want to share something which I found in John chapter 15, verse 9, and I think it would just really, 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 it will really incite you and really encourage you. In John chapter 15, verse 9, it says that, as the Father has loved me, so I have loved you. Abide in my love. The key word, loved, loved, and love. Key words, loved, loved, love. He says, as the Father has loved, meaning that God loved us before we had an opportunity to even exist. Because it says love. Love is in the past tense format. It's showing that it's going backwards. And then it says, Jesus turned around and said, so I have loved you. He's still going backwards. But then what he does, he goes backwards. God goes love backwards. Jesus goes love backwards. But then both of them says the same thing at the B portion. It says, abide in my love. So that means that's present. So you got two forms of love in reverse and one form of love in the present. And if you're dealing with the love in the present, then it'll help you to be able to love folks better in the future. So you know what that means? Get out there and love somebody.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, where strong freight and faith create lasting success. Visit drive4bme.com. drive4bme.com.
Mr. Thibodeau, what do you say we go out there on this Friday, and in the words of the good pastor, what do you say? 1, 2, 3, we love somebody. I got to tell you, next to Barry White, that is the spiritual godfather, Barry White of the open road. Pastor John, love you, man, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. Hey, guys, we love you, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. We'll get to Pack Rat here in a second, but I want to remind you that this awareness/celebration of National Days of is brought to you by Truckdown. Because the quickest way back on the path is truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 97. Truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown. And these days, they're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com and turn your attention to, this is really groovy, Dre, something I didn't know. And I keep up with this kind of stuff. National Wide Awakes Day. It's held every October 3rd. The Wide Awakes, all right, it celebrates the Wide Awakes, a youth organization and later a paramilitary organization fostered by the Republican Party, specifically the Lincoln campaign during the United States' all-important presidential election of 1860. It was an open-source network of people who believed in the emancipation of all, abolition, and workers' rights. Despite adversity, false accusations, and several conspiracies to bring them down, the group's revolutionary members continued to march on. Okay, so it's early 1860, and Lincoln is passionately speaking against the spread of slavery and the importance of workers' rights, including their right to strike in Hartford, Connecticut. By the way, speaking of Connecticut, anybody seen Lefty the Bull? 5 store clerks founded a Republican group called the Wide Awakes and decided to carry torches along a parade for Lincoln, who was delighted by the torchlight escort back to his hotel after his speech and helped popularize the group. Over the coming weeks, the Lincoln campaign go from grassroots to AstroTurf, developed wide awakes across the country and used them to spearhead large voter registration drives because they knew that new and young voters tend to embrace new and young parties. What happened to the Wide Awakes? They became, in many ways, one of the most radical factions inside the Army of the Potomac. So everybody can celebrate that. The idea of just simple citizens getting involved. They were actually protecting Lincoln, by the way. Yeah. Even in the northern states, anytime he would go out and speak, he was exposing himself to danger. He was probably the person most at risk during that election for an assassination attempt. So many Americans wavered between him and Stephen Douglas, who was the go-along, get-along solution. There was a major Southern candidate. Actually, Douglas got the second most votes in the election and only won 1 state, which is crazy. Lincoln, actually, the person he really was running against was the Southern candidate. Bonus points for people who can actually tell me who the person who got the second most electoral votes, but didn't get the second most popular votes. You got something?
No, I was just gonna be like, I don't know.
You don't know. Yeah. Okay. We do know that Pack Rat's giving us a call. We lost him?
Yeah, as soon as I did it, he seems like he has a bad signal, but hey, Pack Rat, get back in here. We got to talk football.
By the way, can you give me a little news music here? Can we
Breaking
do that?
news!
Here we go. Endless Sales Incorporated, Endless, and Octane Forklifts Incorporated, Octane, current executive Brian Firkins and Jeffrey Blatzel, and former executive G.R. Ansack were each indicted on charges of conspiring to commit wire fraud on August 21st, 2025 by a federal grand jury in Denver, and that's according to the U.S. Department of Justice. We're just getting that information now, by the way. Often when there's an indictment that's handed down, we don't get the news of it until much later. Don't forget, guys, by the way, when you hear about grand juries, I don't care what grand jury you heard about, I can get a grand jury to indict a ham sandwich. Basically, 2 Denver area, you can, by the way, because you can't present a defense in a grand jury. All the grand jury hears is the prosecution's case to bring the indictment, which means if you ever hear of a situation where a grand jury doesn't give you the indictment, you ain't got nothing, by the way. So 2 Denver area companies and the company's top executives were indicted in connection with a scheme to evade tariffs by misrepresenting Chinese-made forklifts as American-made. Officials say the defendants allegedly conspired to import forklifts from China, disguise the Chinese origin of the forklifts, and then sell the forklift to federal government agencies by fraudulently representing the forklift as being manufactured in the good old USA. What the indictment also does is accuse Endless, Octane, Firkins, Blaisdell and Anzac of conspiring with an unnamed Chinese national and a Chinese manufacturer to create fake commercial invoices that fraudulently undervalued the cost of forklifts that Endless and Octane imported into the U.S., defrauding the government over $1 million in applicable tariffs, duties, and fees. All three men that I've mentioned face additional wire fraud charges, and Blaisdell faces an additional charge of making false statements to the government. If they're convicted, those individuals face a maximum penalty of 20 years in prison and a fine of $250,000. This is what Pam Bondi said. Defrauding the U.S. To profit from goods made in an adversarial nation like China undermines our economic and national security. The Justice Department is committed to protecting American taxpayer dollars, defending our national security against those who would undermine it, and holding accountable anyone who pursues illegal profits over our country. Really quick reminder, the only people that would have been profiting from that, the Chinese were simply going to sell what they would have sold it for. It's those three Americans who are the problem. That's the issue there. And guys, don't be surprised if we don't start seeing more and more of this stuff over the next couple of years until they get it all sorted out. Equally important, don't be surprised if people begin writing. Remember we talked about this with Colin Long yesterday. We had a brief talk with Colin Long about the idea of deliberately writing loopholes into laws and then about 3 or 4 years down the line being like, well, we just saw the loophole, so we decided that non-domiciled could also be people from foreign countries. So don't be surprised if certain things turn up in there, as it always happens. The swamp never gets drained. It just shows up in different forms and fashions. Hey, we got that phone call, don't we?
Oh, Pack Rat's back in the...
Back in the rat. Hey, man,
I'm back.
We'll hold on to you as long as possible. As long as possible, we'll hold on to you. What's going on?
I'm in Saskatchewan, so I don't know if you know this about Saskatchewan, but if your dog runs away, it takes about 3 days before it completely disappears off into the horizon.
How else? I don't know why I found that so funny. How else are you doing? What's going on? Pack Rat? I lost him again, didn't I?
He seems like he's there, but we probably lost him.
We lost
Give
him.
me a call back later, brother. We'll get you back in.
We'll get him in the game. There's plenty of football to talk about. We know he doesn't like football, but somehow, some way, we'll make an effort to get him in the game. By the way, lots of people have jumped in over on the Book of Face, not just Chowder, but our good friend Trucker Boaston is here. Good morning to you. Watch out for the Jersey Devil and the Mothmans in those woods, Chowder. We didn't even talk about that. I mean, literally, New Jersey is ground zero for urban and rural legends. Joe J says, morning, Chowder. Good to have everybody out there. Get in the conversation. Jump on in. You can call during guests, by the way. Just make sure if you do, give the guest, when they come on, by the way, a chance to talk, a chance to have a conversation with us. And if you do it that way, you'll be able to talk on point. 615-292-6366, and you will join RadioNemo.com. I want you guys to go to truckdown.com, by the way. 50 states, 8 provinces, keeping you healthy, keeping you on the road, making you do your thing. We love you. Nothing you can do about it. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Kinds. Don't forget, when this show comes to its thrilling conclusion, we'll be talking a little bit of that on country and western music news. We are slowly reconstituting both the old and the new of this reconstituted road gang here at RadioNemo.com. And speaking of that, let's get into the mood for the season by giving you a little bit of a blast from the past. Phone Master Dre, if you'd be so kind.
Fire up your funny bone because we're going on the road with Mac and Cheese. It's the adventures of those two hilarious jokesters of the road, coming to you with laughter, fun, and excitement at every turn, and even more joy at the exit.
Hey, Mac.
What's going on, Cheese?
Did you hear about the vampire who went vegan?
What does he eat now?
Well, he just sucks on nectarines.
Don't be an ignoramus of the interstate. Tune in next time for Mac and Cheese.
Hey guys, just to welcome you back before we get to our first guest. Don't forget, after them, and I'll introduce them and give them all the bells and whistles here in a second, Peter Schick is going to be joining us. He is a great American, a veteran, a combat veteran, a wounded warrior, and somebody really worth kind of getting into and talking to. Can't wait to speak to him. This is really cool, by the way. Joey Royale is going to be joining us when we get to the whole business of making a life. When Lindsay Lawler arrives here, he has a great game that I'm going to actually detail a little bit later on in the show. It's the same rules as Dungeons and Dragons, but it's set in a very much present day and in a world that we were talking about yesterday and the day before that as well. Breaker Back Talk with the touchdown. And, of course, Andre Darlington has a brand new book, and I love this kind of stuff, Dre. It is called Booze and Vinyl Country, 100 plus spirited music and drink pairings. So he's pairing music with booze. You know I love that. We used to do that for Saturday morning cereal, where we would pair a cartoon with a cereal. I love pairings.
You already know Brad Bentley's going to need that book.
Oh, I'm going to give it to him. And then, of course, we will close out the entire show, as I mentioned before, with both kinds and all kinds as Lindsay unpacks her country and western music news. But we'll take a breath here, do a little bit of a shift, a little bit of a pivot, and we will introduce our first guest after this. Oh, that is nice. And by the way, Peter Wild is the Regional Vice President of Kansas's ATHS Convention Committee Chair. Courtney Caesar is ATHS Operations, Awards, Events, and Libraries, and it is a pleasure to welcome them to the ongoing segment, Miles Back. Good morning to you, Peter. Good morning to you, Courtney.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We will start, by the way, with talking about what an ATHS Convention Committee Chair actually does, because the whole conversation today is going to be about the 2026 convention. Our good friend, regular caller Dennis, who goes by 3.5, is so excited about this. But Peter, why don't you unpack your responsibilities? Not just over in Kansas, kind of doing your thing over there, but talk about what it means to be the chair of the convention committee.
The chair, it's kind of a position that luckily isn't that stressful with the great team I have. We have a committee. It's made up of members from all over the country. We got people on the East Coast, West Coast, and in the central parts of the state. And then Courtney helps do all the office work for us there in Kansas City. And we kind of just go through the list every year. Everybody that's put on a truck show that knows what all goes into it knows there's a lot of little things that you never really realize that you need to put on a great show. So as the chair, I just kind of get to listen to everybody and take their input, and we all work together, and we somehow make it work.
Yeah, being a chair means being really good at being patient while you are updated on everything that's going on and making sure that it all kind of ties together really nicely. I want to speak about your bona fides, Peter, before I actually pivot over to Courtney here. You're from Kansas. You've been doing this truck driving gig for quite some time, and you are a minted early truck driver as well too. Tell everybody about your trucking background because it's really cool.
My trucking background, I was born into it. I can't deny that. I'm a fourth-generation trucker. My grandpa had a business there in Minnesota. He started with his dad, my great-grandpa Ed, back in the early 40s. My grandma and grandpa, they actually spent their honeymoon in 43 taking a load of hogs to Minneapolis, Minnesota in the back of a 38 Chevy, which we still have today. And even though we're not still in business today, I still drive truck. My dad's still involved in the trucking community, and it's a passion. It's all I know.
Yeah, and that really kind of sets you up for success because it means not only do you have a deep love of the history of the industry, you have lived through the history of the industry, and you also have been given institutional knowledge firsthand of the industry. So you kind of are what I call the perfect practical fit for your gig, because you are connected to trucking going back almost 100 years, actually more than 100 years, and then you can actually make the case saying, look, not only do I, know this history, I've lived this history. I've bounced around in some of those cabs way back in the day and gotten a chance to hear firsthand from folks how all this stuff worked. Okay, so I want to pivot here to Courtney really quickly and kind of get you guys a sense of that the ATHS, the American Truck Historical Society, which you can find at aths.org, really actually takes themselves incredibly serious in the kind of people they bring on board to make sure that the history of trucking is represented by first-class individuals. You actually, you are a librarian, you are an information specialist, you are a person who really understands what it means to be in the middle of curating a museum. Talk a little bit about the gravitational pull that has brought you into ATHS, Courtney.
Oh, geez. That one is very much and I'm sure everybody can relate, but it's not as much gravity as you think. I graduated and ATHS was looking for a professional librarian and I was looking for a job. So I'm one of the types that fell into trucking, but I am definitely passionate about its history. I've taken a lot of what I've done here at ATHS from the library and awards and operations to apply it to convention. Convention for me is essentially a living history display of all the trucks and trailers from the early 1900s to now. So it's essentially getting to put on a very giant exhibit for me.
Well, no, and by the way, that's the thing when I first got a chance to get up to the museum, and by the way, you're talking to somebody with a PhD in history. So when I got up to the museum and got my first chance to see it, and I've seen it many steps along the way as it's kind of developed and kind of unfolded in front of my very eyes, there's a real commitment to doing it from a real sort of curation standpoint. This isn't an archive. This isn't just some building where things get stuffed and put willy-nilly. You guys are really going about the business from both an archival standpoint, from a historian standpoint, and from a museum curation standpoint of really trying to put something together that is the history of the United States as told through the eyes of its goods and services mobility, correct?
Yes, very much so.
So let me ask you a question. So you have a deep passion for, creating programs, crafting newsletters, and putting together exhibits about that. So can you kind of talk about how we export, how we actually move what is happening at the museum so that when we go to a convention, how we go about the business of doing that in a way that kind of captures the energy of what the museum is becoming, but also kind of maintaining the living presence of what is happening on the ground, at the convention?
The best tie-in for that is showcasing through our speaker programs. A lot of our speakers use both their personal collections and collection from the ATHS itself in their presentation. So we're bringing essentially our collection offsite to the public virtually in that respect, along with our webinars. So that's really the best use of it, in bringing signs about the trucks, kind of giving the history of how maybe that manufacturer worked, or as we're going into 26, Springfield and the Route 66 history and all of those manufacturers that were iconic to that area.
Yeah, and it really, like I said, it's one of those things, too, that if you try to do it all at once, it becomes kind of an overwhelming process, which is why we have a chair. We pivot back to Peter here really quickly. Talk about the selection process of, you mentioned that, it's always, as you build up a roster of cities that can host an event, Peter, you want to make sure that everybody gets a little love, that those people who wanted to come where they wanted to come get a chance to get it there. But I also wanted to talk about, because you're returning to an old friend this year, to talk about literally what people can expect in 2026, but also talk about if any other cities out there are looking for a place to, maybe make the ATHS convention home, what you're looking for, what you need. But let's talk about where you're going first.
Springfield, it was a decision that I think we started with 16 cities after we got back from Madison, and you go through the list, the pros and cons of the area, and the big things for we look for is there airports nearby for people that want to fly in? Is there, enough hotels? Is there a good selection of food? Is it a pretty easy city to get into with truck traffic? Not somewhere downtown. I'm going to use, for example, like New York City or somewhere big city, California, that people get scared of driving into. Something that members will feel relaxed and comfortable getting to. We take up a lot of space, so you got to have a fairgrounds or event center that's pretty wide open, has good buildings for our indoor vendors, our speakers, indoor trucks, and all that. So we started with a list of about 16 places, worked it down to 8, worked it down to 4, and then finally got down to the last 2, and then we finally decided on Springfield, and we're making go with it.
Yeah, and it strikes me, too, this is not to say that certain areas of the country.
It's a quote, and we just had to move on, but we always have a list of places we're thinking about, where we would like to go, what areas of the country, because that's one of the good things that our show does is moving around. You get to go to different areas, so if this year you can't make it to Springfield because you're, from the northwest, in 27 when we're out in Salem, Oregon, we're closer to you out there, and that way you can make it to that show. You can bring a truck or just drive on over.
It's really interesting. So yesterday, Peter, I'm actually going to ask you both if you have any football passions in your life. Yesterday, my mom, Dad, and I were watching a whole day of baseball. And my mother actually asked the question, why are New York's 2 baseball teams able to have them in the city, and yet the football teams actually are in New Jersey? And it was really kind of interesting. My dad actually turned to me and he goes, this is your area, so why don't you kind of explain it? And what we told my mom, I said, look, baseball's urban. I said, you literally can go there on a daily basis. You can walk down the block and go to the stadium, and that's how it works. I said, there is no tailgating in baseball. It's not what they do. It's not how it works. And essentially, in many ways, you're using the same model as the Super Bowl for smaller markets, in the sense that what you kind of want to do is you want to make sure that people remember that, sometimes the smallest thing that will show up is an RV. I know people drive their cars over, but you want to make sure that there is space for camaraderie. The biggest thing that I would imagine, and like I said, Peter, please correct me if I'm wrong. Please, Courtney, correct me if I'm wrong. You want to create a space where not only the things that you actually want to show have room to be shown, but the people who like the kind of things that you show have room to not only park, but to spread out, talk with friends, really have space to kind of, play, reminisce, and get a sense of what's going on around them. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
That is very true.
Yeah, I kept thinking about the baseball analogy. Courtney, go ahead. You were going to say something.
Oh, no, I was just agreeing. Absolutely. That is exactly how it is.
Now, Courtney, as somebody who actually, you have librarian skills, you have curation skills and all that. I wanted to ask you, as somebody who was out there looking for a job, and I can tell that you care deeply about this now, what is it like to actually work in a historical kind of environment where size does matter? Because we talked to the Salem Witch Museum yesterday, and the curator there has an incredibly small building that she has to make work because it's an old Protestant church that dates back to the beginning of the country. but you have to work in wide open spaces. So even from a curator standpoint, what is that like in the planning process to think big, even when you're dealing with letters and invoices and all kinds of ephemera? What is it like to think big in regards to putting a convention together for display?
Thankfully, that part of my job is the easiest. And this is going back to what Peter said, we have a wonderful team. Most of all who have a trucking background, much more expansive than mine. So we find the sites, and I look at it from a square footage standpoint. Does it have this many acres? And then I bring up Google Maps for the team, and I go, can a truck legitimately turn here, guys? So I have to look at it from more of a logistic standpoint in that. And then the rest of the team gets to bring forward the experience of this truck would be the best inside because it's really cool, has a really cool history. And then because one of the benefits of our show is we are non-judging. So we park non-restored next to restored, and we kind of park you as you arrive. So you don't just get to go see the Peterbilts over on this side or the Max on that side. So everything's intermixed. So it's a new experience for everybody every time and almost every day because more trucks arrive every day. So there's something new as we go. So that's why when I said it's a living history display, it's also a moving display constantly. So it's always fun to kind of work out that puzzle piece, and our truck parking team is amazing in that respect. They're very good at their jobs.
Yeah, I think it might be one of the few conventions in America where, in regards to like a truck parking team, that there actually is a truck parking team in place to kind of make it happen. Peter, I always ask this question of anybody who has a big event that they're in charge of. If we have, by the way, we have plenty of listeners who have made their living, their lives, and their livelihoods on the road as truck drivers who've never been to one of your conventions, despite Dennis Chapman calling on a regular basis and encouraging everybody to come. And I was kind of curious, if a person was a truck driver who's going to come to their first ATHS conference, how do you suggest they spend it? What do you suggest they do, and when should they begin planning to actually make the move to come over there and see you guys?
So the shows trucks usually start rolling through registration on Tuesday, and the best days to be at the show would be Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Thursday and Fridays are usually the bigger days. That's usually when everybody's already there, parked. We got our speakers going on and everything by then, and that's the best day to take it all in. No matter what, you're not going to see every truck. I spend all day, all week there, and when we get done with the show, and in a couple months when you get the show time, the publication of all the trucks that were there, I still scroll through it. I wonder, where was that KB at? And then I talked to somebody, and it was parked next to that Emeryville that I was looking at all week. And even though I drove by it 10 times and you took a picture with it in the background, you miss it. So it's really, you got to spend 2 days there to see it all. And you get sidetracked looking at this and talking to these people. And it's an amazing event. This year, my cousins came down. They're not as big into the trucking background. They thought it was just a giant car show with just a bunch of trucks. They had a blast. They didn't know what to expect. And same way, they didn't know anything about transmissions. And when Tony was giving his seminar, they finally learned stuff, and they did not realize that they were going to learn stuff like that at the show.
Yeah, it's one of the things, too, is that I think a lot of people that once they're kind of exposed up close and personal to what it is it takes to run one of these things, and also to kind of become also its ongoing maintenance supervisor, once people really process what that is, they're almost overwhelmed and in deep awe of the men and women who make their living on the roads. Speaking of making their livings on the road, you actually are a guy who makes his fun by going into the shop working on one of your semis. You got a couple of favorites. I wanted you to share them with people. These are really cool, by the way. You are exactly who you should be in the position that you're in because you love old trucks. Tell us about some of them.
I have a small collection, and the trucks just somehow keep finding me. My grandpa had his own trucking company, and we had, probably throughout the years, 300 trucks going all the way back to the 50s to the early 2000s. And a lot of my friends and family up there in Minnesota, they keep finding the old cab overs, the 9670s, and they send me pictures and I fall in love with them. So then I start digging into them. And like my last one I got, my 78 4070B that I took to Madison this year, I wasn't even looking for it. A simple Facebook post of just showing some of our old trucks throughout the years, because everybody knew we had Internationals, but I had the Max, the Studebaker Diesel, the Freightliner, and some guy commented that he had a truck, tracked it down, and he was going to send it to Big Iron, so I bought it beforehand, and that's how they find me. Just everybody knows the last name, they know the paint scheme, and they think I need to collect them all for some reason.
Peter, I'm going to tell you really quickly. I'm going to correct you, and you have to forgive me. You have a small numbered collection. You do not have ain't nothing small about what it is you collect, by the way, which is really, really cool. Courtney, I want to pivot to you because you talked about the idea of, like so many other people in this industry, you fell into trucking. What was the first moment around all of this stuff where you realized, you know what, I think I'm really going to love this stuff? Was there a moment when you went, wow, this wasn't just a gig, this is something that I have a little bit of a passion for?
And it was. I did have one, and it actually started before I started the job. I had a great chance to go attend the 2013 show out in Yakima before I actually started here at ATHS. I was officially hired, but I wasn't starting until July, but I got to go experience the show from an outsider's perspective. And it was just like, this is just so cool. I think I'm going to really love this. And it's like, I got to then start the job and immediately start digging into all of the materials about all the trucks I saw and really start learning, because I had no knowledge of any truck whatsoever before I started. And so that was a steep learning curve coming in here as the researcher too, to answer questions. And I'm like, oh geez, what is an auto car? Like that, you don't know what you don't know till you really start digging in. But getting to experience convention first and experience everybody's passion for it really showed how much everybody was going to appreciate what I was doing, which makes me love my job more.
As a librarian and historian, I can only imagine that one of the great things is that, some historical movements and societies are real gatekeepers. I have to imagine, given the men and women that I talk to on a regular basis, it must be really nice to be in a community where when you don't know something, people don't laugh at you or scoff at you, but go, terrific, I get to be the first person to tell you about this. Is you've probably found the same thing that I found, which was, I can talk trains till kingdom come. But when I first got here, I was able to make the crossover a little bit. But I'll tell you right now, I have never met a group of people who were like, you don't know? I'm not angry. I'm just glad you made it. Let's talk for a little bit and catch you up to speed about what's going on here. Talk to us a little bit about the online digital archive, just really quickly about what plans you got for it, because you actually had to start from scratch, essentially, and put this thing together. So talk a little bit about that, and then we'll talk to Peter for a few moments before we wrap up.
Yeah, since I started, we've been trying to get more and more materials online, and we did a big push in 2015 and really digitized all of our photos in the collection. And granted, of course, we've gotten even more photos in. Everybody loves taking pictures of trucks and sharing them, so I have even more I'm sure I need to digitize in the future. But we had a bunch of different systems, but not really accessible to the members and the public. And so we essentially searched high and low, but we really wanted something that connected to our current database too. So that's kind of how we fell into the program we have. And then we are slowly but surely digitizing records, adding records and information to that. It's a very large collection. We have over 500,000 individual pieces of literature and collections of varying formats. So it's an exciting process to really share that with the public. And we did our big a big push on digitizing some of our old films, like the 8mm, 16mm films, and we're slowly getting those up between now and the end of the year to share. And we've been sharing a lot of them via social media recently as we tie things back into promotion and the history of something.
By the way, I want to encourage everybody to go over to aths.org. In the last year or so, they've had a big makeover. The website is terrific. There is a lot of great social media content out there promoting the American Truck Historical Society, and that website is comprehensive and lets you know about membership, events, awards, how you can make an impact. It's even got a little bit of a click on for the library as well. Peter, final thoughts. Like I said, we talked about some of your favorite moments in the trucks that you love. I want you to remind people one more time that they can become members of the American Truck Historical Society. Why is it important for even those who don't get a chance to get over there a lot and don't get a chance to go to every show? What is the value of actually having a membership with you guys?
The biggest gift of being a member, I think, is the friends and the people you make along the way. That's our saying is you come for the trucks, but you stay for the people. And besides that, we have a lot of great discounts if you become a member. You get the 6 copies of Wheels of Time and the Showtime every year. There's discounts on insurance through Haggerty. Oh, I can't even remember through the whole list, but I believe we still have discounts on pet insurance, and there's just a lot of great benefits. And then once you're a member at the national level, you can become a member at a chapter level, and that's where you can really make a good impact as being a chapter member, because you are within that area. You don't have to be a member of a chapter right next to your area. Like for me, I'm a member of the Wheat State chapter here in Kansas, but I'm also a member of chapters in California, Texas, Minnesota, even a member of our chapter in Canada, just because they put out a great newsletter. I know the people in that area, and it ties right back into the friends you make along the way.
I think that really is kind of terrific, which means, by the way, just to kind of take us back through what Peter just said, if you become a national member, then it opens you up to regional, local membership, as it were. And in doing that, you are not limited to what places you can have membership. And in doing so, you can have connections all across the country as you make your way up and down the highways and byways. Peter knows of what he speaks. He has been doing this gig since he was 18. Not the chair of the convention board, but driving trucks since then. It's an absolute pleasure to have you both. I want people to head over to aths.org. This has been Miles Back. Peter, Courtney, good luck with the planning. I hope it all comes together like a good A-team plan. Have the best of weekends, okay? Are you both Chiefs fans?
Yes, sir.
How about you, Courtney? You a Chiefs fan?
Sure.
All right. Well,
yeah.
yes. you guys got your players back, so you're looking pretty good. Go have the best of weekends, and as the good pastor says, we over here at Radio Nemo, when it comes to the ATHS, we love you, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Hey, guys, ATHS.org has been a partner with Dave Nemo for quite some time. He's actually on the wall of the Hall of Fame. That ceremony is coming up this month. Go to ATHS.org and find out about it. We'll be right back on the other side with a military moment from our friends at Fastport.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Hey, y'all. Lindsay Lawler will be here in just an hour. A big shout out to our friends out there. I'm glad some YouTube problems with the app got worked out. Not on our end, but a couple of our listeners had to restart it. I'm glad you're now able to, nothing to do with us, Dre. We're all good. They had to restart their own apps, and once they did, they're hearing us clearly and concisely. Hope you're also making FaceTime with friends at the Book of Face. I know our friend Rebecca Brewster is doing such a thing right now as we speak. We do want to keep you guys informed about what's going on the highways and byways. So we'll pivot here for a second before we get our next guest in here, and we'll give you a bit of the news. A fire broke out at a Chevron oil refinery just outside of Los Angeles last night, sending towering flames into the air that were visible for miles. Officials in El Segundo urged people to stay indoors. By early Friday, the fire was contained. Good on them, by the way. Excellent. And there was no threat to public safety. The city said this in a statement. No evacuations had been ordered. That must have been a big relief over in that neck of the woods. There is still an active fire and road closures remain in place. Residents near the Chevron El Segundo refinery described feeling a rumble, and then they saw the flames. Sam Daughtery told KABC TV he lives 10 blocks away and began packing a bag in panic. Pretty much the whole sky was orange. There were no injuries at the refinery, and all personnel were accounted for, the company said in a statement late Thursday, adding that a monitoring system indicated the fire did not move beyond the facility's fence line. The statement did not say what caused the fire. We got a chance to talk to Dean Croak about this yesterday, and he and I were mentioning so much of what the country is headed towards in what I call the best case scenario is a real boom in IT centers, in AI centers, in retrofitting areas for solar panel farms, for wind farms, for refineries. But if we're going to power a grid that's going to have electric vehicles on it on any sort of scale, it's going to have to all be from, of course, nuclear power plants. That is the reality. 3 Mile Island is in the process of maybe getting the jump start and getting back in the game. Remember, things go wrong. It ain't what happens when things go wrong. It's what has been put in place to stop it from spreading. And it sounds like whatever happened over in that refinery was set up in such a way to stop it from spreading. Big shout out to the folks, any first responders in El Segundo. Big shout out to them. Obviously, they got the situation under control before anybody had to actually go someplace with that packed bag. Y'all be safe and sound out there on this wonderful weekend as we kind of roll along in Road Gang Radio country. Hope you guys are enjoying yourself. Don't forget, you can always drop in with a phone call or two. We're actually going to have open phones, open conversations for sure at 8:30 in the center, 9:30 in the east. We're absolutely delighted to welcome our next guest. He helps individuals and teams maximize their potential using his experience and the effects of being severely wounded in Iraq. His story is one of recovery and resilience, and he motivates individuals to live well and is a staunch advocate of mental and emotional wellness of the human tribe as a whole. I love that. After a triple-stack tank mine detonated below his vehicle in the Al Anbar province, Iraq, in 2004, our next guest, who we are absolutely thrilled to welcome, Jacob Schick, engaged in a long journey, a remarkable journey that has brought a lot of healing, solace, and motivation to a lot of Americans out there. We'll unpack his bio as we kind of go through the story, but we want to get right to the point and say, welcome, 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 Jacob. We're glad to have you. Thank you for being here.
Honored to be here. Thank you guys for having me this morning.
You got it. So let's talk a little bit about your service. Let's talk about the impetus to kind of to serve. What happened over there? Because a lot of times people don't like talking about that story. You understand that who you become next is so integrated to that, and what's important to you from a PTSD and recovery standpoint is important to that. So I didn't want to tell the story for you. So tell our listeners a bit about your story.
Essentially, I'm a third-generation combat Marine. After my grandfather fought World War II, my uncle in Vietnam, and ultimately myself in Operation Iraqi Freedom. And I was a school-trained 0311 rifleman, cross-trained 0331 machine gunner, and just had a bad day at work in September of 2004 that resulted in significant injuries, and it was, it ruined my whole day. But it was a REACT mission, which is people in other branches usually refer to it as QRF, Quick Reaction Force, and the Marines call it the REACT. And so it was myself and 9 Marines, and a REACT got called early one morning, and I had a bad feeling in my gut. Something was about to happen, and I truly believe that the bad feelings we have, or those gut feelings we have, or a lot of people refer to them as sixth senses. Well, I believe those are guardian angels. Those are God's guardian angels that He puts around us. And in my case, I felt it, and felt like it was my grandfather talking to me from beyond the grave. And I knew we were about to get hit. I didn't know by what or how bad it was going to be. If it was going to be followed by small arms fire, I had no idea, but so I did some things I otherwise wouldn't do, and I just listened to my gut and listened to those outside powers, and ended up taking the bomb blanket from my commanding officer's Humvee. And then on the REACT team, we had 2 two-door soft-top Humvees, and I walked up to the lead vehicle, told the driver to move over to the passenger seat, put the bomb blanket down in the driver's seat, took the radio from the radio man, told all the guys to button up, meaning if they gave it to you for protection, put it on right now. And then got in the driver's seat, and within 3 minutes, we hit a triple-stacked tank mine that was pressure plate ignited, meaning as soon as the pressure from the tire hit the plate goes down, lights a fuse, and the bomb detonated directly beneath me and blew me 30 feet to the top of the Humvee. I stuck the landing with my head because I'm a Marine and we believe in good form. And I like to say, because God's a comedian, I never lost consciousness or went into shock. And it took the Black Hawk 42 minutes to come and extract me out of that hot LZ. And so, like I said, it made for a long day at the office. But I was very grateful for that time, because the Marines got to me and found me, picked me up, carried me to the second vehicle, took me back at the command post where Doc was ready to start working on me. But I got to tell all those Marines that, the Marine bravado went out the window at that point. The tough guy BS went out the window at that point, because I was, my left leg was wrapped around itself. My tibia was exposed. All my ribs were broken. I had multiple compound fractures in my left leg, my left arm. My right leg was broken. I had shrapnel in my neck and in my face, and the only thing that wasn't broken or shattered essentially was my right arm and hand. And so I knew it was bad. But when I was on the deck, when I hit the ground and I started my self-assessment, I realized how bad it was, and just immediately said a prayer to God. And I just said, "Hey, big man, all I ask is that you not take me in front of my brothers. As soon as the skids of the bird leave the deck, I'm all yours. Just please don't allow my family to watch me die here." And so that became my hyper focus. And so when Doc was working on me up there at the command post, I got to hold the hand of all those Marines, the other 9 Marines, and tell them how much I loved them and what they meant to me, and that they needed to go fight for me, that I was out of the fight. And it was one of those moments that was very bittersweet, and over the years I've thought a lot about, who has it worse? Was it me or those Marines that had to see me that way? And I really think it was them. It was in a lot of ways it was more mentally and emotionally traumatic for them than it was for me. They have to deal with that and see that vision every time they close their eyes and smell those smells. And it's one of those things that it's the gifts that keep on giving in a very negative light if you don't address them head on. And that's what I focused on doing. And I ended up leaving there and ended up spending 18 months in the hospital. I've had well over 50 operations, over 20 blood transfusions, and had to do a lot of physical therapy, occupational therapy. And what people need to remember too is when you leave a combat zone, it's not like, and we're in a time of war, and at this time, the United States was in 2 active wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. The trauma doesn't stop. The casualties of war are ongoing, and there wasn't a maybe 3-week period for those 18 months that I wasn't in a hospital room paying respects to a flag draped body. And so, it doesn't stop. It's one of those things that it's ever present in your mind, no matter what. And then it's ever present visually, because we get treated in military hospitals. And it wasn't long after I got hit that when me and my guys got hit, I was the only one severely wounded by the grace of God. And as the saying goes in the Marine Corps, better me than my Marines. But as months went on, those hospitals filled up real quick because of these IEDs, and our enemy understood that they could not fight and win against us head up. And so, as a coward would do true to form, you find a way where you don't have to do that head up. And so the IEDs became very prevalent, and it became a cat and mouse game. They changed their tactics, we changed ours. They changed theirs, we changed ours. But lo and behold, here we are 21 years later, and I've been able to do a lot of really cool things, and I've had to fight a lot of demons and still have my days. And that's okay, because I'm a fundamentally flawed human, just like everybody else, and it's okay to not be okay. So I think the whole point of this life is doing what we can do to help those around us to not only survive but thrive.
I want a couple of things I want to unpack from there. And Jacob Schick joins us this morning. He, by the way, is the CEO of the One Tribe Foundation, formerly 22 Kill. It's an organization and community that combats suicide by empowering veterans, first responders, law enforcement officers, frontline medical workers, and their families through traditional and non-traditional therapies. And I can tell you something from a little bit of my own experience. You tend to kind of go back and kind of pick through a lot of the things that happen. I'm reminded in a very strange way, I don't know if you know this, when Robert Kennedy was shot, when he was assassinated, he simply kept asking one simple question: is Ethel okay? Is everybody else okay? Has anybody else been hit? And you touched on that in the middle of that, the idea that you said that nobody else that day was seriously wounded, and you pointed out that people, in an indirect way, that people who suffer from PTSD aren't simply people who simply have been wounded in combat in a direct way, but often are the people who look down and see the person they love on the ground. And I had 2 questions for you. One of which is, how do you extend your commitment to people who didn't feel bad things in regards to shrapnel or bullets or a roadside bomb, but in fact saw the results of that? And then number 2, you made a point of saying that you told all the men that day that you loved them. Have you kind of held that commitment moving forward in the thought that every day might be your last, and making sure that the people that you love in your life know that you love them on a regular basis? Because I've had that in my life where, I just will randomly tell people in my life I love them, not random people, but people I'll tell them randomly that I love them. I mean, can you kind of talk about what it is, One Tribe? Because I'm noticing here that you really are focused on what I would call the shock wave that often ends up happening in catastrophe or trauma. Am I making any sense here, Jacob? There's so much you unpack
Yes.
there.
Yeah. No worries. I'll answer the second question first. Love wins, period. Right? Love will always win. Love will prevail. And as a believer, especially, that's what we're called to do, is to love one another. And in the Marine Corps, especially with the infantry, and you have to have a certain mindset to go do what we do, and because we're already held to a very high standard because of the work that our fathers and our grandfathers and our grandfathers did. Right? I mean, we don't have the reputation that we have around the world because of what we did. It's because of what they did. And we have a full understanding of that. And I think that's why the Marine Corps adheres to tradition so much, is because we're very, very well aware of the fact that we're feared because of the work they did, not what we did. And so I think that makes the younger generations work even harder to uphold that standard that was set long before we ever donned the cloth of the nation. And so for us, it's one of those things where we're tight and we know we're tight, but it's not always expressed in the soul-to-soul connection in the human form. When I think it's too simple to not do it, and I think that all too often we don't open up enough to our humanness. Whereas, you go way back to the time of the Spartans, which, they were the Spartans. This is well before any form of effective communication, albeit like telegrams or phones, or let alone social media or the internet. And the Spartans were feared around the world. So the fact that there was no way to effectively communicate tells you that they were very effective warriors and gladiators. But at the time of the Spartan, it was mandatory after every battle that they come together and mourn their losses. And so what I ask a lot of people, a lot of the time when I'm presenting or do public speaking stuff, or even in meetings, is I say, how have we regressed so much since the time of the Spartan? We've actively regressed as a human society to be more closed in, less opened up. We no longer understand that it makes a better gladiator and a better human to find victory in his or her vulnerability while refusing to be a hostage to their pride. Yeah, that's how we live day to day. And we don't understand that that's impeding our ability to grow forward. And so for me, any chance I get to express my love for the people of the tribe, or the people that we work with, or especially my family, my wife and my sons, this is a house of love, and that's what it always will be. And because, when you have more than one thumb more with the Grim Reaper, and you realize just how fragile life is, it's very important. It's very important to know that, hey, listen, if God pulls my card, it's not always going to be up for negotiation. I need to be fully present, and I need to love all the way, because it could be over at any given moment. Because at the end of the day, this whole life is about loving yourself and loving others in order to live well. And so hopefully that answers the second question. And then the first question, not everybody that you see that served in our military, even over the years of the conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan, have physical wounds, right? And a lot of people think that, the TV, people that watch the TV and see the commercials, that, every third man or woman that served is in a wheelchair, has scars or missing limbs. And that's just not the case. There's actually not a whole bunch of us. We're actually a relatively small number in comparison to the amount of personnel that served in those two conflicts. But seeing is believing, right? In the TV and a lot of the commercials, people will see men and women in wheelchairs with scars and prosthetics, and it's like, yeah, but that's not the majority. The majority don't have a scratch on them, but they definitely still have the scars in their brain, right? And the brains that we're born with, that's the one you get. There's no prosthetic for that. And so you have to do the work. You have to do the work on yourself and on your soul and on your heart to be able to love all the way and be fully present. Because I spent a long time. I would be home and I was there physically, but I wasn't there mentally and emotionally. And it took me a long time to really submit to my own pride and my own ego to say, hey, you can't do this alone. You're not strong enough to do that. And that was a big thing, right? Because at my core, I'm a fighter. And I don't want to admit defeat in anything. And I'm a competitor. I was a competitor long before I was a gladiator. And it's just one of those things that we have to come to grips with it and understand that the one thing we can't forget in our lives, regardless of what our title is, for whatever profession it may be, we're always, always, always going to be human first. That's never, ever, ever going to be removed from the equation. And so we have to respect the fact that we're human first. And so the scars that you can't see are oftentimes the ones that make people implement a permanent solution to a temporary problem that leaves a wake in other people's lives that's generational. And so we do the work as well as we can with the resources we have to help these men and women understand that they don't have to fight these demons alone, that there's a lot of men and women just like them that have been through these battles, and they just need to understand, and the listeners need to understand, look, as human beings, we're herd animals. We're not meant to do this life thing alone. We're not meant to fight these battles alone. We got to lean in and love hard in order to live well.
Let's talk a little bit about the One Tribe Foundation, because so much of what you've already talked about with the Spartans and gathering together, and by the way, you may have already read it. There's a wonderful book out there that I recommend to a lot of people called Achilles in Vietnam, where he looks at, the nature of PTSD and ways of reintegrating people into community. So much of what you are focused on is reintegration. The Vikings, a lot of people don't know this, but after particularly savage battles, Vikings would be brought back and they would be put into basically a coal dip, what we now call a coal dip. Then they would be rolled in ashes, and then they would be then dipped into a hot, warm bath and then kind of dried off and kind of reintegrated back into the community. In some ways, what the goal seems like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it's a matter of not being like, we're not going to fix everything, we're not going to heal everything, but we're going to figure out a way to get you back. We're going to walk with you on that road to kind of reintegrate you and reintroduce you to the tribe, to bring you back to the community. And that seems to be kind of the foundational thought behind One Tribe. I'd love you to tell us a little bit more about the program.
Essentially, that's definitely a large facet of it, is because, you hear a lot about, what will be a seamless transition from X job in military to X job in the civilian sector. And regardless of what people may think, said seamless transition doesn't exist. Right? That's an anomaly. It doesn't exist because the government does a tremendous job at training us on the front end to do what we do very effectively in the military for the United States. Well, once we're done with said job, we don't get an eighth of the training on the way out to be an effective civilian as we do on the way in. So we're drastically underprepared to come back to a civilian society that absolutely does not have the same mindset and points of view that we've got. And so therein lies a lot of problems and a lot of issues. And so the reintegration aspect is something that is a big aspect. It's a big part of what we do. But it's no different for us than it is the banker that works for 30 years as a banker, or as a teacher that works for 30 years as a teacher and then retires and then doesn't really know who they are because they wrapped up their identity in their profession. You know, and it's the same goes for professional athletes that, as we know, like in the NFL, for example, which also stands for not for long, you leave that field, you leave that locker room. Well, then who are you now?
Junior Seau. Junior Seau is the poster boy for that. I mean, the sadness of that story, Jacob, the idea what happened at the end, that he never even realized he was playing football at such an intense level, he didn't even realize he was bipolar because he was essentially giving himself unintentional cognitive therapy. And once the football game stopped, so did he.
Junior Seau was a tremendous, not only athlete, but human being.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you've probably seen it, but that special that they did on him, I mean, it was heart-wrenching, right? I mean, it was gut-wrenching, too, to watch and to see his son and his kids talk about how early on he was this amazing present father that was always there, and then he just started to slowly but surely turn into somebody else. And at the end of the day, you know, it wasn't because of Junior's character or lack of integrity. It was because he had significant brain damage.
Yeah.
And he had these diagnoses that when they go unaddressed, I mean, drastic things happen. And it's not indicative of that person's character or who they are at their core. It's a mental illness. And in this country, we have a really easy way of labeling people.
Right.
For whatever reason, it's very hard for individuals to empower people. And for whatever reason, I'll just call the is mainly because most people have a very hard time looking in the mirror and being completely in love with the person looking back at them. And everything in our lives begin and end with how we feel when we look in the mirror. And so that's ultimately what we're trying to do, is we're trying to get these men and women and these families to know when you look in the mirror, you've got to be completely in love with the person looking back at you. That has to be first. And then and only then can we go and be force multipliers for the greater good and develop a community and get people to come together.
We're going to have to end it here, Jacob. We are absolutely out of time. I cannot thank you enough. The #1, tribefoundation.org. If you want to find Jacob, you can find him as an individual, an amazing story at Jacob, SCHICK.com. I'm going to say that again when we come back on the other side of the break. Jacob, I say this a lot to people because I mean it. You're welcome back anytime. I wanted to ask you really quickly, what's the next big event you guys got coming up? Is there anything you want to turn our listeners' attention to make sure that people are aware of what you guys are up to and what you're up to?
Sure, and I appreciate the time. It means a lot. Been honored to do it. We have our 10th annual 22 Kill One Tribe ride coming up in November. So anybody that wants to head to the North Texas area and join us in that ride, we think it's going to be a great ride. We're expecting a lot of motorcycles, and it's one of those things where people can come together. We can have fellowship and camaraderie and just have a really good time riding some motorcycles and getting some wind therapy. And we would love anyone and everyone to show up. So go to our website and check out, sign up. And anybody that feels the need and wants to support, just know that we tremendously appreciate it, and we're very humbled by it. And again, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you, and thank you for the opportunity.
And by the way, Jacob, anybody who has got a wind therapy specialist on their staff is well worth checking out. The man sitting across me that produces this show is, in fact, an avid motorcycle rider. So we are already kind of digging in over there. Thank you so much, Jacob, and thanks for making the time.
You bet, guys. Semper Fi. God bless.
One Tribe Foundation's Wind Therapy program focuses on introducing veterans, first responders, and spouses to the therapeutic benefits of motorcycle riding. We'll talk more about this after this.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Oh, I love it so much. Thank you very much, Claire Marie, because this is Road Gang Radio, and we are live, and we take your phone calls. What's that number, Jimmy?
615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. We have lines open. Don't be scared.
Don't be scared, really. Lots of time to talk about, lots of stuff to talk about here on this Friday. Freaky, feisty, flinty, and a whole lot of fun Friday here on Road Gang Radio. I will be recapping the odd news of the week here in just a moment, and we'll be digging into some trucking news as well. Lots of stuff to kind of dig in and talk about. I do want you guys to go to that's the number 1, tribefoundation.org. And if you happen to think about it, you can just type that in. That'll get you there. But do a /wind-therapy, because One Tribe's Foundation's Wind Therapy program focuses on introducing veterans, first responders, and spouses to the therapeutic benefits of motorcycle riding. It's a multi-phase program encompassing the Learn to Ride Academy for new riders, monthly group rides, retreats, and events and rallies. And as he said, on November 15th over in Dallas, Texas, you can join them for the 10th annual 22 Kill Ride on November 15th, 2025 in Dallas, Texas. By the way, if you want information on classes, rides, or other related events, please email Dallas at dallas@onetribefoundation.org. If you head over to the website there's also a Facebook group that you can join as well. I'm going to push you in that direction, Dre. I'm going to push you in that direction. You should really, maybe check this stuff out. I mean, it's right up your alley, dude.
Oh, 100%.
It's right up your alley. I'm telling you right now. I want to talk briefly before we get to the phones, and we will get to the phones in uno momento here in a second. I want to talk to you guys briefly about reintegration. And a lot of what Jacob, who a great American, extraordinary human being, The idea of, there's a big buzzword these days, and of course, all right, so there are a lot of people of all political stripes who are privileged. They are people who have a lot of time on their hands, and they use that time very busily. I don't know if they use it well. They use it very busily to criticize everybody else who is not them, and talk about how there are lazy Americans and narcissistic Americans and Americans who don't do anything. And they'll find a particular political stripe to assign that laziness or that insidiousness to. And they'll kind of say, those are the people that's what's wrong with stuff. And then they'll try to convince you that there's a lot of them and less of you, but a lot of you. And it's us against them. One of the things Jacob hit on, I thought was kind of just a stunning kind of, insight from him, is that most people that look in the mirror aren't narcissists. They're not obsessed with their own image. They're not obsessed with how they look. They're not obsessed with, when I say obsessed, I mean like impressed.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who are obsessed with how they look, obsessed with how they present, obsessed with how they're perceived, who have nothing but the worst feelings about themselves.
Yes.
And they're the exact, they might be narcissistic in that they're self-focused, but they are not in love with themselves. And even when they have resumes you wouldn't believe, even when they've accomplished great things, the idea that so many people are wrapped up in what they do, they forget to be who they are. And it's an important thing to remember. So you get like Junior Seau, the story that we just told. I don't know if you know this, guys. Of course, he had CTE, had terrible brain damage. That was part of the story there, too. But they actually talked about the structure of his life from the time they figured out in Pop Warner football that he was going to be something special in football, all the way to the time that he left the NFL. From high school, from Pop Warner to high school to USC to the San Diego Chargers, he had structure. He had amazing structure in his life. He had aunts and uncles and mom and dad and grandma and all those people who they knew he was going to be something special, so they built an entire structure around him, kind of a hyperized version of a military existence from being from a military family and actually moving up through the ranks. He gets to the end of it, and everybody cuts him loose. They've made their money. They've done their bit, and people don't realize he's got bipolar disorder too, always had it. The problem was that there wasn't a problem because cognitively he was playing so much football, he was so active, he was always working out, he was always taking care of himself, that he actually didn't realize that he was engaged in unintentional cognitive therapy. Well, he retires and there's no more contact, there's no more adrenaline rushes, so he ends up trapped in his own bipolar situation, plus he's got brain damage. Worse than that, looking for adrenaline, it turns out he's got an addictive personality, and he gets caught into a shame spiral of compulsive gambling, and can't remember when he's betting, and can't remember people's faces he's looking at, and is in lifelong pain that's never been properly treated, and walks into a bipolar disorder into his 30s. And it was only a matter of time before he took his life. And the thing is, I'm not sure if anybody could have stopped that by the time he got there.
Yeah.
This is why it is so important to check in with people you love and to check in with yourself, to train people to check in. Go ahead, Phone Master.
Well, I was thinking earlier, because whenever he said looking yourself in the mirror, you ever heard of the book, The High Five Method by Mel Robbins?
Yeah.
My ex-military buddy, he was stationed in Afghanistan, and back and forth type of thing, but he is just a absolute beautiful human all the way around, and he's read his fair share of books to just help him overall, but that book was one of those ones that he said resonated with him so much, because it's not just the fact of, hey, go high five yourself in the mirror, and that's your first little high five, that's your little motivation for the morning, start your day or whatever. He was basically getting from that book that you're looking in the mirror and you're not just looking at that person of who you are, but you're taking and being proud of that person that you've made, and you're giving that person a high five and saying it's going to be all right, and you're going to make the best out of each day.
Yeah, and it's a daily ritual. For those of you who don't know, it's supposed to kind of give you a bounce to your confidence. It's supposed to give you a positive mindset. It really kind of, and by the way, fake it till you make it. It really encourages self-encouragement. And the idea is to get you back to your self-worth and to combat any sort of self-doubts. The simple gesture of the high five can impact one's attitude and behavior and lead to mental health and personal empowerment. The key kind of three things that that Robbins focuses on are self-encouragement, to encourage yourself the way you would encourage a friend. It's to be a friend to yourself.
Yeah.
and that the act of doing it every day, that one positive action every day, can be established. And this is the key thing. What Robbins, if I remember correctly, really focuses on is daily habits and rituals.
Yes.
Get into that early. That's important. Okay, so we got some people calling in here. What do we got, Trey?
Well, sorry, I just wanted to say one more thing before you went in. The only downfall of that method, Jimmy, is I spent a lot of money on Windex because you got to clean those mirrors, dude. Because she wants you to high five the mirror, and I'm just like, oh, this is great. Can you send me Windex? Thank you very much.
Yeah, Windex makes it shine, by the way. And by the way, Dre uses Windex in a lot of things, by the way. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this about this show. I was late this morning because I couldn't find my wallet. One of the habits I am in, and Dre will back me up here because we get for about an hour after the show, whether it's a hydroplane or whether we have the space and time, Dre and I sit here in quiet for an hour. I mean, he gets up to kind of get things ready for the next day. We literally set this studio up before we walk in. When we walk out the door, tomorrow's show is done. I mean, I have space for breaking news and information that people might call about. But the reason I wasn't late when I get here like 6:30 on the nose.
On the money.
Which I usually get here about 5:30 on the nose. I couldn't find my wallet, and it was really funny what happened to it, actually. We'll tell our next caller what happened to the wallet. We'll let them get in here for the call and find out what's going on. What's happening out there? What are you doing? Who am I talking to?
Pack Rag, get the football out, dude.
There he is.
Got a better signal?
I hope so. We'll give it a try and see what happens. But Jimmy Mack, I was going to make the comment that field goals and extra points seem to be getting blocked more this year. Do you know what's going on there?
I have a couple of theories. I think what has happened is a lot of kickers, if you've noticed, not only are field goals and extra points getting blocked, but a lot of kickers are also making kicks from the cheap seats. There's been a lot of 55-yarders, a lot of 60-yarders. People are really winding their leg up. We're getting to the point where there are a couple of kickers out there, Pack Rat, who are automatic for the people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, literally, you get these guys inside the 50-yard line. If they get it past the line of scrimmage, and that's a big if, it's going through the uprights. Okay. Having said that, I think we're dealing with a velocity issue that in order to get a kick moving that far, that fast, I think people are kicking lower. I also think people have been looking at the rules and figuring out how to do it, but I think people are kicking lower. I think that's part of it, and I think part of the reason they're kicking lower is because they're actually not doing what Mark Mosley used to do, which was different touches for different kicks. I think it's a lot of people are using the same technique that they would use from 55 yards out as they're using from 25 yards in. And I think in order to get the kind of distance you need and the kind of velocity you need to get it across, you got to kick it lower. You follow me? That the ignition point makes sense. I was thinking about this. I wasn't
that
just
makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's what's going on. That's what makes sense to me. But, but I'm going to look at it now. I'm going to start looking at people kicking now on a regular basis. See what's going on there. What's happening?
Okay. Last year there's a game when the Chiefs were on their winning streak there. I think they were playing the Broncos, and the Broncos could have won with a field goal the last play of the game, but they made the comment that Andy Reeves was focusing on the left tackle. And I think that's where they exploited the line there and they were able to block the field goal.
Yeah, and that's a big thing, too, is the fact that if you actually, we all just kind of think about special teams. You go out there and you react to what happens. But that's not it at all. The 20th anniversary of Gleason's block kick is going to be next year. And with the Katrina celebrations, and we're going to call them celebrations because basically it's a reintegration of the city into the United States after it got destroyed. There's been a lot of focus on Gleason's block punt. He has to walk over on after the first 3 plays were disastrous for Atlanta. They get like 2 yards, no yards, and then they almost fumble the ball into the end zone. So they line up for the kick, and the special teams coach walked over to Peyton. He goes, we have a block. And that means, of course, there are different plays, if that makes any sense, that each one of the NFL teams have different plays. And so on the scouting things, they will take a play that already exists and say, okay, we know we've done some diligence on Denver special teams, and we know there's an issue with the left tackle. So we are going to focus our attack there. That's where we're going to come through. That a lot of times people don't realize you're not just running plays, but that you are strategically focused on the weak link in the offensive line or a receiver's inability to run disciplined routes. All of that kind of stuff plays through. The people who really win this stuff are the people that actually get so into the details they almost lose their mind, and they wear hoodies or they grimly contemplate the world around them in a film room, running stuff over and over again. So yeah, I mean that's not surprising that Andy Reid would say we knew where their problem was and we went after it. Hit them where they ain't, as Bobby Bowden used to say. And sometimes ain't, sometimes ain't is the weak link in a chain. That it's like if you're playing a good football team, where ain't they good? Hit them there, right? That's it.
Yeah. Well, even I remember the game, the Colts and the Broncos, where they got the Colts could have won that game, but or they missed. The Broncos would have won that game if they didn't get that penalty. What do you call it, a leverage penalty?
Yeah. I mean, they got leverage. And that's the thing, too. You can't, if I'm remembering it correctly, somebody used somebody else as a way to get themselves into the air, to create a situation where you could actually use another player to create an advantage. That's what leverage is. If I'm remembering correctly what you're talking about. By the way, that wasn't a rule for a long time. That was a rule that was created, I think, in the late 80s, early 90s, because Michigan cried after Bob Crable basically stepped on the back of the nose guard and blocked a field goal against Michigan in 1981. True story. 1980, sorry. Okay. 1980. He actually went airborne. He actually took a running start and stepped on the back of his nose guard and blocked Michigan's field goal. Real happened. Yeah.
Well, the tragedy there was it was a 60-yard. That field goal kicker is a very good chance he wasn't going to make it anyways. Why would you put that much effort into that?
Because people are making them, and because you want to win, and you're looking for any way to kind of do it. And remember, on every play, you could call a penalty because somebody's cheating. And here's the thing, and I don't mean somebody's cheating actively. People just are trained to go right to the edge of the rules. I told a friend of mine, if you are playing to win, you are going right to the absolute edge of the rules, and sometimes you cross over. And I will tell you, sometimes you'll hear a quarterback say, I don't mind the fact that we got 7 holding penalties. I didn't get sacked. I didn't get my bell rung. So I'm happy about the holding at the end of the day. It meant I was able to live to fight another day. I wasn't on my back. Sometimes cheating allows you to live to fight another day. I'm a big fan of cheating you get away with. Big fan of it. Big fan of it.
What's the old saying? If you ain't cheating, you're not trying hard enough.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? What's the great thing from high school? When in doubt, look about and remember it's better to cheat than to repeat. That's all I got to say. Not very Christian, not very fair play, but you know what? It's the great American tradition of
sports.
Yeah. What's the great thing about sports? We always say it's like it's not so much that I'm cheating, but you're cheating worse. That's the justification too. They're cheating worse, so I got to cheat.
Oh, I don't know. I'll finish off with a comment from Vince Lombardi, who said, what did he say? Oh, man, I just threw a mental block.
How about I give you one from Leo DeRoche? Go ahead, go.
Oh, okay. Winning ain't the only, ain't everything. It's the only thing.
Yeah. How about this one? You show me a good loser, and I'll show you a loser.
That's the one I was thinking of.
That's Leo DeRoche, dude. Vince Lombardi. Vince Lombardi believed in fair play. What did Leo DeRoche once say? That he said, if tripping my mother coming around third base would win me the game, I'd send her flowers later. Get out of here, man. Good to talk to you.
Okay, Jimmy back. Dre, all the best.
The men of October are actually on the scene, Phone Master Dre. It turns out that the Yankees actually defeated the Boston Red Sox yesterday. They will move on to the American League Division Series. Cleveland fell to Detroit after Detroit's entire season collapsed. They had to go on the road for a 3-game set at Cleveland and ended up prevailing. Boston, by the way, when they lost to the Yankees, became the first team in the new playoff format to win the first game and lose the series. Speaking of that, the Cubs actually, for the first time in an elimination game at home, won. that the year they were actually in the World Series, they won they won the final game on the road. It's the first time that they actually won at Wrigley Field. Lots of great stuff. The Men of October are coming into focus. We're going to get there slowly but surely. You can give us a call, too, at 615-292-6366.
You heard the man, 615-292-NEMO.
Hey, by the way, Drake, can we get some of that news again? I want to dig back into the story we told a little bit. Here we go. If convicted, these individuals I'll be talking about face a maximum penalty of 20 years in prison and a fine of $250,000. Spoke about this early on. 2 Denver area companies and the company's top executives were indicted in connection with a scheme to evade tariffs by misrepresenting Chinese-made forklifts as American-made. Guys, don't be surprised if this kind of becomes something that we see more and more of as the tariff policies continue, of people looking for ways to kind of beat the system by passing off made someplace else as made in the USA. If English proficiency requirements have been on the books for decades, how has the issue become so prevalent in recent years? By the way, we are talking about a byline from our good friend Mark Schwemmer over at Landline here. According to Natasha Cruz Sanchez, an OIDA member and bilingual truck driver, the problem starts at ground level. She was actually doing an interview on Fox News on Wednesday, and this is what Cruz Sanchez had to say. Unfortunately, the states have failed. The system is broken. And when we have a person who may not know the language and still signs off, we cannot blame the truck driver. It's a very, very generous attitude. No one has a license if someone does not add their signature. Something that I think is very important to remember is that when we prepare for the license exams, the reality is that reading comprehension is not measured, and people memorize answers. So until there is an exam that determines the level of English and the comprehension, unfortunately, these accidents will continue to happen. And that's why Cruz Sanchez submitted a petition to the FMCSA asking for English proficiency qualifications to be made an endorsement, similar to the endorsements used for hazardous materials or tankers. Okay, so this goes back to a letter dated August 29th. What Cruz Sanchez told the FMCSA was that making English proficiency an endorsement would create a uniform standard of compliance. And we all know what's going on here. Recent high-profile crashes have put a spotlight on the safety concerns surrounding commercial drivers who lack basic English skills. And what OIDA has said for years, that drivers who are unable to read road signs or communicate with law enforcement are a safety hazard. That's what Colin Long talked about yesterday. We've posted that over on the Tube of You, by the way. You can find the Washington Trucking Week, and we've talked about at the end of the day that so much of what the non-domiciled issue wraps up into, it's all connected. Mm-hmm. And by the way, please don't frame this in what I would call immediate economic concerns. There is a capacity problem that is happening right now in the industry. It is not the result of jobs being taken away or that going on. But what is happening, and I do think is an argument worth making, one that's powerful, is people who can't speak English, non-domiciled drivers, they are creating rolling safety hazards. And of course, we all know what the most infamous of which happened just in the last couple of weeks. What that does is it drives up insurance rates. That affects your bottom line. It affects damage to your vehicle. That affects the bottom line. It makes you actually have to wait longer because of pileups on the highway, bad driving on the highway. That affects your bottom line. That's where it's an economic issue. Not so much in stealing jobs, but it does, at the end of the day, where it does have a massive impact is on the safety. And safety, that is the insidious killer of your bottom line. Nothing kills the bottom line more in regards to that, because do you know who uses safety issues to justify raising their rates? Insurance companies. Cruz Sanchez's proposal is being called the Safe Communication Act English Language Proficiency Endorsement for Truckers. This is what she's a bilingual truck driver, so she knows of what she speaks, literally. This would make ELP a clearly testable, verifiable, and standardized credential consistent across all jurisdictions. It would enhance legal clarity, uphold safety standards, and promote fair and equal treatment for all commercial drivers. And by the way, can't fake that one. The idea is also to prevent, look, one of the things I've been proud of over this discussion with the listeners here, the people I meet, is nobody out there that we think is worth talking to wants people to be pulled off the road because they got a funky accent.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about that. And we don't want people targeted for that. That's a waste of time, by the way, except for some real kind of sadistic lunatics out there who just want to bust people. There is nothing worse than pulling somebody over in regards to if you actually are a law enforcement agent responsible for enforcing the safety of the highways, a pullover that results in the non-issuance of a ticket, and most people go like, oh, I'm an idiot, I blew it, there's nothing wrong here, or it's a waste of time. I mean, nothing would make them happier not to have to do English proficiency testing. This, in many ways, removes the burden of it. Because you present the card on your CDL. There it is. Pass the English proficiency as well, too. It's done. I mean, we still want them doing inspections, still want them talking to these folks, but it's one more waste of time. We're always trying to figure out ways not to waste your time so that you can waste your time. I'm not being funny about that. It's like, wind therapy is a wonderful waste of time. It's not really a waste of time, but you get the idea. What happens is that for hardworking people, when time gets wasted, it ain't the job that suffers. It's the life that suffers. I want to make that really clear. When your time is wasted, I know you guys. When you get stuck at a dock, when you get caught in an accident, when the shipper or receiver doesn't do what they were supposed to do, it's your time with your kids.
Yep.
It's time with your family. It's the time working on your hobby. It's the time working on your motorcycle. All the wonderful ways of wasting time are wasted when somebody wastes your time. And that's just the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
And all of this is about making sure that you guys have enough time to live your life.
Yep.
Your best life, which we'll be living in pretty short order here.
Woo!
Okay, so Cruz Sanchez, guys, was on Trucking with OIDA, and we'll get to that in a second, too. But she was on Trucking with OIDA. She said that the DOT needs to take a new approach in order to improve highway safety, and it starts with making sure only qualified drivers receive CDLs. Why don't we address this issue from the very beginning instead of trying to put a temporary fix that is clearly not working? Boom, done. And she's right. Somebody got that U-turn into motion, and it wasn't the driver. Somebody let him in here, somebody gave him a CDL, somebody gave him a pass-through, and some company hired him. And all those people are responsible. Some more than others. Some actually might have been hustled or bamboozled, but at the end of the day, we are all responsible. We are not guilty, unless we're guilty by association, like that. We are not guilty, but we are all responsible. Hey, guys, it's almost that time. We have spent this freaky, feisty, flinty Friday having a little bit of a living.
Yeah, making a living.
We're going to make a living. What do you say we go about the business of getting a life? What do you think?
Yeah, get it.
What are you doing for the weekend, Ray?
Me? Oh, man, let me see. I got a smorgasbord of ideas and plans. I have to knock out a few gigs that I have to finish up, and then I'm going to help some family and friends do some moving, like Lindsay knows I love doing and she hates doing, but all at the same time hanging out with the girls and bringing them
Why
to
do you
see
keep
some
helping
movies.
people move? I mean, Lindsay's asking this question. Why do you keep helping people move? Why do you do that? Why do you do that, Ray?
Because they owe
Every
me.
weekend you're helping somebody move,
Stupid.
I feel like.
Hey, look, man, they owe me. You know what I'm saying? So anytime I need to be like, hey, A, B, and C, they're like, cool, I'll be there, and I'll have beer and food. All right?
No, you help too many. First of all, why is everybody moving in your life? First of all, what is
Well,
happening?
Anytime I'm saying I'm moving, it's probably just me helping my mom with something as well. And it's her moving something for a friend or helping a friend and volunteering me because I just can't say no to Pam. But when I do, I feel strong, but at the same time, I want to cry on the inside.
Yeah, don't let your mom volunteer. By the way, full-grown man moment, and I love my mom, but we actually sat down and told my mom, don't volunteer us for anything.
Dude.
You have to ask first. We told our mom point blank, if you don't ask us first, we're going to say no, and we're going to say our mom volunteered us, and we're so sorry.
Yes, we have trucks. Yes, we have Jeeps. If you need it, Mom, we're there. Your friends are not included.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They're not. They're not. Lindsay's absolutely right. You got to start saying no to this stuff, dude.
Amen.
Or you got to have a month where you Drake calls in his chits.
I'm just going to say I'm going to go hang out with the girls like I'm doing this weekend.
Yeah, that's the beauty about you have a girlfriend that has kids. That is why I have a kid, because I get out of things now. I'm like, sorry, I can't. My kid's got whatever. Start blaming those kids more. Use those kids like they use you. Happy Friday, everybody.
Yeah,
this
maybe
has
I'm
been
already
a
doing
PSA.
We'll be right back with LaRue.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Not my fault. Pivot!
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Or shake your rump.
Oh yeah, it's Friday. I can shake my rump today.
Yeah.
Shake it at rump. Shake it at rump.
Twerking, twerking, twerking.
Hey, I got in a fight over a truck driver this morning.
Yeah, you did.
Go on.
Like defending his honor, if you will. I had to go. Today is field day at my daughter's school, and we needed something, and the thing we had was broken, so I had to be at Walmart when it opened this morning. Anyway, but on the freeway, I took the freeway there, and there was this car was just all up the butt of a truck next to me.
Get off of it.
All up the butt, and the truck driver, bless him, was not having road rage, was not leaning in. It's like you could tell he's not going to do it. And I kept trying to get up beside him and looking at him like, "It's me, it's the highway angel. I got you. I will drive next to you until we're carried to safety." And he kept looking at me like, he probably thought I was like stalking him, but I literally was like, "I'm going to be here." And finally the car went around him and got in front and then stopped like right in front of the truck. And I was like,
"Whoa.
Are you an idiot? Like, you're
Yes.
the only one who's going to lose here."
Yes.
So I did my Karen, my mom thing. I call it the Karen. Well, everyone calls it the Karen, but my mom's name is actually Karen.
Looking good in that video, by the way. Outstanding.
Yeah,
outstanding. Go on, sorry.
77 and twerking. So I pulled up next to the car, and I was like, I did my modest face. I was like, "Roll the window down," and they wouldn't. And I was like, "You don't know who you're messing with." I just started screaming, and I unleashed. And it felt really good. It felt really good. It felt really good.
Really good. My brother Ryan tells a really, really funny story about how this woman cut off this truck driver, and this came to this kind of stop, and he had a big smile on his face, Lindsay, and he made the signal with a big smile on his face. He went, "Hey, roll down your window," and she rolled down her window, and she looked relieved, and he went from being a complete smiling guy to go, "Where did you learn how to drive, you D-bag?" I mean, just literally ripped her, and then he rolled his window back up and drove on his merry way.
Yeah, feels good sometimes.
Just good sometimes, you know what I'm saying?
Not when you're road raging. I'm not encouraging road rage. I'm encouraging the opposite of road rage, to you know what? I think it's okay to call somebody out when they're doing something. Because, by the way, they're going to kill someone. Let's be honest.
If the Lorax speaks for the trees, the LaRue speaks for the truckers.
Oh.
Correct information. Highway Angel.
She's out there.
I'll show up. It was actually funny. A couple of years ago, my friend who had her kids were two little boys. They were much younger at the time. And they were pulled up. They saw a truck broken down on the freeway, not a semi, like a pickup truck broken down on the freeway. And so she pulled over, had the kids with her. It was a woman driving it. Pulled over just to see if she needed a call or anything. And her little kids in the back go, "Well, where's Miss Lindsay?" And she was like, "What? I don't understand." She figured out, they're like, "Miss Lindsay, Highway Angel." And we came to figure out that their kids think that I just say that I show up and like anytime there's a car broken down, I show up. I do not do that, by the way. I sing about the Highway Angel. I am not the Highway Angel. But I thought that was really funny that the 7 and 9-year-old just thought that's what I do for a living. I just show up when you're broke down.
Oh, yeah. When my dad was chief counsel for Texaco, the week before he started the job, I said, "When can we go see Dad pumping gas?"
Yeah.
He worked for Texaco. I thought he'd be pumping gas. I thought he'd be coming out there and do the same thing that the guy who actually took care of his car over the Texaco Service Center did. That's what I thought.
He should know how to do it, though. If he was a good, which he was, I know. You know, there's those employees who know how to do everything in the company, so that when they run the joint, they know what they're talking about.
He actually did know a lot about the maritime stuff. He really did know about when it came to like oil rigs and all that kind of stuff. We've got photos of him on rigs like with the hard hat on in like rig outfit doing stuff.
Outfit.
Not wearing a coat and tie and a hard hat. I mean, like out there on the rig doing the thing. So yeah, I mean that's a big thing. There's a lot of folks that kind of work their way up through the ranks, and they work their way up through the ranks doing the thing itself. So maybe you've been a highway angel, Lindsay. I mean, maybe you're out there just picking people up and saving the day. LaRue.
I would. Get in, hop in my car. Come do a radio show.
Welcome to Road Gang Radio, by the way.
Yep. Hi.
It's good to have you. It's good to have you.
TGIF. That's one of my biggest pet peeves. When someone says TGIF, I want to punch them in the nose. But TGIF.
I did have that feeling yesterday. Dre and I were actually wrapping up, and I said, "Have you looked forward to a Friday as much as the one that's coming today?" And we both said, "No, we haven't really looked forward to a Friday as long as we." I got to tell you, I'm looking forward to this Friday. I have nice plans. I have a nice life. We have great guests.
What's your nice life?
I'm going to go see One Battle After Another at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I have 2 meetings, one at noon and one at 1. And after those meetings are over, my weekend begins. I'm going to go see a movie. I'm going to go drive out to a ghost town in Louisiana, maybe get some video stuff going on, and just kind of see where the day takes me. And I'm enjoying this sugar crash out until October 30th, at which point I will probably eat a marshmallow Butterfinger.
Oh, my God. I'm going to vomit. Ugh.
I'm thinking about it. Maybe I'll decide something else is more important on October 30th when my mom and I break our sugar crash. We're out. We're done. We had salad last night. It's all happening, Lindsay. It's all happening. Really quickly, can I jump in here and just say that cheap sets, inebriated guests, and prank phone calls are no match for your charm, wit, and wisdom. But with the advent of Fairhaven's full moon that won't quit, your exceptionalities will be put to the test. The station manager has called upon you and your fellow host to get to the bottoms of strange goings-on around town.
Yes, you can say that.
Okay.
And you did it well, my friend.
Thank you, because that is from a book, by the way, that is the rule book for one of the strangest ideas I've ever heard in my life, The Weird Heroes of Public Access, Lindsay. I am a big D&D fan, as you guys know, a big Call of Cthulhu fan, and I actually stumbled upon this game, The Weird Heroes of Public Access, and wanted to get my hands on the game and the rules of engagement. And I thought, given all of the late night public access conversations we've been having with the Found Footage Festival and all the other folks we've talked to this week, this might be a fun way to end the week with a game that some people who are actually into D&D, into role-playing games, into board games, might actually get a kick out of. Would you care for me to do the introduction or you?
Why don't you do this? This is your bag, so bring him in, buddy.
I will do so.
I've never even played Dungeons and Dragons. I couldn't tell. I'm gonna ask a lot of the dummy dummy questions here, because this is not my world, but I am intrigued and I will ask the questions.
And by the way, this falls more into the for those people who actually have the know and the wherewithal. As having gone through this rule book now, this falls much more into the what I would call the DIY Call of Cthulhu sort of approach. The Reverend Joey Royale is the nostalgia-soaked mastermind behind Get Haunted Industries, where cult TV chaos meets DIY RPG weirdness. And that means do-it-yourself role-playing game. With the wild energy of Pee Wee Herman and the soul of a grindhouse preacher, Joey has created indie tabletop hits like Weird Heroes of Public Access, Ninja City, Darkest Dice, and One of Us. And currently he resides in Connecticut, which, by the way, the first story of this show today, Lindsay, was about that Scottish Highland mini bull that escaped in Connecticut. It's over in Franklin, by the way, so look out and be careful. Joey, welcome to the show. We're glad to have you.
Ciao, paisans. It's an honor. Hello to all my friends on the open road this morning.
Good morning, friend. Okay. Well, here's where I'm going to start. This is not my world, but I'm intrigued. I want to know more, but mainly I need to know about you. I need to know the origin story that is the Reverend Joey Royale. I need to know, when you were a child, take me back to a 7-year-old Joey. What was happening? What were you into? What can you look back and be like, yeah, I was going to end up in this world today?
Well, I was a very imaginative child. I had my own TV show in my bedroom mirror. That was my thing.
That.
I was obsessed with. Yep, I was obsessed with Pee Wee's Playhouse, Pee Wee's Big Adventure.
Okay, now you're
Weird
talking.
Al Yankovic. Yep, Weird Al Yankovic. I was into my action figures. So I loved the world of escapism in a healthy way, of course. I was a big fan of monster magazines, Tales from the Crypt comics. So I think I was born in the wrong generation. I was, late 70s, early 80s. But I had very supportive parents that, encouraged my weirdness. A lot of that was, trips to the library for books on cryptozoology, like Loch Ness Monster and Sasquatch, all that cool stuff that 80s kids grew up with, the weird. I was always into the outre, as they say.
You and I fall from the same, not far from the same tree, in the sense of, and a lot of our listeners as well, too, fall into that great big giant X of a generation. And so I'm kind of wondering, in regards to that, it's been kind of interesting to watch all the things that people grew up on and often had to kind of sit at a table with just simply a sheet of paper and a rule book to kind of watch them all turn into movies and video games and online communities and all of that. I mean, do you feel like that the people who grew up during the time period that your work is somewhat set in, do you feel like they miss something, or do you feel like they now get to enjoy their lives in a way that they want to finally, after having been told for years that you'll put your eye out, you'll go blind, and you can't play video games in the basement?
Wow, that's a big question. Here's what I can say, that I think we grew up in a time where you had to work for stuff. Okay, there wasn't the YouTube or the internet to order records. We had to find the weird zines or go to the shows to pick up the records. If we were into a show, we had to wait for it to come on. And in terms of producing your own kind of stuff, back then if you wanted to share your weird ideas on TV, you couldn't just upload something in 5 seconds to YouTube. You had to take a course. You had to go to the public access station. You really had to put yourself out there. So I think it's different now. I got kids. My son Elvis is 15 and my daughter Coral is 12. So we're right in the mix of all the tech stuff. But I think for us 70s and 80s kids, there was something more. You had to go on an adventure to find the stuff that you loved.
Go ahead, Lindsay. I've lost.
Since you said you have kids, I have a 6-year-old, almost 7-year-old, and I never know what to do with her. I'm so curious what happens in your house with you, knowing your background, what you're interested in, and then as a dad, do your kids sort of fight the imagination, or is your house just like the most magical magical place ever? Because I need ideas of what to do with my kid, because I want the imagination, but sometimes I lack fostering it.
It's a constant tug of war, because we also have our lives to lead. And although I love doing my thing, I can't force it upon my kids too much. My daughter has no interest in it. My son is interested in it. not as much as I am, but he's seen the friends I've made through it, and I take him to gaming conventions with me. And being 15 now, he can run with the older kids now, so he's been embraced. But it's tough. There's that ebb and flow. There's so much out there for them to consume. But once in a while, I just like to, hit the power button and say, all right, that's it. We're out. We're going outside. We're going to go for a walk. And it's sometimes you have to force them.
Yeah.
Well,
sometimes the walks are the most creative, by the way.
Oh
as
yeah,
well,
they can be fantastic.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? That's the best therapy in the world. The majority of my stuff comes from me walking the dogs and just staring at a tree for too long, or going behind a Stop and Shop and being like, I wonder what weird stuff goes on here, past midnight. And that's what I do. My whole thing is finding the magic within the mundane. That's kind of my mantra.
I also just like him saying the Stop and my husband's from the Northeast too, from Cape Cod, so I love hearing about the Stop and Shop, by the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Where dreams are made.
Yeah.
Lindsay, when she called me last night, was like, look, she said, I've got some questions to ask him based on his background and his own life story that I feel like are really engaging, but I don't know much about the world we're talking about here. I want to also say something else that's really cool about the game, and the games that you kind of plan and put together. This is crucial. This is really about, in many ways, I would tell people, having read the book in full, that if you were going to get into role playing, this game would not be a bad place to start, because you actually have simplified the rules in a way that makes it accessible to a lot more people a lot quicker. And can you kind of talk about the idea of making a game? You have your own Discord channel, all that stuff. But if you're going to make a game in the beginning, you want to make sure that you give as many people access where they don't have like 3 and 4 techs sitting next to them with people desperately scrambling to figure out, which dice to use and all of that kind of stuff. Talk about the engine of this game and why it really is a great place for anybody who hasn't played a game like this to actually start.
Thank you so much. I love this question, because that really was the catalyst for this whole experience. I was making it during COVID. It was a lonely time, and I needed something that I could just throw down on the table quickly for my wife and her friends to enjoy, because I really wanted to come up with a game that I could play with my wife and my family without having to, make it mass and make it crazy. So basically, for the uninitiated with the role-playing game, it's basically storytelling. And you roll dice to see if you get what you want, kind of like Choose Your Own Adventure. So with this game, you get a bunch of D6s. Those are your regular game dice, the 6-sided die. And depending on your character, you have special strengths and you have weaknesses. And so say you're a jazzercise host, all right? So that means you would have extra dice to roll when you're doing anything that involves your body, like punching somebody, or doing a cartwheel, or jumping off a roof or something, right? So you would roll more D6s. And if you got a 5 or a 6 in that dice pool, if any of them come up 5 or 6, then you are successful. You can jump from the Quickie Mart over to the arcade on the roof and nobody hears you. So that's basically what it is. You're going to try to do stuff, and the game master, the dungeon master, if you will say, okay, this is how many successes you need to make it work. And if it doesn't work, that person also has to come up with the consequence. Like, you slip and you split your pants and everybody laughs at you. So that's the mechanics of the whole thing.
Okay, and then this is what popped in my mind, and I don't know if you watch Friends or not, but I always reference Friends, the TV show around here, and there's an episode where Joey he's auditioning to be the host of this game show called Bamboozled, and there's all these things going on, and they realize they put too much in the game. I'm not saying that's what's going on here for you. They put too much in the game, and actually it's too good. And so before it goes on TV, they completely dumb it down. It's like, we're just going to make it a question and answer thing. And they're like, but it was so good. We were getting lost in the world of too much. And so that's what I feel like with here. It's like, we've got melon-headed people and all these different foes, and there's so much going on.
Yeah.
But I mean that, I think, in a good way, because it feels like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but with my limited knowledge of this, it feels like because there's so much going on, there really is something for everybody and an entry point for everybody to sort of get lost in it.
Yeah, I look at it kind of like as what they call a monster of the week. So if you ever watch like X-Files, or one of my favorites, Kolchak, the Night Stalker from the 70s, there's like one monster per episode. So a good game master will kind of make a loose plot that then the players get involved in and add their own thing. But yeah, it's basically it's here's the elevator pitch. You and your friends are public access hosts in the pre-internet suburbs, and the suburb that you're in, Fairhaven, has a perpetual full moon. For the past couple of months, the full moon won't go away, so all these weird creatures are coming out and causing all sorts of trouble. So I wanted something quick and easy. Look, I'm an elementary. I'll let you in on a secret. I'm an elementary school principal by day, and the kids in town love Dungeons and Dragons. So I do lunch groups with 5th and 4th graders where we play D&D, but it's a shortened down version because I only got 45 minutes of lunchtime. And if you ever want to get really good at running a game, run it for little kids, because they will just take the whole story and roll it off the rails, and you have to be quick on your feet so the plot stays on the track.
So yesterday we had the Found Footage Festival on. It's a comic.
Oh,
I know you know them. So it's a comic show. It's really terrific, and it's a lot of fun. And in many ways, this is kind of in the spirit of that as well too. And I would go about the business of telling people it is essentially what it is people of limited and at the same time of limited means and immense imagination taking on cosmic horror and mysterious monsters of the week, working as a team and using their different skill sets, whether they're an aerobics instructor, whether they're the creature feature host late at night, whether they're the ventriloquist show in the afternoon for kids. And each one of them brings in a unique, limited set of skills to take on the forces of cosmic destruction. And in doing that, you really get a chance to have a lot of fun with your friends. It's kind of like the most slapstick version of Monster of the Week, peak 70s, 80s. As you said, Kolchak the Night Stalker comes to mind, a little bit of Darren McGavin. But it really is, it's not just do it yourself in regards to the game, but the game is a meta commentary because you're doing it yourself with people who are doing it themselves. That's why I was so deeply attracted to this game. And I kind of wanted to ask you in regards to that, the idea of, Lindsay's talking about the idea of storytelling with so many of our friends out there who want to get into games. You can get really deep into details. It can become a game of who can tell the best story, right?
Yeah. It really is. It's as old as time. Us just sitting around talking, and it was hard at first for my wife to get her head around it. She's like, "Wait a second." So I'm like, we'd start the game. Like, all right, you're at the convenience store. What are you gonna do? And she's like, "Wait a second, I can do anything I want?" I said, "Absolutely, give it a shot. And if there's a question, you can roll the dice." So that amount of free will in a game can kind of be overwhelming for people. But at the end of the day, they get into it and they realize, listen, we're coming together to tell a story. And that's what makes role-playing games so magic to me. You really can go anywhere. And it's up to it's so funny because role-playing games are it's always been considered such a nerdy hobby. But it's really the only thing that you actually need other people to, you need friends in order for it to work.
Yeah,
I'm out.
That's the exact opposite. Lindsay could run like 6 games all across town, and of course, and just to kind of give people a sense of this, if you guys have seen Stranger Things and don't know the world of which we speak, if you've seen Stranger Things, the entire first season in particular is all based around an ongoing game of D&D that they're playing. That's what they're playing in E.T. Around the table at the beginning of the movie. When E.T. is first discovered, they're actually playing a game of E.T. around a game of D&D around the table when E.T. makes his arrival. Go ahead, Lindsay.
So if I'm okay, all right. So I'm gonna invite some girlfriends over one night. They're gonna be shocked that I'm asking this question because I've literally never invited my friends over and been like, we're going to play this game. That's not what we've done before. But how can I pitch this to me and my group of friends? This will be something new for us, but we're going to be excited. We're into it. I want to make a whole night of it. I want to set the scene. How would some 40-year-old women who've never done this set the scene? Of course, I'm gonna make signature cocktails to go with the game. Of course, I'm probably gonna want to dress up. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna really do it.
Okay.
How do you suggest we dive in?
Okay, so you get them at the table. And you say, gals, tonight we're going to tell a story together. We're going to make our own movie, okay? And
Love it.
It's not so much a time, but a feeling. That feeling before the internet took over. When there was still mom and pop shops and there was magazine stores, and you had bunny ears on your televisions. And go back to the neighborhood that you grew up in, all right?
Okay.
And
Yep.
think about that park that you always used to love playing in, or that you'd sneak out and smoke cigarettes with your teenage friends when you're 16. And while you're out there having a Virginia Slim, you see mysterious lights descending from the sky onto the softball field. What do you do? And then that's the question. What do you do? And automatically that gets them into, holy cow, this ain't Monopoly, baby. This is something else. There's a spaceship landing right in front of you. Your parents are not going to believe you. The police are corrupt. You're on your own. How are you going to handle a UFO landing in the softball field behind the drive-in theater? Go. And then they're going to come up with some ideas. They'll finally get their feet in their character's shoes. You know, you want them really to lean in, not so much to who they want to be, but who their character is. These are underdogs we're talking about. You know, you probably got 50 cents, a slingshot, and a flashlight in your pocket. You're not going to blow up the UFO. You got to use your mind a little bit and figure out what you would do.
Dude, you're encouraging people to become filmmakers here, and I mean that in the best way.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, that's
this
how I
is it.
watch
The
movies.
Yeah, the films that are in our head. And it's to the point now where my wife will be watching a movie, and she'll be like, stop, I know what you're doing. She goes, you're trying to gamify this. You're trying to, in your mind, you can't even pay attention to the movie because you're coming up with something for your game. But that's it. It's nice, innocent escapism in a crazy time. And it helps you make friends and tell community stories.
Lindsay, I will answer the question too. If you ever want to get a really wonderful laugh, you know, the actress Deborah Ann Woll, actually you should watch her videos of her explaining to John Bernthal how to play Dungeons and Dragons. It really is, it's terrific as she kind of takes him through it and explains how it kind of plays itself through. Although I think our current guest, Joey Royale, has done a pretty darn good job. Joey, by the way, is there an adventure that you're working on that you're excited about it coming out soon? And where can people play with you?
Oh, okay. So I'll handle the first one first. I got a bunch of extensions coming out. So there's the hardcover that's like the core rules and some of the collected zines, the small gaming books that I did in the past. But about every 2 months I come out with a new zine, and the next one coming out is called Captain Midnight and the Satellite Dead. And it taps into that weird phenomenon of the 80s of signal interruptions, where cable stations were weak enough that, you know, hackers at home could kind of interrupt broadcasts and do weird stuff. So you can find some actual real ones, like the infamous Max Headroom event. You can find those on YouTube. They're eerie and they're really neat, but it takes on a local satellite salesman, you know, satellite dishes for the backyard, going up against big cable like HBO, and something happens in the transmission, and it brings the dead back to life. So that's a fun one coming. But we have a Discord group, which it's a very hot community. You know, there's people making their own adventures for WHPA and printing them out, the third-party ones. And I'm coming out with a Fairhaven cookbook. So those people on the Discord have submitted not only recipes, but strange lore that goes along with their recipes connected to the game. So that'll be coming out soon, too. And you can find that stuff on my Etsy shop, Get Haunted Industries. Just do a Google search for that. And the big book you can find on exaltedfuneral.com. They're a great gaming company that helps out the little guys like me.
Well, I have to know, we should have a couple minute or two left, but I have to know, how does your family celebrate Halloween?
Oh, big time. Big time. It's the greatest time of year. It's our number one thing. We got ghosts and ghouls in the driveway. You know, even inside the house, we have decorations. We got the old school, you know, cardboard cutouts of the bats and the cats and the Draculas. It's our bread and butter. My kids are still going trick or treating, even though they're teenagers. I wish it was every month. Halloween's big time here, and I guess I have to say, for those that are wondering, Kit Kats, baby. That's my favorite.
That was my next question. Nice. It's a good one. Thank you. Thank you for making
mind.
it.
Kit
you
Kat.
did. You
Read
did.
your mind.
Preferably cold.
Yes. We put them in the freezer at our house.
He did
Absolutely.
He did them, by the way, through the television waves of old cable providers. Joey Royale has joined us, by the way. Joey Royale's Pizza Party, his show on YouTube, his Get Haunted Industries Discord community. He's got a lot of stuff cooking out there, a lot of stuff happening. WHPA 13, by the way, is the station in question, and we are talking about the weird heroes of public access. I had a blast reading this the other night, Joey. Thank you so much for getting our spooky season off to a great start. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Stay weird, everybody.
Keep it weird. Keep it weird. We keep it weird around here on Road Gang Radio. Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler, Phone Master Dre. You can give us a call. What's the phone number, Jim?
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Call and tell Dre hi. He needs some love. Tell him you love him. Tell him you love him. We'll be right back.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. It's Friday. Yeah. That means Breaker Back Talk's coming up with our very own Tara Harrogate. Tara the Turtle, Touchdown Tara, all the T's. Tara. She's just Tara. She's just the lovely Tara. She'll be joining us in a bit to read off all your comments, questions, concerns. We like to make sure you know that we listen to you, we hear you, we see you. If no one else does, we do. We got your back. So she'll be coming up here in a minute. We're taking your phone calls. We've got a really cool guest coming up at also at 10 o'clock talking about bourbon and vinyl. This book is so cool. It's obviously very Nashville. It's very Music City, but it's not very Nashville. It's bringing Music City to other people, or any genre that is, talking about how to really make a theme night. Pretty cool. We're going to talk about how to couple music and cocktails and live your best life in entertaining. And speaking of entertaining, Jim, by the way, after that, it's country and western music news, and it's a good one today. It features you know who, that doo-doo head. So speaking of entertaining, so listening, talking to that last guest, I still don't, I consider myself a smart person, but I still can't get my head around exactly what it is, because it feels like it's just talk, like maybe he's guiding you through a game. But in general, I want to ask you, Jim, because while he was talking, I was like, I had 3 couples in mind that live in my neighborhood that meet down at the bus stop and that are interesting, and it's kind of our 4 families have sort of gravitated toward each other, and it's nice to have people in the neighborhood. You know, if you're going to plan something, you could just walk over, walk home, leave whenever. The kids can even be at the house next door. You know, so as I'm thinking future, I'm like, I want to foster those relationships because they're right here. It's accessible, it's the community, etc. And I thought that might be cool there to like host a game night, but not just come over and play a board game, like a whole theme night not murder mystery, but a la murder mystery. So I don't know if this or something like this would be the way to do it. You're a gaming guy. You and Claire do this a lot. If I was going to have 4 couples at my house, what do you think would be the best way to host kind of a fun, and also know that we don't know each other that well, so it's also an introduction to each other as well, but maybe a good icebreaker. Would this be the game, or do you have something else to recommend?
I'm glad you asked it the way you asked it, as opposed to how to play this, because I will tell you one thing. We'll get to the phone call in a second here, but I will tell you one thing and then kind of pivot. Into what I think that you should do as a kind of way to get the whole party started. The one thing that we didn't get a chance to, and it was my fault, I should have actually brought it up because Joey was having such a good time talking about the power of the imagination and what it's like to be a middle school teacher and principal and all that stuff. The one thing that we didn't get to, Lindsay, is the fact that these games are a little bit different. The games that he has made are a little bit different than a traditional board game. In a traditional board game, the most you'll get somebody being in charge of the game is functioning as the bank for certain games. But everybody kind of plays on the same level. We're all playing the same game and making our way around the board. What separates RPGs, role-playing games, from other kinds of games is that there is somebody who is called a game master, or in the case of Dungeons & Dragons, where it comes from, the dungeon master. And that is the he or the she who is responsible for kind of putting the story together. And putting together the big kind of ongoing script of if this, then that. If that, then this. And is in charge of, totally.
So that is like Choose Your Own Adventure.
It is like Choose Your Own Adventure.
Sliding doors.
With one person being kind of in charge of all the possible options. You can do anything you want, but anything often has consequences. I want to jump off this building. There is a no % chance you will survive. So no matter what you roll, you're going to die. Unless, of course, we want to make it like 1 out of 100 where you actually fall into a soft dumpster, that kind of stuff. What I would really recommend for you and your friends is that there are so many games now that aren't Monopoly, that aren't Clue, that aren't Sorry, that aren't the Game of Life. There is something for everybody. And if I was going to have one of those parties, where I'd recommend you really start is Betrayal at House on the Hill, which is complicated enough to be different than, say, like Clue or one of those basic simple games that nobody wants to play anymore. House on the Hill is really fun because at some point while going through this generating haunted house, one of the players turns out to be a traitor, and no one knows who it is until that card is drawn. And then at that point, it's 3 against 1. There's another really fun game.
Would this be sort of like doing a murder mystery? I mean, I know it's a different concept, but is it that idea where everyone's in on it?
It's a little bit simpler than that. It doesn't require as much heavy lifting. The game itself looks really cool on the table. It's really beautiful. A lot of these games are physically beautiful, so it gives the whole kind of sit down for a party and event. The big thing I would do is I'm going to actually send you a couple of YouTube channels that have big celebrities like Will Wheaton, who kind of has these things where he does like every week he would explain how different games work and just take you through the rules.
Do I know who Will Wheaton is?
What's that?
Who's Will Wheaton?
Have you ever watched The Big Bang Theory?
No, but I know what it is. I mean, I know
Will
the guys
Wheaton
in it.
is like the biggest. It's like a sci-fi movie star, but he's like the famous of nerd famous.
The brown haired.
You would know him. You would know Will Wheaton.
Okay.
But they have shows that actually explain these games. I would start with a game that everybody would get excited about, and I think going through a game that goes through a haunted house where one of the people in the haunted house is actually a traitor to the rest of the team is really fun. And there's another one that's really simple called Whitechapel, where 4 people play detectives, 1 person plays Jack the Ripper, and you're just moving pieces along a board. But here's what's really fun. The person playing Jack the Ripper is actually moving their piece invisibly, meaning they have a separate tiny board where they're moving their piece and you're trying to figure out where Jack the Ripper is before time runs out. It's played in 4 rounds. There's all kinds of fun stuff. It's really about picking the game. I would start with a game that's a little more complicated than the games that people kind of know from their childhood, and then take a step up from there, and then you can decide. I also would go looking for somebody who actually just plays a game online. And some of these podcasts are so funny. Our good friends, by the way, at the White Vault have one called Dark Dice, Lindsay. And if you listen to 1 or 2 of the first episodes of the Dark Dice series, you'll get a sense of how those games are played. It really is fun. It really is fun. And it's good to hear people that you're having a good time and
having a good time.
Having
a good time.
Playing
I
make-believe.
like the idea of different things as opposed to just having people over and just drinking, or it's like let's have an activity as something.
And I will say this: I don't know what the situation is. I didn't even look into it for you. There are people that come over and actually function as game instructor, dungeon masters, and you can pay them.
Yeah, I might do that. Maybe I'll hire have a part. Maybe I'll do it for like a holiday party.
Oh, it's real fun. And we actually, when Claire and I were doing this a long time ago, there was a very, very famous director of theater in Minneapolis who also made money, lots of money, being a game host. He would go to people's houses and do this for them. And he would plan an entire choose your own
Why don't you
adventure.
do that? I could see you doing that.
Well, when we finish all the snake stuff we're working on, I have a much longer way to talk. One day you and I are just going to cut like bonus content where I explain how Justin and I, once we get the stuff that we're working on done, are actually going to turn it all into a game as well.
I love it.
It's really fun. It's
I
really
love
fun.
You know what else is really fun?
Tell me.
Talking to our callers.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that we've got a few people on the line. Is that right, Phone Master Dre?
Yep, got Chappy.
Hey, Chappy, what's going on?
Chippity chip. Chippy. Happy Friday, TGIF.
Hey, your last guest was great. I really like the Marine. Jimmy Mack, I know you touched base with your guest after the show. When you do, tell him another Marine said Super 5.
I will do. He's a good dude. Jacob Schick is a good dude. He was. I thought at first he was a little bit shy. I was wrong. He was terrific. He was great. Thank you.
I hope you post his information stuff on the Facebook so he can find his organization. That sounds like a pretty cool organization to be involved with. So.
Well, Chappie, what I'll also do, Mr. Clifford, I will post the interview with him, and when we post those interviews, Tara also always puts the socials of the person who is the guest in the content as well. But I will post his website sooner rather than later after the show. Okay?
Awesome, cool dude, cool.
You're cool. You're cool, Chappie. You just are. You can just tell.
I grew up with the Fonz. I can't help it.
Come on.
Hey, for your game night, when you invite your ladies over, pick a theme, like make it 80s night or 70s night. Make them dress up that way so they get more into the characters.
Oh, I like that. That's good. And that's easy. That's a good point, too. It's easy. Sometimes people, I think, get too specific in the theme, and then you lose me. It's like, how am I going to come up with that? But to Chappie's point, it's like, just do 70s, 80s, not whatever it is. And then anybody can come up, can do that. You've got stuff in your closet right now that you could come up, piece together and do it. But when some people are so specific, I'm like, okay, you've lost me now, personally.
Wait. You must come as one of the characters from the video, The Safety Dance, from Men Without Hats. Yeah, you can't do that.
I'm like,
can't
no.
do that. Can't
but
do that.
Chappie's point, come as the 70s, come as the 80s. I like that. Good suggestion, Chappie. Chap.
You can do the big hair and everything.
Yeah. I think we're alone now. I'll invite Tiffany. She'll be the ringleader. We should do it. That would be funny, actually. A whole 80s prom murder night hosted by Tiffany.
Oh my God! You could actually have the strange teen pop stars of the 1980s board game where they actually have to solve murder mysteries. That would be awesome.
I like it.
I love it.
I like it a lot.
I like it. Go on, Chappie.
Chappie, do you dress up for Halloween? Is Halloween a big deal for you?
No, years ago when I was younger and dumber, I used to dress up and go out with my friends to the bars and do that stuff. But after all these years, the kids outgrew it. It's kind of outgrown for me too. I really don't get into it anymore.
Well, grow back into it.
If you were going to, I'm with you, Chappie. I'm the same, but I do think about it sometimes. If you were going to dress up for Halloween this year and relive your best life, what would you dress as? If you had access to anything you wanted?
Jeremiah Johnson.
Oh, that's cool.
Speaking of specific.
And honoring Robert Redford at the same time.
Yeah,
Nicely done.
it.
Nicely done. By the way, our good friend Forrod actually can dress as Jeremiah Johnson and has done so on a couple of occasions.
Jeremiah was a Johnson. Chappie, I hope you have the best day. Where are you headed?
I'm headed to Broken Bow, Oklahoma.
Oh, tell my family back there hello. I love Broken Bow. It's really beautiful, actually. Actually, it is. That sounds strange, but it's pretty. All right, well, get there safe, Chappie. Happy Halloween and dress like Jeremiah. We love you, brother.
I love you too, guys. Bye.
Be good. Be well. We got someone else, Dre?
Oh, Marshall, you know he here.
Marshall,
MP in the house. MP. Moomp. What's up, brother?
Number one, Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Huh?
That's the way the song went.
Yes, I know.
Second thing I have for you is a very important question.
Okay.
If some of our loyal followers like myself continue to buy super chats and super stickers, can you do away with the commercials?
No, and here's the thing. No.
No.
No, Marshall.
I interrupted your question earlier. I didn't get the first part of your question because I couldn't get to the button to turn it off. Well, actually, it wouldn't let me turn it off until it played like 15 seconds of it.
Well, okay, two things are at play here. First of all, you can watch on other platforms if it bothers you that much. If there are other ways you can go over. I don't know if there's commercials on Facebook. You can listen on iHeart. It's a free app. You can listen on the website. I know you like doing the chat, which we love as well. But if it's that big of a problem, if it bothers you that much, which I understand, we have our things. But so because we're at a place now where there are ads, it means we're staying alive over here. So it's actually a good thing. It means we're finding other ways to keep the lights on so that we can continue to give you the show for free. So I hear you. I'm not discounting it. But right now it is a necessary, I'm not going to say evil. It's just necessary.
It's a necessary evil. The other thing you can do, and I don't make any money off of this, straight up, if you in fact do premium, if you do YouTube Premium, they remove it. They remove the commercials. They do, Lindsay. They take them out there. If you don't like the ads, you don't have to pay for YouTube until you have to pay for YouTube, if that makes any sense. Part of me when I saw it that morning, Marshall, was like, oh no, and part of me was like, oh, absolutely yes, because it means you guys did this. Marshall, you did this. You and Trucker Boastin did this. You helped make this thing popular. All of our friends out there helped put this in a position where they actually think that we are people who are getting watched, which is kind of amazing.
Well, the other question I have is, do you actually get a piece of the super chats and the super stickers? Do you guys wind up getting any of that money, or does YouTube get it all?
No, we get it. I don't know the exact numbers. I will ask Nick, but we do get it. I mean, there is at some point.
Which is important. We've got a staff of about, 10 or 12 people here that we're trying, in order to make this whole thing work, we're hanging on by a thread. So it is important. I want to stress that. But it's a good question, Marshall. We don't know what piece, but we know we're getting something off of it.
I'm just not buying Cupid's, pheromone-loaded cologne. That's the end. That's the end. It pops up all the time. Like I want these girls to attack me on the street. Yeah, like they say in their ads. Number one, I know it's bullshit. Number two, it's just I don't need it.
Well,
you don't need any help in being attacked. You're a fine-looking man, sir.
That's right. They're waiting in line for me every day.
Yeah, baby.
I will say this too. If I understand what's going on properly, is that they currently right now they're throwing a couple of ads at the wall, the way it kind of works, and they're seeing what the gravitational pull is, and then it will begin to curate itself more and more as the subscriptions pick up, as the listeners pick up, and all that kind of stuff happens. And I'm not saying you'll get ads that you want, because nobody wants any ads, but you'll get ads where you're like, that's ridiculous. Why is that happening right now?
That's ridiculous. I'll take two.
I'll take two of those. I'll actually set up my queue. Does that make sense? And by the way, like I said, it's a
fine question.
It's a bit of an inconvenience, but it's also a measure of how much the people who have committed to this because they're willing to come over and actually be a part of the action now, which is saying something. We built something here. We did. Not me, not Lindsay, not Phone Master Dre. We built something here.
You people, and we do listen to you. We do hear you, which is why we're going to get Tara on the line now, because she's got a whole presentation of everybody who's commented this week, including you, Marshall. We love you, brother, and we appreciate you, and we'll keep finding ways to make it easier for you, I promise.
Thank you, sir.
Breaker 19.
Got your ears on.
See y'all later.
Thank you, Marshall.
Bye, friend. Be safe. It's that time. It's the most wonderful time of the week when we call Tara.
Good morning.
Hi, Titi.
Hi. How are we?
Oh, you sound great.
Thank you very much.
Sound like you're in a studio or something.
Oh, I love that. I'm just in my camper as always, but glad I'm sounding good to you guys. But I want to set the record straight. I was going to jump in, but I didn't want to interrupt anyone. And we get 100% of super chat. So thank you, Marshall. We appreciate all of those. Everyone else who's doing those, thank you. There's also super stickers that you can purchase where a sticker will pop in the chat. You purchase it. We also get those as well. The ads that you are getting on the live stream are actually not supposed to be there. So I will fix that for you. You're only supposed to have ads post live when you're listening to interviews afterwards. So those interruptions are not supposed to be there. So I will fix that.
Oh,
I don't
great.
know why they're there. So I will fix that. But you will get ads if you listen to the show after it's live, and you will get those on the post live interviews that we cut. So I will take those off. I'm pretty sure I said it that way anyways to begin with, because we already run ads. So why would we make you listen to more ads during the live stream?
Will it be, Tara, like like when you click on it to watch, you'll get one at the beginning and then and then you can hit skip.
You
and
will
then maybe
never
one
get, yes, when you first click, and this is the same with iHeart as well. You click in, you're always going to get an ad. We cannot, unless you have YouTube Premium, like Jimmy said, we cannot control that first ad when you first click in. But we control the mid-roll ads, so those should not be on there. I will get that fixed today, so you'll never have an interruption during the live stream, except for our normal ads.
Marshall, I hope you heard that, because that's what he's concerned about, because that is annoying when you're in the middle of a conversation and stop. But at the beginning, it's not a big deal. So that is wonderful news. Wonderful news, Marshall. Things are about to change. Tara is here with her cape to save the day.
Yes, I'm glad I was listening in on that, because we just set this up about a week ago or so, and I was almost positive that I made sure that was not happening. So I will fix it. I'll make sure that doesn't happen.
You're fired,
to you again.
Tara. You're fired.
Fired.
Fired up for break back talk. Yeah.
Let's go.
Please don't leave us. Please don't leave us. All right, what have you worked up today, Tara? I know it's greatness.
Oh, okay. So let's dive in. We have a comment from David W. and asked, "Hi, Jimmy and Lindsay. I love the new format. You've both been in radio a long time. What's the wildest thing a caller has ever told you live on the air?" Oof. Think about it. I have one. It was unforgettable. Never quite left my brain from when Dave was on air.
Lady boy,
Yes.
lady boy.
Yes, that one. That one all day for me. Do you guys have any other ones? Dre doesn't forget that one either.
Well, I had somebody call in and ask me to marry them, and it wasn't a joke. And then they kept this was prior to this show, and it wasn't a joke. And I was like, "Oh, that's sweet." But then he kept
funny.
calling. He kept calling and calling, and then he started showing up to when I was at live events and things, and he was serious. And then he showed up one day actually with a ring. If it would have been bigger, I might have said yes. Just kidding. But
just kidding, Seamus.
Just kidding. Although Seamus is like, if it's big enough, I might let you say yes. So that was fun. I mean, that's the first thing that comes to mind. What about you, Jim? I'm sure I could think of a lot more if you give me a second.
This is a weird one, not in the sense of nothing strange got said, but my ex-partner called the show one time, and I didn't realize it was him. That he called the show.
How did you figure? Like he didn't say, "Hey, Jim, it's Bob."
No, and I'm like, wait a minute, Ed, is this you? And he's like, yeah, you got me. I mean, he literally called and did this whole thing where he talked me. I mean, we were talking, and he had like a lot of expertise. I'm like, and I really liked the guy. It was funny because I just liked him instantly, and I hadn't talked to him for a while. And I'm like, Ed, is this you? And he goes, yeah, you got a minute? And I fell out laughing. It was such a random thing because there was no reason why he would have found me, if that makes any sense. He found me. He actually was looking around for me. I wasn't living here, and he found me. And it was kind of this really kind of great moment of like discovering an old friend. And since then, I've gotten a couple of pictures with him. We've got a chance to hang out a couple of times. But he actually tracked me down on the radio of all places.
On the radio.
On the radio, which is a really nice thing. And I will tell you that that Surf Dog, it was a guest, but Surf Dog, he called in. The guy who actually has the dog that surfs, he had done a segment with us, and then he called back in like months later just to give us an update on the dog. And that interview was already a manic interview, and it turned into this thing where I realized that like 30 minutes had gone by, and I was talking about the surf technique of a puppy. That's up
as
there.
One does. I will say real quickly, just Tara, kind of the yin and the yang, two sides to the coin of, why is my mom calling? She knows I'm on the air right now. Okay, sorry.
Speaking of.
Yeah, seriously. She's trying to call on the wrong number. Two things. It is really, really fun and nice when we get those sort of emotional phone calls where the reminder of, and some people sometimes even get teary, a reminder of, hey, I just want to call and say that thank you for keeping us company on the road. I think Jim and I are always humbled when someone thanks us, because we're like, no, we're not even sitting here without you, without the listeners. But it's also such a fun reminder when we do get those calls that we are in this together. This is a dance. It is a relationship with us sitting on this side of the mic and everybody listening on the other side, including what our whole staff here does as well, and what you do, Tara. I love when that happens, because it's a reminder that it takes literally every single employee here, every listener, every host, everything to make this whole machine happen. But most importantly, it's the drivers and the listeners that make it happen. So I love those moments.
100%.
Tara?
Go on.
Well, we also got a comment on this week's We Should Write episode featuring Larry Gatlin of the Gatlin Brothers. It's live everywhere you stream podcasts. Go check it out. Really good episode. Really enjoyed it. But the comment reads, I can always hear Lindsay's Southern accent count more when she's around other people with Southern accents.
Yeah.
So I wanted to kind of bring this topic up because more times than I can count, I tend to change my accent too when I'm around my Michigan family. Northern accent comes out, I add a little A at the end of my sentences, and I kind of get the ick because I don't do it intentionally, but then I realize and I'm like, ew, what am I doing? But do you speak differently when you're around other people with different accents
100%.
or different phrases?
Yeah, I definitely do. I don't do it on purpose either, but I hear it. I know, I'm aware when it's
Yeah.
happened. I'm not doing it on purpose, but I also am aware of it. But I like it. It makes me feel cozy and comfortable. It's not an act,
Same.
actually. It just like slips back in, and then once it slips in, I'm all in. I feel like. You hear it, Dre?
Dude, I'm gonna jump in real quick, Tara. I love it because you can tell it's natural.
Same.
And she doesn't, and like how she said, she doesn't realize it. And then especially with the last one with him,
With Larry, I definitely got Southern.
Oh, you were just hanging
Yes.
out, just starstruck.
Glaring with Gatlin is what it was.
Yeah.
It was like,
I love it.
I mean, it's like Larry said, "Come on home," and you said, "I sure will." I mean, it's just,
Yes.
you went there.
I mean, both of you have lived on opposite ends of the U.S. LA in the South. I know that Jimmy, you have to probably pick up more of that New Orleanian, accent-ish when you're down here versus in LA.
Oh my
and
God.
I love it.
Well, I'll tell you this, by the way. Anybody who came to that party in New Orleans probably heard me drop into it like crazy. I mean, I got
Which
around.
would be like what? Like what? If you were going to drop into the New Orleanian accent, what is it? Fully?
Oh, okay. Well, my father and I will start talking, and we'll actually go into this thing that isn't like really Brooklyn, but it's this thing about, what are you doing, dude? What's happening, man? Hey, bro, what's going on? I mean, it's like there's this high nasal thing we all do, and we just kind of drift into it. Bo Higgins and I did it too with Rosenbergs, 1825, Tulane.
It's like a combination of multiple things, isn't it? It's like lot of influences in one that, again, it's like it becomes its own genre with all these influences.
Well, yeah, and I mean, the joke I always make is that it's deep fried New Jersey, but it's also gumbo in the sense that you have a port city with all the stuff that you would find in Baltimore and New York and Boston, except you've deep fried it in the South and put a whole lot of African Americans going, baby.
Baby. I do love that.
Yeah,
I love the baby.
Everybody calling everybody else baby and boo. I mean,
I like baby
Yes.
and boo. Hey, speaking
Yes.
hey Tara, I have a question for you. I don't know if you heard on the Larry episode. Did you hear when he was like, ladies, he was like, babes, girls. He's like, can you guys get together and figure out what you want to call yourself? And I said, nothing offends me. He goes, watch this. But then I started thinking, I'm like, is there what do you like to be called, Tara? I don't mind baby as long as it's not offensive. But is there anything that you could be called? You'd be like, you can call me anything, but just don't call me that. Do you have one of those?
Yeah, sugar tits is a really, really good one. I will say, when I first met Jimmy and Dre, they called me Boo all the time, and I was just like, I had never met anyone. It didn't offend me at all, but I was just like, okay, like I can get with it.
We've exposed Sweet Tara to so much. All the names. We've taken her to the dark side on planes across the country. I try to corrupt her anytime possible with all the love in my heart.
Success.
By the way, I don't know what it is. If you add the word groovy, you can almost call anybody baby. It's groovy, baby. It's just groovy, baby. Just groovy.
All right, Terry, you got 2 minutes left. Hit us.
Well, there is a line, though, I will say, with the accent stuff, just to quickly pop in back. The thicker Southern accent with Larry Gatlin, like, that's one thing, but Jimmy's never going to start talking with an Australian accent when Dean Croak's on the show. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
2 days ago, I saw a vehicle that could hold that tanker.
Could you imagine?
You want to get out of here, Dean? You talk to me. We get some guzzling and make our way down to Breaker Back Talk. Here, Tara Garris, what is it? Tara Garris out of Clarksville for Radio Nemo News.
Is that you doing Australian?
That's pretty good, actually.
I don't know. That sounds more like that's like, yeah, see, you gotta go. But it's like if an Australian had a New York criminal baby.
Well, actually, it's an impersonation of Mel Gibson from The Year of Living Dangerously, where he has to be a radio personality, too. He goes, this is Guy Hamilton from Chicago for ABS News. He does that thing. He's got that. He's also a New Yorker, too, though. We always forget that about Mel Gibson. New Yorker and Australian, both of them, doing his thing.
Tara, wrap it up, yo.
Wrap it up.
What you got?
Well, I know you guys touch on national days a lot, but shout out, it is Mean Girls Day. It's October 3rd. And it's also the release of Taylor Swift's new, yes, I'm not a regular mom, I'm a cool mom. Taylor Swift's new album drops today. I'm not a Swiftie, but I'm not a Taylor Swift hater. But just warning you folks, you're going to see Taylor Swift on your timeline today. It's inevitable. Don't try to shy away from it. It's going to happen.
I'm excited. And Travis Kelce says that it's full of bops. A bop means like you're doing this. You're shaking your shoulders. It's full of bops. Apparently, I have a mom at the bus stop, Tara, who dressed up. It came out, I think, actually at 11 p.m. last night.
Yes.
For the pre-people or whatever. They dressed up. She and her friends and kids had a party last night. And then they've got a huge group going to the movie theater today. They're doing an album release party, I guess, at all the theaters. I'm excited to listen to it. I actually had a dream about it last night. But I'm excited to listen to it. I would like you and I to get together, and Tara, since you are a dancer, and back in my days I was a dancer as well, I'd like you and I to get together and do some dancing TikTok for Radio Nemo.
Oh, please. Would love that. Let's get Jimmy involved and Dave. Let's just all do it.
I want to see Dave twerk into some Taylor Swift. That's what I want. That is my dream for life. I have a dream, and that is it. Tara, we love you. You're the best.
Love you guys.
Breaker Back Talk is a recurring segment here on RadioNemo.com. It is executive produced by Tara Touchdown Turtle Garris.
Coming up next, guys, this is cool. We are talking booze and vinyl country, two of my favorite things. Don't go nowhere.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Friday.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We sure did, and we're lifting off into the final live hour of Road Gang Radio. Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack.
By the way, it's a fun weekend. My brother, of course, sent me pictures from him going to Game 1 of the Chicago Cubs first round of the playoffs, the wild card round. Our good friend Showtime has actually told me to turn 2 for the weekend and then sent me his view of the racetrack in both directions. He's over there watching the cars fly by. Hope you all have grand and dandy plans for the weekend. Oh, I like that, Lindsay.
No, Harley, yeah, Suzuki.
I feel targeted.
All right. I thought you'd feel seen.
Want to make a quick announcement, by the way, as Tara was saying. It turns out that those ads happening during the live of this show are going to go away. They will continue to be a part of anytime you watch in the aftermath. They will be there. But the ads that you have been seeing popping up, the Turtle is on the case and going to make sure that they aren't there much longer. That was a great phone call from Marshall and an even better resolution from our good friend Touchdown Turtle. Thank you for Breaker Back Talk. LaRue, what do you do? What do you know? What do you say?
Well, what I know is that this next guest is my spirit animal on every level. You're talking all my worlds of cocktails and country music, or music in general, vinyl. But this book is so something that I want to like gift to everybody I know. I think actually, Jim, quite frankly, this would be when we talk about like curating evenings and theme parties or whatever. This book is a great way to do, actually all this guy's books, but this book in particular would be a really fun thing to come over, and we're going to like listen and drink our way through I mean, we'll be really drunk if I really lean in, but you know, whatever happens. But it gives a, you know, I say I don't want to have people over and just have cocktails. This gives like a theme and a conversation and a starting place. So our next guest knows how to set the mood better than anyone I've ever met. I say met because we're about to be besties. He's the best-selling author of Booze and Vinyl Country, a book that pairs over 60 of country music's biggest albums with the perfect cocktails. We're talking Dolly, Loretta, Taylor, Beyonce, Johnny Cash, Morgan Wallen, that guy, Miranda Lambert, all with a drink in hand. But this isn't his first rodeo. Andre has written 12 cocktail books, everything from cowboy cocktails to forbidden cocktails, inspired by old Hollywood to Gotham City cocktails, straight from Batman's bar, also a very cool theme night. He's even circumnavigated the globe in search of the world's best drinks, which officially makes him my favorite kind of explorer. If you're a music lover, a cocktail nerd, or you just want to know what to sip while Jolene is on repeat, and he's going to tell you, you're in the right place. Please make welcome to the show our new friend, soon to be yours, Andre Darlington. Good morning.
Finally.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on. I have to take you on book tour with me. That was an amazing intro.
I would love that. I'd also would love your name, Andre Darlington. Like, come on. And you, when you see his picture too, you're like, this is the person I will take sipping advice from. It makes a lot of sense when you see you. I'm just saying.
Nice.
Welcome.
I joke that I might be the only Andre in country music at the moment.
Well, so you know too, our producer over there is Andre. We call him Phone Master Dre. So two Dre's.
We bonded a little bit. Yeah, you've got two Dre's this morning. How do you feel about that?
How do you feel? We'll call you. We call him Sexy Jesus, by the way, because he's got that vibe. Whether that might be blasphemous, but for today's interview, we've got Sexy Jesus and Andre Darlington.
Well, we bonded on two aspects of our name, and that was going to be one of the things about if Tara asked me if I got asked or brought up anything on air that was kind of a little crazy. And it was one time someone came on and said, "Hey, Andre, I got to bring something up to you." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." They're like, "I found you on Facebook, but I was very surprised that you were white." Because we have that problem being white guys named Andre,
and also being a white guy from the state of Louisiana too, because our accents tend to kind of fall into what I call that groovy von groovy stein. Andre, the book is really groovy. I'm just going to kind of give people a sense of this so that we get a more in-depth view. Immediately, I gravitated towards the Wichita lineman. There are some great, terrific liner notes about what the experience was like the first time that Campbell ever heard Wichita lineman, I love the fact that you have a before you drop the needle, it helps to tidy up before you invite everyone over for an after bar. You actually give the credits of what, how the album was created, the genre, the producer, the label, when to spin. But I have to tell you, I haven't had a drink in 31 years, but I hang out with friends of mine who are foodies and cocktail aficionados. I have the hardbound version of this book, and I have to tell you, I have one friend in particular, and Lindsay knows who it is, who is getting this the moment he gets back in town. But I wanted you to kind of talk about the drink, side A and side B, because I think that the lineman, the drink you've come up with for this song, is perfection. And to kind of give people a sense of the creation, but also the curation of what it is this book is.
Yeah, so this is actually the fourth in this series, and I was writing other cocktail books, And while I was writing other cocktail books, I was listening to vinyl, and I realized that side A and side B of an album is kind of the perfect time to do a mixed drink. So that's sort of the theme of the book. I do give occasions and whatnot. And when I'm doing something like, Wichita Lineman with Glenn Campbell, I'm really diving in. I'm diving into what the artists themselves like to drink. In a few spots, I have that. I also dive into lyrics, and then I listen to the albums a number of times, and kind of, something will speak to me. For instance, the Lineman, which is side A on this. There's this image of the lineman sitting up on the pole and kind of out by himself. So I went with a rosemary syrup for that to kind of give this kind of windswept flavor to it. So it's kind of it's a little bit of a mule, a little bit of a sour going on. It's ginger beer, which gives you some rich flavor, and then a rosemary syrup, and then a rosemary sprig on there. Again, kind of to give you the scrublands. And then side B is very different, and also turning out to be kind of a popular drink already from this book, coconut wine, which sounds a little crazy, but it's absolutely delicious. And it's coconut rum and white wine with a little ice and a lime wedge in there. So this is about the Straight Line, which is a song about a guy seeking his fortune in the tropics. So it is a fun album to talk about this with the drink, because you can kind of really see how different these vibes can be. So if you're having people over, start them off with this kind of fun bourbon drink, and then go a little wild with the wine and coconut.
I love the wine and coconut. When I saw that, because I would drink coconut rum. I drank that Parrot Bay crap when I was in college, but had so much fun. And as an adult, I'm like, I can't drink coconut rum anymore. But then I saw that, and I was like, I'm a wine drinker. I'm fancy. But now I'm like, oh, I can have the best of both worlds. So I was very excited. Okay, Andre, this is a safe space. I need you to be honest with me here. You ready?
Yep.
Did you, in fact, while researching this book, because, by the way, what a fun research, was there ever a night where you were listening to the albums and you got lost in the cocktails and came up with ideas and maybe had too many and you're like, this is brilliant, and woke up the next morning and you're like, oh, that was a drunken idea that didn't work, or that you found out worked really well after all the cocktails?
Well, this is a hilarious question, because when I started doing this about writing cocktail books about a decade ago, my first book, I thought, well, I'm gonna be tasting cocktails, so I'm gonna have friends over and we'll do recipe testing with, I have a couple pros come in, and then I'll just have friends sit in the living room and they will drink these drinks that, we're moving on to the next one as we test, right? And that way I'm not wasting alcohol and we can have fun. I quickly realized when I woke up to a scribbled notepad of nothingness, that just turned into a party. So actually, it is fun to do this book. I have a colleague of mine who comes in, and I owned a restaurant too, a restaurant and bar back in the day, and to put in a new cocktail menu, we sort of workshop it, right? So if you go into a great cocktail bar, you have your seasonal cocktails on there right now. Probably pumpkin spice is coming on. Or cinnamon, and these fall flavors are coming on. So we actually workshopped the book, all the cocktails, for about a week, from morning until evening. And let me tell you, it's a lot of saltines, a lot of pretzels we're sipping. And then at the end of the day, maybe I shouldn't say it, but we just want a beer.
That's okay. Listen, I'm sure you can pair a good old school country Hank Jr. song with a beer, man. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Maybe it's a Boilermaker at least, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that works too.
I wanted to split this up because I didn't want to engage in an exegesis and end up talking during the entire time that you were supposed to be talking. I wanted to come back to the Lyman for 1 second, because it's 1.5 ounces of bourbon whiskey, 4 ounces of ginger beer, and that rosemary addition. And I was just kind of moved at a certain level, because I love that song, by the way. And I thought to myself, I'm like, the ginger beer and the bourbon whiskey, or the loneliness and the isolation he feels out there, I don't know what it was about the rosemary. I said, it's the woman he's thinking of. I kept thinking that.
Yeah, the sprig. That's great.
Just a sprig, just that longing that's out there. And I was kind of amazed in going through the book, and I know it's on purpose, but just the ability to kind of not just capture the taste of the moment, but that even the ingredients in some ways suggested the structure of the song, just more of this and less of that, but always kind of thinking about that. But that doesn't always work, so it becomes this really kind of delicate game of honoring the song while at the same time making sure the damn thing tastes good, and that's a real, that turns you into an alchemist. I mean, I know they call it a mixologist, but I mean, it really becomes kind of this kind of formula alchemy of like figuring out the perfect formula where people, I mean, is it like you want people to taste these drinks and then think of the song, even, once they've done it once, right?
Yeah, I really want people to connect to the music, and I feel like these days with Spotify shopping, I have all these artists that I love, and I barely know their name because they pop up on a playlist. And I love going. One of the things that I love about vinyl, other than it's tactile and a real analog experience, is that you're getting these albums that are often, let's say Willie Nelson's Red-Headed Stranger. You're really getting an album that's meant to be listened to all the way through, and I really want to bring that vibe to the glass in an interesting way. The book doesn't ask people to do a lot of complicated cocktailing, and I definitely think about curating. I keep the list of bottles that you need to buy pretty brief so that it doesn't get too expensive. And then something like that rosemary syrup and the lineman, I use it multiple times in the book. Not too many, but I want to make sure that if I'm asking you to make something like a rosemary syrup, that there are other cocktails that it's good in, and it's great in a lot of things. But yeah, absolutely. I'm really trying to make some sort of spiritual ha-ha connection with the music.
Well, curate, I mean, you said curate. I think curate is the biggest word at play here. And some people could be like, well, I'll just listen to music and pair my own. But no, like the book is important to actually have this. It's sort of a Bible for you. We were having dinner at a friend's house last night, and he went to open his bar, and they had everything you could ever think of. And then he went over to his refrigerator, and they have a whole thing pasted where it has like recipes, because he's like, oh, you want it champagne based? I can do this. And it was really neat to see kind of they made the cocktail part of the experience, of it all. And that's what this book does to really pair it. So I want to talk about sort of theme nights here. We talk about that a lot, having people over, and it's not just come over and eat and drink at my house. It's like there's going to be, we can pair, the music can like progress through the night. And I love, like, for instance, the beach playlist. If it was, summer vibes, you can put on this beach playlist and progress the cocktails and the music throughout it. So was that part of it, really making sure this isn't just a book about either music and or cocktails? It's about giving people experiences and something to do other than just get wasted. You're really taking them on a journey, right?
Yeah, this is a big part of what I do. And when I got into cocktails originally, the idea that you're not just, drinking. I love cocktails. I love their history. I love the story that they tell. And I love how chefy they can be. And they can really provide this interesting experience for people. And, we all have a friend who's a tequila or mezcal connoisseur, whiskey connoisseur. And that's the kind of thinking I try to bring to these cocktails, this idea that, yes, let's have an occasion. I want multiple points of entry to the book. So I'm really interested in people that maybe they want to have Friday night girls night out. Maybe they, I put Tammy Wynette's famous album Divorce in there. So I have a divorce party, it's kind of tongue in cheek, Christmas, Halloween, these kind of, the big holidays, but also just kind of like some occasional stuff. I think I have a clothing swap in there. So, ideally, you have some friends and everybody maybe brings a vinyl that they like or something from the book. And then hopefully they bring a bottle too, and get together and really share an experience offline and with each other, and having a drink that makes you go, that's interesting. Maybe I'll try that at home.
I was kind of curious. Let's kind of stick with the party theme here, because, like I said, anybody who can create this book and curate this book has essentially created a party, an outline for a party. In regards to when you're serving these kind of, I don't want to call them delicate, specialized, specific drinks, how would you let's say that Lindsay and I had a cocktail party where we wanted to have like 15 people over. I mean, how do you plan for that? I mean, how do you plan? How many drinks should you serve? Should you have a bartender there to limit, people aren't just, swilling and swigging? What do you
Better
do?
have too much rather than not enough.
Yeah, I mean,
start there.
I mean, how do we kind of sit down and put this together? Because Lindsay and I are famous party throwers from way back, and I always love getting tips from people who know the know.
Yeah, I like to curate it small enough. You don't need to provide everything for everyone. So, I think just like a restaurant, maybe has their 3 or 4 cocktails. I would stick to something a little curated, have something maybe light for the folks that wanna sort of a clear liquor. I sort of divide it between a clear liquor and brown liquor, maybe a tequila or a bourbon. If you know your crowd, you can kind of cater it to them, and then keep it pretty curated. And then I like to put out a recipe and the ingredients, and I find it fun. It depends on the size of the party, but like 15 people is perfect. And you put out a recipe, and so you could do it a couple different ways. One, you could pre-batch and hand everybody a drink right when they walk in the door. I like to put out, which I do like to do, and then I like to have a station basically with the recipes sort of printed out, and people can meet each other and mingle over making these cocktails. And yes, you might need to watch. There's always that. Cousin Ed's are going to grab the whole bottle and drink it all, or in the corner. But you sort of that way you're not stuck. You're not stuck making drinks the whole night, which is sort of the worst case scenario. So I do like to have a little audience, guest participation with that.
Well, and I love that this, I just keep thinking about, I used to, when I lived in LA, I used to host a party every year right after the new year called Toast and Taro. And it was sort of a joke, but we'd have somebody come over, and I found this in Venice, this woman reading tarot cards on the side of the road.
Oh, that's fun.
And I was like, let's have her come over. And everyone was like, especially all the guys were like, I'm not going to do that. And by the end of the night, there's a line out the door to get it. But we would pair we would pair cocktails with the Toast and Taro. And you're inspiring me to bring that back, and actually to just bring back theme nights in general. And you're out on tour right now. This would be a fun book stop for anybody to go check him out. If you head over to Andre's website, you can see where he is. It's andredarlington.com. You're actually going to be in the Dominican Republic on my birthday. So I'm like, maybe I need to go meet you in the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, some tropical cocktails. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes total sense. I just might. But the pairing, I'm curious, because I want people to understand you. I think it's important. I want to buy the book from somebody where I like them as a human. So and I already like you as a human. So you in your house, first of all, where do you live? What part of the world are you?
I'm actually in North Carolina, so I'm in central North Carolina. Nice. So okay. I'm a Southern boy now.
You're a Southern boy now. Okay. Well, since it's October and we're in the month of Halloween, if you, Andre Darlington, are gonna host a Halloween party in October with the idea of this music and the cocktails, how would you pair song and cocktail also with Halloween?
Oh, that's a great question. It's so easy to do, actually, which is one of the wonderful things. Because everyone can dress up. You can either dress up as your favorite country star, which is a fun one, or you just kind of do a little bit of a farm theme. In the book specifically, I do go with Morgan Wallen's amazing, lengthy album, One Thing at a Time. One of the reasons I chose this album is because it's huge. It's sprawling. It's like a 36-track album. And then, again, fall flavors for the cocktail. So you can do a couple from my book, but also just think fall flavors, which are, pumpkin spice, cinnamon, some of those more herbaceous things. Specifically for Morgan Wallen, I do a drink that's really fun. It's Campari. It's a little bit bitter with beer. And it's pretty easy. You could do definitely throw a bobbing for apples. Maybe do a bobbing. I'm just making this up, but a bobbing for boozy apples would be a fun part of the party.
I like that. And then if it's Morgan Wallen themed, everybody gets arrested at the end of the night. Yay!
Exactly. I know. It was so funny. I was thinking, it was actually behind the scenes of the publisher. They were like, some of these people have gotten in a lot of trouble. And I was like, listen, it's not up for me to police it for the book, because somebody that hasn't gotten arrested yet, the moment the book comes out, they'll get arrested. It's just how it goes.
That's good.
In music.
It'll help sales.
That's how it goes in music these days. Exactly.
Hey, Lynn.
Or unfortunately, some people pass away, or we don't know their production schedule, and somebody comes out with a new album right when the book launches. So we can't control all that.
hey, Lindsay, come on outside. We're having the Morgan Wallen chair throwing contest. You need to get on top of it.
Exactly.
It
might be a rowdy Halloween, right?
Yeah, and by the way, I want people also to understand that this book is curated as well as the drinks. A lot of the stuff that we've talked about with Andre this morning is actually available in the book. Back Road, Chapter 4 in particular, actually has a great guide to making drinks. It has a great guide to setting up a country bar. It actually tells you what you want to stock in regards to your pantry and gives you some pretty terrific syrup recipes as well. So I want you guys to understand that this is a beautiful book for Christmas time or for a birthday, for a real cocktail lover in your life. It can live there and both as a lovely display item, but also as an active. You might wear the book out. This is one of those books that if you are an aficionado of cocktails and an aficionado of country music in particular, this particular book you will very, very quickly wear out going through particular pages, finding the recipes that you like, especially for those of you who have always wanted to have, like, Coke syrup. There's a pretty good simple explanation for how you go about doing it, including the assistance you use Mexican Coke. I agree, by the way. Well done, Andre.
Yeah.
Really, really appreciate it.
Amazing in drinks and as a base on meats, too. It's Coke syrup is, even if you don't like Coke syrup is super useful in the kitchen.
Agreed. I kept thinking too, Jim, I noticed, by the way, Andre, that there wasn't unless I missed it, a Nashville stop on your tour, which made me very curious since it's a country music. Now, I live in Nashville, by the way, and I'm a songwriter here. And there was a lot of people in this book, a lot of songs in this book where I actually know the writer. So my brain got going, Andre. I'm like, why was there not a book stop tour in Nashville? I feel like we need to put something together, and we have the songwriters behind these songs there, and we're pairing cocktails, and we're doing live music and your book. I'm just saying.
Come on, man.
This is music to my ears. I don't know the mystery of this tour and why we're not going to Nashville. I will say, and I would love to do that. That sounds incredible. Let's stay in touch and do it. I will say how this whole thing got going was I put out the first Booze and Vinyl in 2018. And I was nobody from nowhere, and I emailed all these companies to see who could support a possible book tour. And Crosley Turntables came back to me, the folks that make those cute little suitcase turntables that go under your bed or whatever, that you take to your dorm room or listen out when you're at the beach or at a picnic. And they gave me a mobile listening van, so it had all these stations inside, and it was filled with vinyl, and it had like 6 turntables in it and headphones. And we drove from New York City to Nashville and hit all the record stores and participating bars along the way. It was super cool. So Nashville is, of course, the spiritual home of this book, I would say, if there is one. And I love Nashville. And any opportunity to be in Music City is amazing. So I would love that.
Okay, well, I will reach out. But, Jim, that'd be fun. We'd broadcast from it, do a whole thing. I mean, I see it all, so I think it's fun. But it's one more reminder, again, the options are limitless, how you can pair and make this. I keep talking about how do I start? How do I come up with how to host a party that's not just people coming over? I think this book is an excellent entry point on so many levels, not just blowing smoke. And if nothing else, it just looks beautiful sitting there on your coffee table, Jim.
Yeah, and the other thing is, Andre, and Lindsay and I talk about this all the time because our earlier guest actually did a do-it-yourself role-playing game that he came up with, and Lindsay and I were kind of picking his brain for this as well. There is a big thing going on right now in the country of people finally being ready to get out in the world and go enjoy themselves, but also spend more time with the people they love. Are you finding that part of the popularity of what you're doing is based on the fact that more and more people are looking to do exactly what Lindsay, you and I are talking about, that sense of, I don't just want a drink, I want an event. I don't just want a meal, I want an experience. Do you feel like you're part of what I guess we could call an experience economy? That there's a whole group of Americans out there who want to do something where the whole thing is wrapped in a big bow?
Absolutely. I mean, it's to the point that it's funny. People thought, have you ever thought about doing a wine and vinyl night? Because a lot of bars and restaurants have a wine and vinyl. And yeah, vinyl. And I love wine, but I think I love wine, and it would be fun. But I think part of what makes these books tick is that people enjoy the process and the experience of making these cocktails. So imagine if you go over to a friend's house and they just pull a bottle out of the fridge. Now imagine if you go over to a friend's house and they're stirring or shaking drinks and ask you to stir and shake a drink and put something together. It just adds to it. And plus the theme then and the music, it has this intellectual component that I think really raises it up. You're not just standing around a keg in the backyard, although that's fun too. You're not just standing around a keg in the backyard staring at each other. You're doing something and you're learning something. And there's nothing better than going to an event or a friend's house, and you're not asked to do too much. You're not making a 3-course meal together, a 5-course meal together, although that could be fun too. You're getting little bite-sized amounts of information. That it's the reason I like to put out a recipe card at an event or a gathering, and have people make drinks for themselves. I think they just enjoy it more. So I think you're really onto something.
Okay, for you, let's do a quick pairing here. I'm gonna say a spirit, and you tell me the best country artist that goes with the spirit. We'll just go basic. Mezcal. Right. Who pairs best with mezcal?
Mezcal is a good one. Anyone along the border. I think of mezcal as being huge in like California. So any of the Bakersfield sound, I'm going to go with mezcal.
Love it. Okay. What about a gin? Who pairs best with a gin cocktail?
That's a really good question. Off the top of my head, and I hope I did it in the book, I think of somebody like Shania Twain, who, is really kind of, urban country. I love urban country, and urban country has really helped revive the genre over the years. But gin can go with so many people, and again, that's kind of a personal preference. But I'd definitely go with kind of a Shania.
And then I have to ask, what's your cocktail choice? I mean, I know you like all, celebrate it all, but if you had to, your daily basis, your go-to, what is your cocktail that is the Andre Darlington if you were going to create a cocktail after your name?
Oh, it would probably be some kind of old-fashioned variation, and maybe a little bitter, have an interesting syrup in it. I drink a lot of old-fashions at home, and old-fashions with different bases. So you can do a tequila old-fashioned, or of course a whiskey old-fashioned. But tequila old-fashions are amazing. Rum old-fashions, I'm a huge fan in the summertime. So I'm always playing with variations on the big classics like martinis, Manhattans, that kind of thing.
By the way, you're a man after my own heart. My grandfather was Jim Beam's principal salesman in the city of New Orleans. It's how he put 7 kids through college, and
cool.
And he
Lots
and his
Sazerac.
Yeah, and he and his wife, that's all they would have. She'd have a Sazerac, he would have an old fashioned, religiously on their porch at the end of every workday. Pure New Orleans.
That is how to live and ride into the sunset, my friend.
Let's go. This book is how to live and ride into the sunset. I'm telling you what, everybody head on over to andredarlington.com. You'll find out all his other books as well, which are very cool as well. This is just one in a series of amazingness. Cool
books.
You found a way to travel the world and eat and drink and listen to music all over. You are my spirit animal. You are an
What's the word we're looking for here? What's the word we're looking for? You're the best, and we can't thank you enough for being a part of the scene, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much for having me on. I just love spreading the gospel of country music and cocktails.
We'll be back on the other side of this. Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Mack. Andre Darlington's book is terrific. Booze and Vinyl Country. Andre Darlington. Check it out, guys, by the way. I'm so glad that mocktails now have old fashions in the equation. Exciting stuff. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Recently identified another target for his tariffs: heavy trucks built overseas. Jason Miller, Eli Broad Professor of Supply Chain Management, breaks down the possible implications. Jason Miller, who is a regular contributor on Nemo Nation, and lays out why he believes the U.S. economy might already be in recession territory. And then our good friends Scott and Ashley are going to give us a recap of this past weekend's Guilty by Association truck show. All of that is part of Trucking with OOIDA. When we return, our friends from OOIDA onto the airs immediately after the best live transpo show in the known universe. Before we actually get to Lindsay's country and Western music news, as she's preparing that for us in a moment, I want to remind you guys that Booze and Vinyl Country 100 spirited music and drink pairings is available everywhere that books are sold. The man is on the move. He's making the magic happen. If you get a chance to head on over to his website, you should check it out and, kind of figure out at some point if, in fact, that's what you want to be doing. Let's talk a little bit about next week. We're going to have another edition, of course, of Nemo Nation coming at you. Dave and I are going to be taking you a little bit down the road, and I want to kind of give you guys a brief preview of what is to come on October the 6th. Of course, after Pastor John and Tara arrive on the scene in the first hour, got a great lineup. Bridget Blitz returns. BB Legal is going to be here to kind of tell you all the news that's fit to print from the legal perspectives. Lane Kidd is going to be joining us. We're really excited about this guest. He's the managing director of the Trucking Alliance. He'll be joining us. Andrew Christum is going to be joining us from Australia, of all places, with the idea to really focus on the environmental impact of construction. It's not an infomercial, guys. Don't worry. He actually knows of what he speaks. Tyson Fisher, of course, who we all know is an associate editor over at Landline, is going to be joining us to talk about what is going on, what to expect from the results of last week, and how they're going to spill into next week. And then we got a whole bunch of other friends coming back. Sergio Avadian, as always, is going to be stopping by. Ike Stevens is going to be jumping in. And Ike Stevens, by the way, is engaged right now as we speak in, Ike is going to be out there as a trucker, as somebody who is in the field and in this world. He is going to be engaged in kind of doing the Project 61 deal. He's going to be doing that thing. He is going to be, in his own way, not making many more public appearances until he gets to Matt's. And what I really think is groovy about what Ike is up to is that he is going underwater for a while to get himself back into shape. He wants to arrive at Matt's. He basically wrote down that he's pushing 400 pounds right now. Ooh. And it is it's time to bring that ship in. It's time to bring that ship in and kind of make the miracle happen for him. He's going to be talking trucking safety and current trucking topics, but I'm really proud of him. He's put that message out there. He started driving in 2002. He was a fan of trucking as a kid, and he picked up a camera and started a trucking channel. And, of course, we're talking about the Bonehead Truckers.
Yep.
And we really can't wait to kind of dig in with him and kind of find out about where he's going and what his journey is and all that kind of groovy stuff on this freaky, feisty, flinty Friday on the on Road Gang Radio.
Amen. What he said. I love when people just take charge of their life. Just take control. Just go on and make things better. And, hey, you might you might be happy in general, but at the same time, just to critique a few things, it takes a lot of
A
honor.
lot of tweaks, a lot of honesty, and it's like sometimes you're having so much joy in your life you don't realize you let a couple of things slide, and it's time to kind of get back and get focused on the things that are important to you. Where are we at with our good friend LaRue? Tell people what's going on.
So I'm gonna fill everybody in. That was one of the things I wanted to jump in. Besides talking about that, Lindsay is in an area of Nashville right outside that she has no signal overall, so she has to go off the internet, and here and there we have a little internet issue, so she uses her phone off Wi-Fi, and she gives us a call because she tried to call in, but she can't even do that, poor girl, because she go in and out. So she's figuring that out. Do we have Seamus's number? I'm gonna ask you that over because maybe
It's the same deal.
It's the same deal, but yeah, overall we don't have her at the moment. Maybe something will come out. We still have about 23 minutes until we go to a recorded situation. Looks like something's happening, so I'm going to let you chat for a second. I'm going to do some behind the scenes.
Yeah, and if you guys want to give us a call at 615-292-6366, we would love to hear from you. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but Claire Marie has done a pretty terrific job over this week of kind of setting a mood that, who you guys are and what you guys have done and what you guys have helped create it here. Our good friend Trucker Boson and Marshall Platter are actually keeping the conversation going over there about the cocktails that they would actually, what they have created, the ones that they enjoy. What you guys have created here in many ways through your chat and through your conversation is you help with programming. You actually help us kind of decide what we're going to book and who we're going to cover. If you notice that often when we have a book, it is Dude Stuff in Dude Town, a lot of veterans writing about veterans issues, but writing about them through the filter of action and getting you down the road a little bit. If you notice, there's been a lot of public access, a lot of old-time TV, a lot of found footage that has rolled its way from a spooky kind of through line throughout the course of the last couple of days of this show. And that's because when we get to the whole have a life section of the show, what we really want from you guys is a sense of what life do you want to have. And, Lindsay asked me a couple of days ago, and not in a bad way, she said, is there any particular reason why we're bringing Joey Royale onto the show? Is that why that's happening? And what I told her, and we, like I said, this was about talking about the angle that she would take in interviewing him. This wasn't like why. This is like, tell me how we should approach this. What are we kind of getting at here? And I said, well, part of the reason we book somebody like Joey is that we want people like that. Look, I'm not going to be a U.S. Senator. You're not going to be a U.S. Senator. I don't know, maybe you decide to run for alderman. That means giving up your job to some degree. Maybe you decide to get involved in the politics of the day. But maybe there are things that you always wanted to do that you say, I can't do that. I don't have time for that. That's not, I love the idea of doing that, but I can't be a part of that. When am I going to find the time? In case you weren't noticing, Joey Royale is also a middle school, grammar school principal. And he's also got 2 kids, and he's also got a family that he's taking care of. And we're going to go to the phones now, by the way, because we got the lady we've been looking for, correct? Is that good morning, Lindsay? Hey, how are you?
Well, I'm okay. I've just gotten in my car and driven down to the middle of the road down the street. I don't know. Our internet went out. So here I am coming to you from Highway 90 in the middle of nowhere.
I love it.
The highway, but
I don't love the fact that you're on Highway 90 in the middle of nowhere, but I love the fact you sound pretty darn good, by the way. How would you like to handle this? Would you like us to slip and slide our way into country and western music news?
yeah, let's try it out. Why not? Hit that intro, Dre. Let's just pretend. Let's figure it out.
Let it rip.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Hello. Hello, boys. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Yeah. Well, great. Welcome to your country and western music news, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
And on this show, we celebrate the hip-shaking kinds. And Elvis Presley, you don't necessarily think of country music when we talk about Elvis Presley, but of course he's rooted in it. Absolutely. And his influence, by the way, was enormously important to both rock and country music. But Elvis, Jimmy, suffered through a massive humiliation at the Grand Ole Opry very early in his career. There's some of the things we think about when we think of Elvis, but not that. You don't think about him being humiliated at the Opry, do you?
No, I didn't even know this story until you introduced me to it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Well, before Elvis Presley was considered the king of rock and roll, he was actually called the king of Western bop. There's a lot of his early records that you can hear a lot of rockabilly, of course, in it, and essentially this souped-up form of bluegrass, kind of fused with more aggressive rhythm. But Elvis took that style of music to the Opry on this week, back in 1954, on October 2nd. And he had, he's shaking his hips, and the king bombed so badly at his first Opry show that after hearing his rendition of Blue Moon over Kentucky, Opry talent manager Dim Denny reportedly told him he should go back to his day job as do you know what his day job was at the time, Jim?
I do. He was a truck driver, wasn't he? He was a truck driver.
He was a truck driving man, baby. And Presley said, I will never return to the Opry. 2 weeks later, he appeared on the Opry's biggest competitor, the Louisiana Hayride, and signed on for 52 Saturday night appearances on the radio show, which launched his legendary career. Pretty cool. But, it's a reminder, you kind of have to bomb in order to thrive. Like, it just, if you don't know the bombs, you can't even really appreciate it when you're killing it on the highs. We know all about that around here, don't we, Jim?
Oh, my God, sweet mother of pearl, as if right out of Central Casting you have arrived. I'm telling you, Lindsay, straight up, if you're not willing to be humiliated, then you have absolutely picked the wrong profession. I don't know how to articulate that any better. If you're not willing to have a great big egg in your face, you should probably go someplace else. That's the truth of the matter, because this whole world that we live in is designed to embarrass. And if you can't get over it, you'll never go forward. Fair enough?
Fair enough. Agreed. So, hey, if Elvis Presley can bomb and still be the king, so can you. Keep on bombing. It means you're about to thrive. Something like that. This has been your therapy/PSA. All right, Jim, I want to talk about the Route 91 festival in Vegas. Obviously, that was the terrible shooting. I mean, it's hard to believe that it's been 8 years since that happened, Jim, but the route, and there's a reason, there's a trucking tie-in here, which I want to get to, and a real human connection here. The Route 91 Harvest Festival shooting took place on October 1st, so this week back in 2017, 8 years ago, and Jason Aldean was one of the three headliners at that annual country festival, happened to be the one performing at the time of the shooting. The gunman, Stephen Paddock, opened on the crowd from his 32nd floor suite at the nearby Mandalay Bay Hotel. Now, 58 people were killed at the scene, and in the months that followed, 2 more victims died from injuries sustained in the shooting, so that brought that massacre's death toll to 60, making it, to this day, the deadliest mass shooting by a lone gunman in U.S. history. Approximately 867 people were injured. Jason Aldean was on stage when the gunfire happened. No one in Aldean's band was harmed, though a bullet did lodge in the instrument his bass player was holding on stage. And dozens of kids and across the country, Jim, lost parents and friends, sons, daughters. There was a military veteran, an off-duty police officer, a home builder, a litigator, and a truck driver were among the fallen. Now, I'd like to take the time to honor the truck driver who lost his life, Jim, by telling you how I came to know of this man and have since become close friends with his family. Jim, I can't remember, have I told you the story before, how I met this family?
You have, but good God Almighty, please unpack it for our friends out there. This is amazing.
So, yeah, the long story short, when the shooting happened, I was, of course, reading about it, as we all were, and I saw that there was a man named Kurt Von Tillo, who was 55 at the time of his shooting. And I saw that he was a truck driver. He was an owner-operator. He owned his own trucking company because he owned his own truck. And so I started digging more and reading about him. And Kurt Von Tillo, he was from Cameron Park, California. He was at the festival with his family. They made it an annual tradition, actually, to attend the event every year. They all went together. He was a fan of the Golden State Warriors, the San Francisco Giants. He was a big golfer, NASCAR fan, and he was a trucker. He loved trucking, and it made him so happy. This guy, Jim, when I tell you he's the epitome of what you'd want a truck driver to be in all the best ways, it was him. So I reached out. I started digging, and I reached out to the family, and I just thought I would like to have him honored somehow, posthumously. And I reached out, and it was funny. no one responded, and I didn't think about it. Obviously, I had good intentions, but it didn't dawn on me that people had bad intentions reaching out to these families and preying upon them. I forget that there's some evil out there sometimes. But I finally connected with Kurt's sister, and she finally reached out to me, and we had a lovely conversation. I said, listen, I'm a spokesperson in the trucking industry. I really would just like him to be honored. She finally connects me with his wife, with his widow at the time. Her name's Mary Jo Von Tillo. We connected. We ended up bringing them to Nashville, and he was going to be honored both as an honorary highway angel and with NASTC for a driver of the year with NASTC. So they come in town, and they were very leery of me, which I can understand. And so we met at a hotel restaurant that my friend ran because I wanted a quiet place. And we sit down, we start talking, and she starts to realize I'm there for the right reasons. And she said, well, Kurt's birthday's coming up. And something in me, Jim, I thought, I bet we have the same birthday. Sure enough, I said, when was Kurt's birthday? And she said, December 4th. I said, well, that's my birthday. We sat there crying at the table, hugged. We ultimately became very close friends. I went out and I sang at his memorial out on Lake Tahoe, scattered his out there on the water. And these are the wonderful, I want to tell stories because Mary Jo Montillo has a new book coming out, and she's going to be on our show. She and her, she had a co-author through this. But what the book's about, Jim, it's not about the tragedy or the shooting at the festival. It's about the people that Mary Jo has met along the way, myself included, and the beauty that comes from such a terrible, horrible, tragic thing. Mary Jo has really turned this pain into such a passion project, helping people, connecting people that have gone through this tragedy and showing them you're not alone and some of the beautiful people you can meet along the way. It's such a beautiful story. I can't wait for her to be on the show. And Mark Gray, her co-writer, who's a legendary music journalist out of Vegas, he was there at the show. He's written about it. They have done this book together, Jim, and it's going to be a really cool thing. But I just wanted to honor it and take a time 8 years later to honor both Kurt Montillo and the 60 other people, or 59 other people killed at that tragedy. I can't believe that it's been 8 years since that, and it was right in the middle of something that was supposed to be such a beautiful day, turned into the worst day that anybody could ever think about. But again, Mary Jo Von Tillo, the new book coming out, we will be talking about it, turning pain into real purpose, Jim.
Yeah, and the story itself, Lindsay, is a great reminder of, be patient. When you reach out to offer assistance to somebody who's in terrible grief, do exactly what Lindsay did. I think it's really important for our listeners to remember that, is that somebody is going through something that is inconceivable for most people out there. And rather than being like, well, I tried, just be like, you know what, I put the feeler out there. At some point, if they need me, they will reach out through the universe and they will get back in touch. And it's a great reminder that you put the word out there that you're willing to help, and then you let the people who need the help decide whether or not they need you to be there for them. And the decision was made, and once it was, you were there for them. Because you make a good point. There are people out there that are culture vultures. Well, let's just be really honest about that, looking to attach themselves to the tragedy of the week or the tragedy of the month. You don't do that, Lindsay. I mean, it's like, you often will, be very sad for people, be heartbroken with the rest of the country, but you reaching out is something that you do rarely, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but I mean that I can feel like I can make an impact here, that you reached out, but then you let it sit and let them come to you on their own terms. And I'm willing to bet a lot of the people who she talks about in that book, the people they met along the way, were people who understood exactly the parameters of what was needed from them. So well done, by the way. And it doesn't feel like 8 years ago. I was stunned when I read that. I was like, wait a minute, it is that long ago. Unbelievable, right?
It is, and it's, back to your point as well, I believe we do connect with the people we're supposed to in this life. It turns out Mary Jo, and then the fact that Kurt and I have the same birthday, and then also their niece and Seamus have the same birthday. Like, we had all these connections, and it happened right around when Seamus's brother had passed away as well. So we just connected on all these levels, and then cut to a couple months later, they're sitting in my house. They stayed with me. We're listening to records and drinking wine and crying, and I feel like I knew Kurt. I mean, I truly do. I feel like that through hearing them talk about it. And yes, this was such a terrible tragedy, but they've turned it into such a beautiful life, if that's even possible. They found a way to make it happen. And Deanne, who was Kurt's sister, and then Jessica had become great friends with Kurt's daughter. He also has a son, and it's this huge, loving family, Jim. And you never want this to happen to anybody, but luckily they do have this massive, extensive family that all continue to get together. They continue to celebrate, and they just say, live like Kurt. Like, what would Kurt have done? Kurt is the guy that was wearing his American flag button-down T-shirt with shorts and boots and out there with a beer listening to country music. He was as all-American as it comes, and one of the greatest men that I never met, but I know it and I feel it. And just a reminder to just connect with people, reach out, be there. This life is all about connection, period. That's what it's about. We're here to love on each other and make great connections, and Kurt did that. So live like Kurt, Jim. Live like Kurt, the all-American truck driver who is the epitome of who you'd want to hang out with.
Live like Kurt. Well said. From the side of the road, as a matter of fact, because reach out and make that connection no matter where you are, no matter how you have to do it. It's important to always, I've always said, if you hang around long enough, you will find that you can make a difference. That's a big thing. People don't even understand that. Lindsay, would you care to go on?
I would. You can make a difference in the world, or you can be a dum-dum like Morgan Wallen. So Nashville police released a video, Jim and Dre, of Morgan Wallen's April arrest. And you know I don't talk salacious during country western music news, unless it pertains to Morgan Wallen. And his arrest back in April, in which the country music star, so he calls Eric Church and jams to his own music in the back of the police car. Wallen was arrested on April 7th, back in 2024, last year, for throwing a chair off the roof of Eric Church bar called Chiefs in downtown Nashville. Now, he pled guilty to 2 misdemeanor counts of reckless endangerment. The case was settled last December, but the video that was just released, Jim, at one point in the video, they put Morgan Wallen in the back of the police car. He says, I ain't done nothing wrong. I ain't done nothing wrong. I beg to differ, friend. Then he hears Mama's House, one of his songs, playing on the radio, and he goes, aw, SH word. He goes, this is me and Thomas Rhett. Turn it up, yo. He goes, TR is one of the best dudes in the world. He would definitely not be getting arrested like me. No, that's true. He wouldn't. Earlier in the video, Morgan Wallen, he's trying to leave the bar, and an unidentified voice who claims to be a bodyguard insists there were no witnesses and nothing happened. What happened? A police officer asked Wallen. He goes, I don't know. A police officer tells Morgan Wallen he's trying to figure out why a chair landed next to his patrol car. And Wallen responds by suggesting the officer should figure it out. Wallen then calls Eric Church, who speaks, and he puts Eric Church on the phone, Jim, with the police officers. And they try to figure it out. The whole thing is so ridiculous. But as another aside, Haley Williams of the band Paramore, she's always alluded to that her song was about Eric Church, but she makes no bones about it in a podcast she was on this week. She says that Morgan Wallen 100% was the inspiration behind her racist country singer lyric in her song, the song from her album Ego Death at a Bachelorette Party. And Haley Williams says, I'll be the biggest star at this racist country singer's bar. She puts that in the song. Then when asked who the line was referring to during her appearance on the show Wednesday, the New York Times podcast called Popcast, the singer said, well, it could be a couple of people, but let me tell you, I'm always talking about Morgan Wallen because I don't give a you-know-what.
There's
Just
a lot.
Say it like you mean it, Haley.
There's a lot of SHs going on here. A lot of people have no more left to give. I mean, it just sounds like a lot of people have had their belly full of it and are kind of done. I mean, it's like this is like the B side of the album the B side of the single has finally come to light, and it's a lot more raw material. It's deep tracks, deep cuts going on in country and western. Deep cuts.
Find me on Whole Foods, Beach.
Deep cut.
Deep cut,
The
man.
Beach, yeah. And I know Dre had sent me this idea a while back, but I know she's been alluding to it, and she'd made, certain comments about it might be Morgan, but now she's just full on out there. She's like, yeah, I don't like that guy, and I'm going to start talking about it more. So I'll be anxious to see how that feud continues to grow. And speaking of deep cuts, Jim, this is not a deep cut. This is everyone knows it cuts, but it cuts deep. I'll say that. Back in 1969, on this day in country and Western music history, Johnny Cash was number 1 on the U.S. country music album chart with At San Quentin, which was a live concert given to the inmates of San Quentin State Prison, of course. And critically acclaimed At Folsom Prison was the previous album. So that album was nominated for a number of Grammy Awards, including Album of the Year. It won Best Male Country Vocal Performance for How Do You Do? A Boy Named Sue, back in 1969 for country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio, because this show celebrates both kinds.
Both kinds.
This show celebrates all kinds.
All kinds.
Love it.
But this show does not celebrate the Morgan Wallen kinds. I hope you guys have the best weekend. Dre, I hope you stop helping people move. Jim, I hope you enjoy the movies. And I hope everybody gets home safe and keeps doing what they do so we can keep doing what we do.
Lindsay, I will take these folks out with a reminder about Trucking with OIDA, and you go have the best weekends and get back home. Get back home, Lawler.
Get home safe. Love y'all, mean it.
Love ya.
The president recently identified another target for his tariffs, heavy trucks built overseas. And Jason Miller, friend of Road Gang Radio as well, Eli Broad, professor of supply chain over at Michigan State University, breaks down the implications and lays out why he believes the U.S. economy may already be in recession. They'll also have a recap of this past weekend's events at Guilty by Association Truck Show. Scott and Ashley on Trucking with OIDA. With that, Phone Master Dre, take us away.
That I could do, Jimmy.
By the way, this has been Road Gang Radio. It is technically produced and supervised by Andre Thibodeau. Its executive producers are Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. It all depends upon you, though. Subscribing over at the Tube of You, finding FaceTime on the Book of Face. Hey, Rebecca Brewster, always good to see you out there. And having the audacity to be on Odyssey. You know all the places. You know all the places to go. Get there and enjoy Trucking with OIDA.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Here's to a mild autumn and clear roads across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
And that seems to be where we're at right now, is basically spot rates are blah, for lack of a better term. And I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Not the cheeriest way to start the show, but an important topic nonetheless. Scott Thompson here. Welcome to the show.
And I'm Ashley Blackford. That voice you heard off the top was from Jason Miller, Eli Broad Professor in Supply Chain Management at Michigan State University. We're going to pick his brain about the recent announcement from President Trump related to a 25% tariff on heavy trucks made outside the United States. We'll also find out how the freight recovery is going.
Always a good talk there with Jason about tariffs and the freight market. Looking forward to that. Then after that, I finally had a chance to sit down and go through all the sound that I captured from my conversations at this past weekend's Guilty by Association truck show in Joplin, Missouri. So we've got that to look forward to as well. Jason Miller is up next, though. So first things first, let's talk tariffs and the freight recession with Mr. Miller.
So the president last week taking to Truth Social to announce a 25% tariff on heavy trucks made in other parts of the world, adding it's in order to protect heavy truck manufacturers from unfair outside competition.
And those went into effect on Wednesday, we think. And joining us with some analysis is Jason Miller, Eli Broad Professor in Supply Chain Management at Michigan State University. Professor Miller, Dr. Miller, what do you prefer?
Just call me Jason.
Dr. Jason, got it. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it as always.
No, happy to be on. Happy to be on.
So first off, and I kind of alluded to it there, I personally have seen nothing official from the White House about this new tariff on heavy trucks. Again, aside, as Ashley mentioned there, from that Truth Social post the president put out last week. I just want to start there. Have you seen anything official about this taking effect, or anything rather, for that matter?
So I have not, and then that, of course, raises the question of whether this is in effect, because we are waiting for, official documentation of this, because otherwise customs brokers can't update their systems, and CBP as well getting systems updated. So this is one, again, sort of the challenge with a lot of this is it seems things are, how shall we say, a little haphazardly initiated.
Yeah. So we don't know if these are actually technically in effect right now.
Yes, that is correct. And this is probably the most significant challenge that we've seen with these tariffs beyond their magnitude is simply the fact we don't know what's going on. And especially with this, the one piece of clarity we're really waiting on is whether USMCA exemptions apply or not. Because if the USMCA exemptions would apply, then this is essentially a null issue, because the vast majority of imported heavy trucks come from Mexico, followed by Canada.
Yeah, and we also don't know either whether these are sort of stacked on top of, and this kind of is, in relation to what you're talking about there. We don't know if these are stacked on top of the other Section 232 tariffs as well as the reciprocal tariffs either, and whether there is any overlap or whether there will be any overlap too. Again, just kind of adding to this uncertainty, I think, right, about what this is going to look like if and when it is in effect.
Exactly. No, I would assume with these that they are not going to stack, that they would be separate, just like the auto tariffs are. So they would be their own, essentially, 25% thing.
Gotcha.
What is your take on the rationale for these tariffs on heavy trucks? Is there some merit to what the president is saying?
In general, I don't believe so, from the simple fact that the majority of heavy trucks consumed in the United States are produced in the United States. We know that just looking at the value of shipments from our domestic heavy truck plants in comparison with the value of imports that are coming from, again, primarily Mexico. It's about 72% of our imports. And then Canada's over another 20%. And so when you look at the fact that essentially the vast majority of heavy trucks consumed in the U.S. come from North America, and we export a lot of parts to those assemblers in Mexico and Canada, it just isn't, to me, very concerning when we really think of this more as factory North America rather than factory United States.
Are domestic OEMs facing an uphill battle in the current environment, would you say?
Well, I would say right now, I mean, the trucking industry has been in a freight recession from a volume standpoint since, mid 2022. No, my belief is that volume this year has been a little stronger in terms of overall freight, but pricing has not substantively improved. And so when we look at it right now, new orders have been muted. Haven't seen what the September numbers will be. That's usually kind of on a seasonal basis. We see these big bumps when the next year's order books get opened up. So we're kind of waiting to see that. But it's not been a good time period for any heavy truck manufacturer over this last year, really, to year and a half. Certainly if you compare it to 2023, where production was incredibly strong because we had such a backlog of orders that needed fulfilled from the 21 and 2022 market period.
And I think that's maybe the most direct question about this. And I've seen some estimates out there, and I don't have them in front of me right now. But when you look at if and when, again, if and when are doing a lot of heavy lifting here, but if and when this 25% tariff on heavy-duty trucks goes into effect, do we have an idea of what effect that would have on prices, not just on new trucks, but as we have seen and as we know, there is a trickle-down effect on used trucks as well when you sort of put all these things into place. Do we have an idea of what that might look like here in the months to come, again, if and when this 25% tariff goes into full effect?
So I think it's very difficult to put a number on things, precisely as you mentioned, and that demand right now is rather weak. And so it's difficult to know how confident the dealers here in the U.S. would be about raising their prices. This said, heavy truck manufacturing is an incredibly oligopolistic market. I believe the top 4 manufacturers account for something like 76% of shipments by value based on the 2022 economic census. And so given that aspect, you would expect any type of pricing moves can be read quite clearly. The challenge is even for, the OEMs like PACCAR, I believe, is mostly domestically produced. But they're facing higher prices in terms of steel and aluminum and imported parts and all of these things. And so essentially it's not like these tariffs are giving the domestic producers a huge advantage because they're paying more for their inputs. And so there's no doubt in my mind that costs will go up. Is it going to be 5%? Is it going to be 10%? That's where it's a little too early to tell.
Sure. Makes sense.
Let's look at the two sides of the coin right now with regard to the 25% tariffs on heavy trucks. Option A, the president's desired results happen. Option B, the president's desired results does not happen. What do both of those look like, starting if this does go through and it does happen?
So what I would say is, again, the argument that desired results would be a shifting of market share over to U.S. production entirely depends on, where pricing's at with things. I tend to think that when you look at what the tariffs are doing to input costs, I think that this is going to be not a complete wash, but it will be close to a wash. So I don't see there being that much of a shift in terms of where sales are coming from. I think the other big problem that we're going to see, folks run into as we think about, equipment purchasing is it's not just the trucks are more expensive. The truck trailers are now more expensive.
Yeah.
So you're going to see capital investment. On the one hand, the bonus depreciation from the triple B does give carriers more incentive to buy equipment. On the other hand, that equipment is going to be more expensive. And so those are going to be sort of two countervailing forces. But I think the big thing right now is just I don't see much, demand for new equipment next year. 2025 has not been a good year for carriers from a profitability standpoint. And 2026, at least the first half, isn't shaping up to be much better right now, given all the economic data that we're seeing.
Yeah, and to that point, I think you had a social media post recently that essentially said, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because again, I don't have this right in front of me either, but you essentially said that you believed and that there are signs that the U.S. economy might already be in a recession, I believe is how you kind of put it there. We just may not quite know it yet. What are you seeing out there in terms of numbers, data, stories, whatever it may be, that kind of makes you think that we're headed down that path?
Well, certainly the manufacturing sector, broadly defined, right now appears to be back into a recession. Simple reason being is that both the Institute for Supply Management and 5 Federal Reserve Board regional manufacturing surveys, both sort of sets of those have shown that since February of 2025, manufacturers' new orders, which had been strongly in expansion in January, have shifted back into contraction. And with the 1 month that was positive, showing some strengthening was August. And the September data that's been released, again, showed new orders becoming negative again. And so that in and of itself is very troubling, especially when you account for the fact that manufacturers generate most of the freight that for-hire carriers move. Right now, with the government shutdown ongoing, we're going to be flying a little bit blind for data from, let's say, the wholesale trade sector. So we're not going to have good visibility on what's going on. But the key thing to think about is we just saw much higher tariffs go into effect on things like furniture. Furniture is the biggest containerized import category by far. No one's expecting to see furniture imports increasing. Housing activity in the United States is very weak this year. Builders are not building as much because of all the uncertainty. Pending home sales are at levels below where they were during the global financial crisis, if you can believe that. And so we just have an economy where a lot of the freight generating side of things is not doing well. And the Dallas Fed does a quarterly survey of oil and gas company executives. And that was definitely not much positive feedback in terms of the tariff policies. A lot of discussion of capital investment drying up and whatnot. And so we're just in a situation right now where all of this uncertainty is causing a lot of companies outside of the AI space to sort of hit the pause button on capital investment. This is one of the challenges, is that from a macro level standpoint, because the investments in AI are so large right now, they're essentially pulling up our overall economic data. But when we look at it more from a freight standpoint, it's just hard to be very encouraged right now.
Let me tackle this from maybe the other perspective. And you can kind of talk about, I think, GDP and how it may not be a great barometer for where we are in trucking. But the second quarter GDP was revised upward recently to 3.8%. That beat expectations. So we are, again, you raised a lot of red flags there. We're seeing other indicators that kind of explain, or at least tell a different story, at least maybe that we're heading down a different path. Can you kind of explain for us why that GDP was revised upward, but also, again, why GDP might not be a real good barometer for what we're seeing in the trucking industry?
Yeah, so GDP in general it's in no way, shape, or form weighted by freight activity. And so, for example, the sectors that generate the most freight are things like food manufacturing, paper manufacturing, drilling of oil and gas wells and the resulting quarrying activity, and whatnot. And those things don't contribute very much to GDP at the end of the day. And so there's just a disconnect that we have from that. And this is where people are increasingly turning to what I'm going to say sort of alternative indicators. A good example of this is, both Bloomberg and the Wall Street Journal have written articles talking about how box shipments, so cardboard boxes, have been at incredibly low levels so far in 2025. And those box shipments are essentially used as a proxy for consumer demand. And so that's where you start to get a different sort of narrative. But what I would say to folks is that box shipments were at incredibly strong levels in the back half of 2020 and through about the first quarter of 2022, which corresponds to the strongest trucking environment we've ever had. And they've subsequently fallen down since then. And so to me, that is sort of a more indicative indicator of where, trucking is actually going to be at in terms of demand.
How is the freight recovery looking? If you could give us a summary.
So it depends on whose indices you look at. Cash shipments was down over 9% year over year as of August. I believe FreightWave's tender volume data has been down double digits, like 10, 12% year over year. The trucking ton mile index that I produced, was actually up about 1% year over year in the second quarter, and about roughly 1% as well so far in the third quarter. The 1% year over year gain is not great. That's less than a third of what we were seeing in 2017 from 2016. And so depending on the indicator you get, you either get down or up. And what I would say is the up readings, which I think are probably the closest to accurate, because it's just the index I produce captures every sector with population representative data. Up 1% just is not that great of a reading. And that up 1% is really being driven by investments in that AI infrastructure space. And so to the extent that you're not hauling, freight to the construction sites for the Stargate project, you're probably not seeing that much of an increase in demand.
Throw the numbers out, Jason, and let's pretend they're off in a corner somewhere. Just your kind of gut feeling where you're at right now with everything you're seeing, and obviously taking everything that you're hearing into account as well. Where are we? Where are we right now? Because, again, you mentioned it. We've been in this recession, this freight recession. Different people may say that we're inching out of it or what have you, but it's been more than 3 years now, essentially. What's your gut feeling about where we are right now? Again, throw all the numbers out, but just your sense of everything.
My gut is that we're continuing to move along basically in equilibrium, and equilibrium is not necessarily what carriers want, because that means generally plentiful capacity other than for seasonal tightening, and it means that the rate environment is blah. And that seems to be where we're at right now, is basically spot rates are blah, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And I don't see that changing anytime soon. We'll have our normal holiday tightening here in a couple months. And then depending on what the weather is in January, February, you may have some movement. But right now, until we can get the housing complex thought out, and we can get some type of certainty taking place, it is going to be very difficult to see any type of true sustained capital investment. The concern is we keep adding more and more and more things to the list of tariff products. And that as we keep adding more and more and more, that makes companies less and less and less willing to actually invest, because they just don't know what their costs are going to be. They don't know what demand is going to be in a few years. And this is the thing to remember, because all of these tariffs are being done by executive order. They could be reversed on January 20th of 2029. And the challenge is manufacturing investments, you want them to last for 20, 30 years. And it's very difficult to make investments if you can't trust that, the policy that would support it could be eliminated in just 3.5 years.
Yeah. I don't think we're breaking news by saying you're not a fan of these tariffs. And we've talked to you before about this and all the reasons for it. With that said, is it too far to go out? And I've seen people say this, and I think maybe I know what you're going to say, but I'm just curious to hear you say it. If not for this tariff uncertainty, and again, it's hard to predict, but would we be in a better place in your opinion, and what might that look like?
Oh, yeah. In a counterfactual world where these tariffs don't happen, we would have a much, much, much stronger economy at the moment, because we had 100 basis points of interest rate cuts that took place in late 2024. Those would really be percolating their way through the economy right now. We would have very few concerns about inflation at the moment. And so we would have had more interest rate cuts. You would have had the housing market essentially starting to unlock itself. And you would have had companies being much more willing to engage in capital investment. It wouldn't have been quite as good of a boom as we saw in 2017, and that's simply because the fracking industrial complex is not as elastic to oil prices as it used to be. We will never drill like we did back in those days, and certainly we will never drill like we did in 2012 through 2014 because the underlying economics differ. But had the tariffs not happened, there would be no conversation whatsoever of, are we near a recession? And instead, I think we would be looking at a market that would be very favorable for carriers. When I did my forecast for where I thought things would be at this time of the year last December, I was predicting spot rates going up potentially 20% year over year, which would be a very nice market cycle for carriers. And right now we are pretty much practically unchanged.
Yeah. And I suppose, if the president were here, he would say, yeah, there's going to be some short-term losses and some short-term pain, but ultimately in the long term, this is for the good of the U.S. economy and the good of the U.S. worker. And I don't know what you would say to that, but I think that's the counter that he and supporters would have, right?
That's a counter, and it's easy to say. Why was 2019 a bad year for freight then? And the answer to that is because of the tariffs. Yeah. And in part. And so the reality is this idea that there's short-term pain for long-term gain is utterly silly and a complete anathema to understanding how basic economics, because I've never heard a situation where somebody would say, well, capital investment intention's falling right now. Well, that's a good thing because in the future, we're going to start investing more in making generic furniture again in North Carolina. No offense, North Carolina's largely moved on from making furniture. They're a biopharmaceutical manufacturing hub right now. And so this is the problem, is a lot of these tariffs are aimed at reviving industries in areas that have moved on from them. And again, what bank is going to go out and actually have to put real money up for some firm to say we're going to produce generic furniture that is only cost competitive because of onerous tariffs, when those tariffs could be removed here in, just a few years? And the answer is no bank is going to give that loan out.
Yeah.
How do you see this all playing out, with so much uncertainty and confusion? Do you think there'll be a point where these disruptions become the norm or set a new baseline, so there can be some sort of trucking recovery? And if so, how long do you think that'll happen?
So right now, my general sense is we will not get a meaningful recovery in the dry van truckload space. The soonest it could happen is Q2 of 2026. And the reason being, we'll get our normal holiday tightening here in November and December. But then freight volumes really fall in February, a later part of January, and then much of February, just because housing construction is in general weak because it's so cold up here in the north. And so basically that means Q1 is not going to be your quarter for recovery, barring some type of cataclysmic weather event. So then that puts us out to Q2. We start getting the home building season kicking off. And then we have to see where things are overall at. The biggest concern I have is that if uncertainty keeps staying as high as it is that we don't see housing activity really pick up next year. And if that happens, we're going to be again in for another rough patch because we need more people moving around. The challenge with that is companies aren't hiring very much. And they're not hiring in part because of uncertainty. People are bringing up AI. I think that's part of it, but I think it's more just in general. It's a lot of uncertainty. And number one rule in economics is the more uncertainty there is, the more you reduce and postpone hard to reduce investments or hard to reverse investments. And hiring people is hard to reverse because you pay fixed costs even if you then let them go.
Yeah. Jason, you don't always come bearing good news, but you come bearing good information. And I think we both and everybody here learn something every time we talk to you. So thank you so much for your time. I'm sure we will bother you again here in the near future when something else pops up. But thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yep. No, thank you for having me. I'm hoping in the future the news will be a little more positive.
As are we all. That was Jason Miller, Eli Broad, professor in supply chain management. Trucking with OIDA continues right after this.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Looking for that exit to fun and joy? Join Mac and Cheese on the highway to hilarity. Be a part of the ongoing, rolling fun and adventure that is the jokes that come at non-stop paces.
Hey, Mac, I went to a haunted office the other day.
Were you nervous?
I sure was. The accountant said he heard invoices.
Did the ghost wear spreadsheets?
Tune in next time as we shift into fun.
With Mac and Cheese.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Welcome back to Trucking with OID. Great conversation with Jason Miller. As we said, not always the best feeling.
No, but he explains
information.
things well, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely, indeed. As I mentioned earlier, finally had a chance to sit down. I got so much sound, talked to a lot of people at the Guilty by Association Truck Show in Joplin, Missouri this past weekend. You have been before.
Yes,
I
love
had
it.
been before. This is actually my second time going. and enjoyed it a bit more because I think the first time I went was kind of in the middle of the pandemic and things were a little weird.
And you were new. You probably didn't have a clue what was going on.
And come on, Ashley. Of course I had a clue. That's also true there as well. But anyway, great conversations and got a little bit taste of that right here from all the conversations. Let's have a listen. There are plenty of truck shows out there, but only one guilty by association truck show.
There's a whole lot going on here, man. You go over there and see something, you go over there and see something. It's cool, it really is.
You're just here to have fun and enjoy yourself. Show off your truck.
This show, the best thing about it is really no pressure. The only pressure is on yourself.
It's like a grown man died and went to heaven here, and this is heaven, and there are all kinds of angels around.
The angels in this case are the trucks, lots of them, more than 700 to be exact at this year's GBATs in Joplin, Missouri. Like any other truck show out there, there is no shortage of things to do. From big rig burnouts and a demolition derby,
Gentlemen, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
to a United FMX motocross stunt show.
This is what GBATs is all about, man.
And truck and tractor pull. The schedule of events over the 3-day show in Joplin, Missouri is always full, but there's one thing that sets GBATs apart. It's simple, really. It's the trucks and it's the people. That's the main focus of GBATs, and it's designed that way, a truck show that feels more like a neighborhood block party than anything else. To a person, all told me they appreciated that GBATs is low pressure. You show up with your truck, park it, and spend the day walking, talking, and gawking at some beautiful trucks. Hundreds registered for GBATs 2025, and many more showed up. Let's meet some of the men and women responsible for them. We'll start with Jamie Johnson, whose truck was parked a stone's throw from the GBATs merchandise tent and turned heads all weekend.
Okay, it's a 55 needle nose Peterbilt. And I found this in a salvage yard, a combine salvage yard in Verona, Missouri, from a gentleman named Rooster. It was his nickname, I guess. And it'd been sitting there since '71, and it was orange. And it is a full-size truck, originally. And when I bought it from him, it had trees growed up around it. We had to cut the trees down to get it out, and all that good stuff. And I just wanted to build something different. I'd built a truck earlier, that was different, a ton dually truck. That's my trucks is what I like to build, pickups and dualies. And I wanted something that was unique and different, but something I could use for my business to tow trailers with and stuff. And anyway, and I had a body shop, in my business, but I have to pay the guys to do my stuff too. So I didn't want to take the time away from the shop. So I thought, well, I'll do something that's all aluminum and don't have to pay the guys to, because I'm not a body man, I'm a fabricator. And so I just thought I'll do it all aluminum, and that way I can do every bit of it myself, and I don't have to have the guys take up time or anything. Do it. I mean, it is a 1-ton truck. It's got a C30 Chevy crossmember in it, 24-valve Cummins, and we did a little piping, just kind of silly. When I first got it mocked up, it looked kind of empty in there. So a friend of mine is a stainless welder, and this is all out of the scrap bin where he works. And I said, I just want to make it just kind of fill up under the hood. And I made all the fenders. I plasma cutted the sides, and I English wheeled all the metal out on the fenders and all the panel. And the only thing I used from the original truck was the cab, and this is actually the top of the radiator. And I bolted that, and I made some stanchions off the frame, and then made the sides. But all the bow work, I just wanted it, aluminum, and that way I could polish on it myself and not have to worry about paint. And I hate painting cars sometimes because you got to worry about them. And one thing about it, if you bend a panel, I can unbolt it. These are all bolts. So I can unbolt it and fix the panel. It's all 10 by 24 stainless button heads.
Jamie's truck is nearly 100% custom everything. You get the idea, but the description doesn't do it justice. The aluminum pops, so if you see Jamie and his truck at a show in the near future, you don't want to miss it. Next up, Teresa DeSantis' broomstick, or rather her 85 Peterbilt 359, which is called the Witch's Inn after some choice words spewed her way on the road.
It was nighttime. I stopped at railroad tracks, hauling hazmat, and I got called something other than a witch, which was not kid-friendly, so
Sure.
I went with the witch. I'm the witch. That's my in.
Teresa's truck is decked out with a number of nods to witches.
Oh, well, we got the boots and the broom.
For steps?
For steps, so not skid resistant. We got the witch's hats on the back of the mirror. Of course, the witch's hat on the number 7, because this was our 7th truck we ever bought. So the witch's hat. What else we got? We got the boots, of course, in the bumper. The witch's hats in the grill. And then the boots on top are candlestick holders. They tapped into them and we siliconed them up. And I don't have my trailer here, but it's got the theme of Dorothy with the witch looking in the globe, and the eyes from the witch are high enough, they're over my bunk.
Oh, that's
So there's
cool.
a light bar and they light up at night.
Teresa said she gets a lot of thumbs up on the road. So does Michael Manuel's 2015 Peterbilt 389, which is a rolling tribute to autism awareness. The attention to detail, immaculate, all of it inspired by Michael's daughter.
Yeah, she's autistic, and, you know, she's 32 years old, and she still lives at home, nonverbal, epileptic. And, you know, we built, you know, hot rod show trucks, and one day I just said, hey, I think I'm going to build a truck for her. You know, and my wife's like, well, where'd you get that idea? I don't know. We're going to build it out of puzzle pieces. That day I picked up the phone, I called over here at 4 States and said, hey, we're going to build another show truck. And they're like, what? And I said, yep, we're going to build it out of puzzle pieces. And we took off and built it.
The truck's theme centers around puzzle pieces, and if you give the truck a second look, you're almost guaranteed to see something you missed the first time around.
Every one of them puzzle pieces are welded onto a piece of aluminum, and then they have to be individually painted a certain color, covered up perfect, and then paint the next color, cover it, paint the next color. So we had over 700 hours in the floor and the deck. So I had a total, and we just end up just cutting the chop tops on the doors with puzzle pieces, and you know, it's still 10 years later, and we're still adding parts. You know, we'll come up with a new idea and put on it.
As far as ideas go, Kenny Ziegler's got a few. In fact, he had a lot of ideas for his 2007 Peterbilt 379 for a while. He just didn't have the time or the money until recently.
It's 2007, started as a car hauler. We run it for several years after changing it over. Run it like that in the oil field, pulling tankers. And last year we really started getting into it, fixing it up, tearing it down, changing it over, stretching it, painting it, just building everything that we could. The only piece on here that we didn't build is the shock box cover. That's from Roadworks. Everything else is hand built.
Kenny's truck named Scraping By.
Well, this is the first truck we got. It got us to where we're at now, but you know, times are tough, and especially for truckers, and there was times to where we didn't know what we was gonna do, how we was gonna make ends meet. So we were literally scraping by.
From scraping by to winning awards in short order, Kenny's truck won top honors at Super Rigs earlier this year. That's something Crystal Novosad knows a little something about as well. She walked us around her Doc Holliday-inspired 2007 Peterbilt 379 at GBATS.
Doc Holliday is kind of special to us. All of our trucks were kind of theming towards the Tombstone theme. And all throughout this truck, we've got little sayings throughout the movie. These light covers resemble top hats. Underneath the hood, which is not open right now, but everything, there's Doc Hollidays painted on the firewall. It's kind of been a special truck to us. We did the Double Eagle sleeper. We entered this truck in the Shell Rotella a couple of years ago, and it actually won Best of Show. This truck has a little over 1 million miles. It is a working show truck, so it hauls in the oil industry. We chase the pipeline around, so it pulls excavators and dozers and side booms and trenchers, so it is a working truck.
So is Jimmy Clark's 2023 Peterbilt 389. We found the leased-on owner-operator in front of his barbecue cooking up some ribs. Jimmy's appreciation for G-Bats was quite apparent.
Oh, gosh. It's like a grown man died and went to heaven here, and this is heaven, and there are all kinds of angels around. It's just the beautiful trucks everywhere. The brother and sisterhood of all the drivers, we get together, I feed them, they come by. It's just like they don't know who you are, and they'll walk up and talk to you and just start shooting the bull. And then Brian himself, bless his heart, doing this for all of us drivers, you couldn't ask for a better boss man.
Brian is Brian Martin, the boss man. G-Bats is a brainchild of Brian and his brother Bryce, both of whom got high praise from attendees throughout the weekend. Their show has grown substantially over the years, from a handful of trucks their first year to hundreds now. Marty Ellis, driver of the OOIDA tour truck, has been to more than a few G-Bat shows over the years, along with countless other shows in other cities and states across the country. Ellis said he likes them all, but G-Bats sets itself aside in one respect.
This one's kind of unique because the way it's spread out now. And then, I mean, this year especially, they're working more and more with the Petro, and the Petro has, put their jamboree with it. So, they're doing their jamboree at the same time. So it's all kind of one big party. But just because I'm over here in the Petro a lot, right now I have no idea what's happening in the other several lots that they're using, because they have to spread it out so much for how many trucks come in and all the stuff that Brian and the gang, and I know it's not just Brian, but then we always point to Brian but he's got a great group of people, puts this on, and he's always trying to find something new. And that's pretty unique. Most shows get kind of in a routine. I won't say rut, but in a routine where they just do the same thing, and it works for them and fantastic. But Brian and his gang are always looking to add something on, so you never know what's going to happen the next time you see it.
A big component of G-Bats is the convoy, billed as the world's largest convoy for Special Olympics. Dennis Simon was driving his 66 358 Needle-Nose Pete on Saturday night, one of the hundreds of trucks that participated in the convoy through Joplin. Simon has participated up in the Iowa convoy for Special Olympics several times, representing his youngest son, who has special needs. This was Simon's first time taking part in the G-Bats convoy.
The convoy, Special Olympics, is huge. My son is 21 years old. He's been competing for probably the last 16 years or so. Does basketball skills, track and field, bowling. We do a lot of fun things. And the opportunity for the individuals, the participants, in my world, we talk about the abilities, not the disabilities. I'm fortunate my son is extremely high functioning, but I also have friends that aren't as fortunate, and whether they're kids or adults, give them the opportunity to compete just like a regular individual. And it means so much, whether they win or lose. It's the act of being involved in the sports, and the support we get locally, and I'm sure it's the same way down here in Missouri, is huge. You can't say any more about that.
All the proceeds from the convoy go towards Special Olympics Missouri. Haley Blevins is a Southwest Area Development Director for the nonprofit.
This is one of our biggest fundraisers that we hold biannually. The partnership started several years ago, I guess about 8 shows ago that they've had, and we have grown this convoy tremendously. So when we first started with them and we were doing the convoy on our own, we had about 16 trucks and we made about $800. And so now we are reaching about 400 trucks and making over $100,000 every time we do this.
The money raised goes directly toward the athletes and the dozens of sporting events they take part in every year, made possible by the truck driving community attending G-Bats. The first dozen spots in the convoy were auctioned off, as they always are.
10,000, 11, 12,
with the first spot going for $11,000.
So, I mean, just the number of drivers that we have just speaks volumes to the trucking community and how they get behind individuals with disabilities and individuals that are involved in sporting events. Our athletes, they just want to participate like everybody else, and these truckers really seem to take that to heart, and they are huge supporters. I have some trucking companies that even on off years from the Four States event, on the off years, I still have them reach out and ask for ways to donate and support outside of this event. So it's something that they've taken near and dear to their heart, and it means a lot to us. And so getting to keep those partnerships and those relationships with the truck drivers and the different trucking companies year round, and even on off years for the Four States event, it's still really awesome to see how much that they really just care.
The convoy ended in downtown Joplin, capped off with a downtown street party, trucker light show, and music from Chad Cooke Band and platinum-selling country recording artist Colin Ray. And that was that. Another G-Bats in the books, and Brian Bossman Martin, who runs a show alongside his brother Bryce again, summed up his feelings about the whole thing like this.
I gotta tell you, all day long, I've had the biggest smile on my face when I ride around this campus. I go over to the Petro. So many of you came out to spend the weekend with us, and on behalf of Bryce and I and our whole team, man, we're in your debt. This is awesome. You guys are awesome. Dave said it. You are the reason we are doing this, and we are happy to do it. But big round of applause to you guys. We've parked trucks in places this year that we've never parked trucks. To be honest, we thought we would never need to use these way back fields or over in this corner. Brother, they're full. We got trucks, tractor trailers everywhere, and that's what it's all about. So we have, despite trucking and for a lot of us, it's tough right now. Freight rates aren't that great. Super high paying loads are few and far between, and we know but for you to come out in numbers, take your time off working to spend it in Joplin, amazes me.
So there it is, Ashley, another Guilty by Association truck show in the books. This was the 13th one.
Oh, wow.
When we talked with Brian Martin a month or so
Yeah,
ago, he
a while
wasn't
ago.
quite sure. I think he had
How
lost
many?
track.
13.
I'm sure they all kind of blend together
Yeah, they
after a while.
probably do.
But you'll have to wait until 2027 for the next one, which I'm sure will have more of the same and a few things, new things going on as well. The convoy, we should mention, by the way, we did hear back, raised $70,000 for Special
That's
Olympics
awesome.
Missouri. It is awesome, and money that will be put to great use there
sure.
as well. So there you have it. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more show right after this.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. An interesting story out of California. Police recently spotted a vehicle do an illegal U-turn, so they pulled the car over, only to realize that no one was actually behind the wheel. The Associated Press reports that
Is it a ghost?
It was not a ghost.
Oh.
Well, no, not a ghost.
Okay.
The Associated Press reports they were doing a DUI operation early Saturday morning when a self-driving Waymo made the illegal turn.
Ah, the Waymo was
I don't know
drunk.
if it was like going towards the operation, seeing that they were doing DUI testing.
Well, that's a red flag.
It is a red flag.
At a DUI checkpoint when you see someone turn around.
Yep. Officers, of course, couldn't write a ticket. They did contact Waymo to report what they called a glitch. They posted this on social media. A lot of comments of people upset that they didn't find the company.
Yeah.
But there's obviously some like language and stuff, and I don't think that's possible yet, though perhaps we could see that down the line.
That's a huge question, right?
Huge
With all
question.
of these robo-taxis.
Yeah.
I was in San Francisco recently and saw...
And they have a lot of them, don't they?
They had a ton of them. They were everywhere. And there was the very first... We got out of the train station, the very first street we came to, we saw one, and we were kind of like watching it, and there was like nobody in it. There was no passenger in it.
Yeah.
And then it just randomly just stopped in the right turn lane and had a blinker on to go left.
Oh my god!
But there was traffic coming. It sat there. We were waiting for our ride share, and it sat there with a human driver. Yes, it sat there for 2-3 minutes, and there were people kind of coming up behind them, and you honk at it, but
what's it? It's not going to do anything.
The robo-taxi doesn't
funny,
care.
but at the same time, it's terrifying.
It's weird.
Scary.
Yeah, I was talking to one of the Uber drivers about it, and he seemed actually okay with it. He's like, "This is the way it's going. Like, this is the future." And I was like, "All right," but
dang,
super weird.
Yeah,
We're in a weird,
super concerning.
We are in a weird place right now
weird,
in terms of all this new stuff going around.
I agree.
As long as we're sharing stories, this one popped out to me. And it kind of reminded me of Jim Hill of Libby. We talked to him about audiobooks.
Yeah, he was great.
Huge Stephen King fan.
Yeah, very big.
Before we get to that, though, do you have like a song like that's on repeat, like you always go back to it and play it a lot, like an earworm or anything like that?
Oh yeah,
because Stephen King does.
Okay, what's his song?
Well, what's yours?
I'd probably have to.
We'll come back to you.
Okay, yeah.
We'll go around the class and we'll come back to you.
All right.
Stephen King's is Mambo Number 5 by Lou Bega.
Oh my gosh, what a classic!
Which came out in 1999.
Yep.
That song is so divisive. Either you
Absolutely
enjoy
love it,
or you absolutely.
I'd like it.
You're on the love it side.
Yeah.
Well, you and Stephen King are in the
We
same
have something in
boat.
common.
So he's promoting a new novel called Holly. He told this story to Rolling Stone about how he's apparently, I guess he's got the dance mix of the song, which has a bunch of different varieties, like
This is
instrumentals and
surprising.
things. So he basically for a while, and he didn't say how long it was, but was playing the song over and over and over and again to the point where his wife said to him, "If you play that one more time, I'm going to bleep and leave you."
She means business.
She hasn't left him. They've been married
That's
since
good.
1971. So good on
Going strong.
them, going strong. But it just reminded me, and anytime I see a story like that, it reminds me, celebrities, famous people, rich people, whatever.
Yeah.
Still have the capacity to annoy the living daylights out of their significant
That's
other.
hilarious.
So it makes you realize, hey, we all put our pants on one leg at a time.
That's
yeah.
true.
Yeah.
All
Stephen
right.
King. There you go.
October 2nd, big day, National Smarties Day.
Oh, okay.
So this is one thing. So if you didn't know, from Canada, moved to the U.S., this is one thing that
What? You're Canadian?
boils my blood about
Oh,
Smarties.
okay.
They're not called that in Canada. They're called Rockets in Canada.
Rockets?
Rockets. And I
Same exact product?
Same exact product.
Okay.
I feel like they're like Tums for children, like the chalky sort of.
Sure, yeah.
I don't hate them. They've been around since 1949 in the U.S., but I never really knew why they were called something. Well, Smarties in Canada are something different, which is why they are not that.
I'm so confused now, Ashley. Are they? They're not the same, or they are the same?
They're not the same.
Okay,
There is
gotcha.
okay.
Similar, okay, got
So the company who makes the Smarties
yep.
in the U.S. They wanted to expand into Canada, but they couldn't use the name because it was already trademarked by Nestle, who makes like Smarties in Canada are like almost like an M&M. They have like a hard shell with chocolate in the middle of them.
What are you guys doing up there?
Well,
okay, go on. I'm
I
sorry.
think they're good. Anyway, so then they're called rockets.
So that's why they're called
Yes.
rockets.
Sorry, did I not explain that well?
Why? Okay, yeah, Smarties to rockets. Okay, Smarties. Halloween coming up.
Yeah.
Halloween candy. Do you have a favorite Halloween candy? We'll come back to you on this one too.
I'll have to answer all these
Maybe
questions.
next episode.
But yes.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, big fan over here. Real quick, there was a lawsuit, a class action lawsuit. People sued them saying that the themed Halloween themed candy, the spooky face that's on the cover.
Yeah.
They said that there wasn't a spooky face on the actual
the
chocolate.
pumpkin ones. Yeah, I saw that.
So a judge dismissed that case last week and said you have to show some economic harm in order to get that.
Which I don't think there is because everybody loves those.
No, yeah, and to my point, it's like,
who cares?
Who's buying?
But somebody saw they were on another package, so like the technology's out there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Maybe Smarties or Rockets or whatever, and Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Who knows? If you have if you do have a spooky Halloween story,
please let us know.
Let us know. 1-800-324-6856. That number will come up again here in a moment. Podcast@oida.com. And that's our show for today. Ashley,
drive safe.
Say goodbye. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. You can call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message, or send us an email at podcast@ooida.com, and we might just include it on the show.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the road gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.